Hello. This is Jay Shankar. ఎంతసేపు పడుతుందమ్మా? అదే ఒక హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ 10 minutes ఎంతసేపు అని? సరే నేను ఉంటే ట్రై చేస్తాను. ఐ ట్రై టు పోస్ట్ పోన్ ఇట్. ఓకే. అదే అరౌండ్ 10 o'clock. Okay, you give me a call. If there is a possibility, definitely I will add. Okay, ma'am. Okay. This is the number, the other number, because BSN is not working here. Yeah, this is GA number. You can store it. Okay, there. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's work. Video, sir. Video is not allowing. ఇక్కడ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది ఆడియో. ఇక్కడ కూడా విజిబుల్ కావాలి. వీడియో పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వండి.
సార్ వీడియో
ఓన్లీ ఆడియో వస్తుంది, వీడియో రాదు. సార్ని కో-హోస్ట్ చేశారు. ఈడి హైదరాబాద్. అదే మేడం, పర్మిట్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ మేడం కూడా విజిబుల్ అవుతారు ఆన్లైన్ లో. తర్వాత మేడం వాళ్ళు ఎవరు మాట్లాడారు.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome. This is Shifra Jones, today's host, welcoming all the participants to Sarojini Naidu Vanitha Mahavidyalaya on behalf of Department of Botany. I extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, guests, participants, both online and offline, and all the teaching fraternity to the 5th Pure Earth Environment Conference, a biannual national conference with the focal theme Environment and Water, organized by Pure Earth Foundation and Sarojini Naidu Vanitha Mahavidyalaya and G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science in association with CED, EPTRI, GIT, Innovations in Public Systems, Government of Telangana, Sri Research Institute, and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing. It's an honor and our privilege to welcome the dignitaries onto the dais. Let's welcome our guests with an applause. First, I welcome our co-convener to the conference, Dr. T. Sudharani, Head Department of Botany, to come on to the dais and occupy the chair. Thank you, Pam. I welcome our PG Director, Sir Subbarao, Sir, from Department of Physics and Electronics, to come on to the dais and occupy the chair. Thank you, sir. I extend a hearty warm welcome to our dear principal, ma'am, Dr. Shobna Deshpande, to come on to the dais and grace the chair. Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Jai Chandra, Vice President, Pure Earth, Conference, to come on to the dais and occupy the chair. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to invite Sri Krishna Rao Garu, IPS, today's special speaker, to the dais and occupy the chair. Welcome, sir. And it's my pleasure to invite our guest speaker, Professor C.K. Jaishankar from Sri Venkateshwara University, attending online. We welcome you, sir, into our midst. And let's start our program today with a prayer. Nandini leading us with a prayer song. Request everyone to join prayer if standing.
तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्विता या मीना वरदण्डमण्डितधरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रकृतिभिः देवैः सदा पूजिता सा मातु सरस्वती भगवती
Thank you, Nandini. I request everyone to take your seats. Now I request our dear principal, Dr. Shobna Deshpande ma'am, to address the gathering.
Good morning to one and all.
Submission. Mic good out there. Your audio will go to the on. అదే మేడం వస్తుంది పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వలేదు అక్కడ వస్తుంది ప్లీజ్ క్యారీ.
Once again, good morning to one and all. Yes, it is indeed our privilege to host this conference in our institution, Sarojini Naidu Mahavidyalaya. Also, it is a privilege because this is the 60th year of our institution celebrating the Diamond Jubilee celebrations. I am honored to welcome the dignitaries on the dais, Shri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, Shri Jayachandra Garu. A special welcome to you, sir, because it has been through you that we have been coordinating for the conduct of this particular conference in our institution. Our PG Director, Mrs. Subbarao, Head Department of Botany, Dr. Sudha, as well as the co-convener of this conference. All the dignitaries who have come from different environmental organizations, members from G. Narayana College of Engineering, and all the co-associates who are here with us for the conduct of this particular conference. My colleagues from different departments, senior faculty members, core committee members, and dear students. It is indeed a great day for us to conduct this particular conference through the Pure Earth Foundation, which is relentlessly working towards protection of environment, conservation of environment, as well as spreading awareness amongst the students, especially because you are the carriers of the conservation programs for the future. So it is indeed a privilege for all of us to have you amidst us for this particular conference. And to give a brief profile of all the those people who have come from outside for the first time, I would like to say that this is a 60-year-old college established in 1962. Our college is sponsored and managed by Usmania Graduates Association and Exhibition Society. Usmania Graduates Association itself is an alumni association of all the Usmanians who passed out, established in 1932, and Exhibition Society organizes the annual All India Industrial Exhibition, that is Numayish. It is very popular in Hyderabad, and it is through the Exhibition Society the exhibition funds are allocated to the different institutions that are run by Usmania Graduates Association and Exhibition Society. So we have almost 19 institutions run by these two organizations all over the Telangana state, and it is they who encourage us, support us, and we carry forward our endeavors through their support. And the management members are drawn from Usmania Graduates Association and Exhibition Society, who relentlessly motivate us to conduct such conferences. And we have in our college intermediate, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs in arts, science, commerce, and management. And we also give special attention to the students, not only in academics, but the overall development by giving them opportunities to participate in sports and games, NCC, NSS, Sangeet Manita, including the skill development center. And we also take care of the placements that will be taken care of by the placement cell for empowering, because we believe in educate, empower, and liberate our students. With these few words, I once again welcome one and all for this national conference conducted by Flora on environment and water. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for those delightful words, and it's a proud moment for all of us. Now I take the opportunity to call upon Professor C.K. Jaishankar, sir, professor from Sri Venkateshwara University, Department of Physics, to address the gathering. We welcome you, sir, into our midst. Over to you, sir. Now, I request Mrs. Sumulata to introduce today's guest speaker, Professor C.K. Jaishankar, Sumulata from Department of Botany.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor C.K. Jaishankar Garu, a retired UGC BSR faculty fellow, Department of Physics, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, India. Sir has done his postgraduate in physics from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. He has received his PhD degree in 1984 under late Professor S.V.J. Lakshman guidance and completed his first postdoctoral fellowship supervised by Dr. Pierre Porcher, CNRS, Meudon, Bellevue, France during 1984 to 86, and another PDF supervised by Professor F.S. Richardson, Chemistry Department, University of Virginia, USA during 1986 to 88. Later, he has joined as an associate professor in physics at SV University and elevated to professor of physics and retired in 2018. He made outstanding contributions in the research field, specifically on various applications like the department of lasers, optical fiber amplifiers, sensors, biolabels, WLEDs, and buried waveguides. Sir has done named in the world ranking of top 2% drawn upon the basis of subject-wise analysis conducted by Stanford University. Professor Jaishankar's name has been figured both in Indian scientists of all time, 64th ranked out of 79, 1960 to 2019, 46th ranked out of 95, 1960 to 2020, as well as single year 49th ranked out of 155 in 2019 and 21 out of 195 in 2020 under applied physics. He is one of the most prolific Indian authors, 4th rank out of 20 in the field of rare earths research in the order of Z index. He also elected as Fellow of National Academy of Science, Allahabad, and served as Rector of SV University. His research activities have been collaborated by a wide variety of government and industrial organizations, both from India and abroad. He visited USA, Europe, Mexico, Canada, and Asia under various capacities and assignments. He has published 324 papers in peer-reviewed international journals, and he guided 30 PhD and 10 MPhil students. It's my honor to welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Madam, నేను టేక్ ఓవర్ చేస్తాను. ఇదిగోండి స్పీకర్.
Hello. 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 Hello.
ఇక్కడ వస్తుంది, ఇక్కడ కూడా వస్తుంది.
Hello. Hello.
The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try later. మీరు డయల్ చేస్తున్న నంబర్ ప్రస్తుతం
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Are you able to listen me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I first of all, I want to say thanks to one and all giving an opportunity. So good morning to everyone. And really the organizers, I mean, Pure Earth Environment Conference 20022 is really very interesting and useful for today's scenario, because the environment gets polluted.
Is visible.
And if so, not only we
Yes,
have
sir.
to carry water along with us, we have to carry oxygen cylinder.
లైనింగ్ నింపేసేది. లైనింగ్.
Hello?
auxiliary cable లైనింగ్ చేసేది.
Hello, audible? Is it audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Are you able to listen?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Okay then, because I am getting sound from other end also. I am getting background noise. Please ask them to.
ఇయర్ ఫోన్ కన్నా ఫోన్ స్పీకర్ ఇంకా 100 టైమ్స్ బెటర్.
All speakers may be switched off.
స్కైప్ చేద్దాం. ఫోన్ లో స్కైప్ చేసి స్పీకర్లు పెడతాం అంతే. అది క్వైట్ లౌడ్. అప్పుడు అది మైక్ లో యాంప్లిఫై అవుతుంది. ఇది మనం ఫోన్ లో ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం.
All are requested to mute their phone. I am getting voice, background voice.
నేనే చేస్తాను.
సరిపోదు.
Will you allow me to share some of my PPTs? Hello.
మొబైల్ పెట్టు.
నేనే పెడతాను. చేద్దాం. సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది.
Are you able to see any PPT from my end? Hello? Hello? Ma, Babu. Are you able to listen my voice and my PPT?
Sir, sir, it's audible. Please continue, sir. Continue.
Because I am sharing my PPT. Will you allow to share my PPT?
Sir, we could see your PPT. We could hear you, sir. Please continue.
So you are able to see my PPT.
Sir, we could able to see you, sir.
Okay then. Thank you very much. And you see how to protect our environment so that our future generation will be so happy than what we are enjoying. And everyone knows that today we want to drink cup of glass of water, we have to buy it or we have to carry from our house. If the scenario continues like polluting the environment, polluting the atmosphere or nature, that may lead like anything forced to be isolated, I mean quarantined, so that only by virtual contact only it is possible in future. In order to avoid such things, the organization is very, very kind enough, and with long vision, they formed an association on what is earth and what is the environment and how it is meeting and so on. In this context, I will tell you very simple examples. And you see, if all are able to see, this is the simple PPT tells us the monuments built by our elders or ancient people. You can imagine what is the engineering involved, what is the technology involved, and what is the manpower is involved. At the same time, whether any impact on the environment while constructing these buildings. And that's what you people should imagine. And now we come to move out of there. I am unable to move my PPT. I don't know. Maybe I can restart once again. I am unable to move the PPT. Anyway, leave it because already time is running like anything. And here I want to tell the nature provides 4 components: water, air, soil, and the sun energy. And these are the 4 components available for everyone, anyone, anywhere at any time. Whether you're born in America or India or Hyderabad or Pune or Bombay, all these 4 components are available. Whoever makes use of these 4 components effectively, efficiently, and without creating any pollution or environmental issues, and definitely they can win anything in their life. And also, nature is God, God is nature. Nature teaches everything. Nature teaches everything. For example, how the birds are moving from one end to other end, and when birds are moving, there is a wing, there is a nose, sharp nose, and when it is taking up and getting down, the wings will be up and down. Once it reaches maximum height, then there is no question of moving wings. And with that observation, only aeroplanes have been constructed. And also, you know that falling of the apple allows you to learn the gravity. Similarly, you know the Archimedes principle, when he is taking bath, he is able to see some change in observation in his weight, and also some water spilling over from the tub. With that, he is able to explain the density. Like that, there are so many natural examples. And in particular, I want to tell students a particular aspect. You might have heard Nandi Awards, Oscar Awards, Best Teacher Awards, like that you might have heard. Similarly, internationally, there is an award called Nobel Prize. It is given and considered all over the world who contribute something for the welfare of the society scientifically. I repeat once again, who will contribute the progress of society scientifically. They're able to invent new inventions or whatever it may be. Based on that, they are giving the highest, richest Nobel Prize every year: physics, chemistry, medicine, peace, and literature. My dear friends, whatever we are struggling, it is not meeting the required goals. We got the first Nobel Prize in 1930 by Sir C.V. Raman. After that, though we are putting our efforts, but not reaching the goal of getting the Nobel Prize. How Sir C.V. Raman got Nobel Prize? Only got inspiration and creativity when he's traveling from India to Europe, I mean UK, by ship. On those days, there is no aeroplane. Only ship is the best conveyance to go to one country to other country or one city to other city. And in the evening time or morning time, he wants to relax going up to the ship deck. And immediately he observed nature, why the sky appears blue and why the water appears blue. Can we explain scientifically all these things? And similarly, sunrise and sunset appears to be red, and also some of the clouds becomes white and some of the clouds becomes black. Of course, some of the clouds are going to be white and black. This is a keen observation, and everyone is able to see this type of observation. But with his creativity, with his imagination, he is not only explained why the sky appears blue, why the seawater appears blue, why the sunset, sunrise appears to red, and so on, by just telling a phenomena is called scattering theory. I repeat once again, scattering theory. For example, if at all you take a stone, you just throw it on a wall, what will happen is, because the stone hits the wall and it makes different pieces and scatters in all directions. In all directions. Similarly, a light, which is nothing but a part of electromagnetic wave, falls on any object, those electromagnetic waves get scattered in different directions. My dear friends, color is noticed just because of blue, green, and red. These are the main primary colors. Depending upon the composition of the blue, green, and red, you will get infinite colors. I repeat once again, blue, green, and red are three major colors. When these colors are equally combined, you will get perfect white light. If at all any color is having some differences in their composition, then you will get wide variety of colors. For example, if red and green is combined, you will get yellow color. I repeat once again, blue, green, and red combined together, you will get white color. And then green and red combined together, you get yellow color. Similarly, I can explain as many colors as you want, and this is not the matter of here, and how to explain the blue of the sky. And when electromagnetics are coming from sun to and reaching the surface or earth, there is a ozone layer we might have seen. That ozone layer is restricting all parts of electromagnetic waves except visible radiation and part of infrared radiation. Electromagnetics are able to give gamma rays to radio waves. And now only visible radiation and part of ultraviolet and part of infrared is able to penetrate to the ozone layer and reaches the earth. And now, while reaching from ozone layer to earth, there are atmosphere. In the atmosphere, there are dust particles, water molecules, and also atoms like nitrogen, oxygen, helium, whatever you want. And now these particles will act as a scatterer. As I told you, when you throw the stone on the wall, and the wall becomes a scatterer, and by hitting the stone, you will get different pieces and different directions. Similarly, when the light coming from the sunlight hits on these droplets of either water molecule or dust particles or atoms, it gets scattered. Once it gets scattered, of course, that depends upon the radius of the water molecule, dust particles, or atoms, whatever it may be. Simply, I will tell you, once it gets scattered, the wavelength which is shorter is having scattering intensity very, very, very high. You see, there are three major colors, blue, green, and red. And you know, blue is shorter wavelength and red is longer wavelength in between green light. And once blue gets scattered, its intensity is very, very high. and then proportionally green is less and red is still less. And so the entire atmosphere is filled by blue light, blue radiation. And now you know how the objects you are able to green or red or white, whatever it may be, if light falls on it, the reflected wavelength will tell you the color. If at all you are able to see an object green, it absorbs all wavelengths, only green is reflected and you are able to see green color. And similarly, everywhere blue light has been scattered due to scatterer of atoms, which are impurities or which is presenting in the atmosphere. And now you are able to see the sky is very, very blue. And similarly, when during sunset and sunrise, the distance between Earth and Sun is longer, and if so, only longer wavelengths will travel longer distance than the shorter wavelengths. And when it is having inclination, the particles, dust particles impact is very, very less. And you might have heard communication, maybe Dr. Jayachandra can tell that radio communication, you might have used the word because they are not using any microwaves or visible radiation, X-rays, only radio communication. That means radio waves is going to travel longer distance than the other part of the electromagnetic waves. Similarly, during sunlight, sunrise, you are able to see red because the separation between sun and earth is long, so that red light reaches the earth. So the sunset, sunrise appears red. Like that, there are so many things is the Raman sir, C.V. Raman is able to explain because there is a word called scattering. And similarly, not only explained blue of the sky, red of the sunset, sunrise, at the same time, this technique has been utilized to investigate, to find out the molecular informations. The molecular information means there are so many information like how the molecular structure, and when the molecule is found, what is the bonding between two atoms, bond angle, everything. Fingerprint analysis is able to tell the substances, molecular information. And now what I want to tell is nature is God, God is nature. Nature will tell everything. Sir C.V. Raman closely observed why the sky is blue and is able to explain the phenomena called scattering. The same scattering phenomena, he is able to analyze the materials, fingerprint analysis and materials. Today you are having any application, and or I can say that this is a material world, and new materials are coming and new applications are finding with the materials, and everything is possible only through Raman scattering. And my dear friends, I want to tell you after 1932, 1930, there is no much progress in research. So people should think of how to get a Nobel Prize, or if you create history, the history will remember for you. I repeat once again, if you create history, the history will remember you forever. For example, we are celebrating National Science Day because Raman effect was born on that day. Similarly, we are celebrating Children's Day. I mean, the birthday of Jawaharlal Nehru. Similarly, we are celebrating Teachers Day, and because of Radhakrishna, who elevated to president, starting his profession as a teacher. So like that, there are so many examples. And now think seriously. Don't waste your valuable time. If you lose time, you lose everything. Time is the main component that will be in the hands of each and everyone. And there is no substitution for hard work. And your hard work never gets unutilized, unrecognized. One fine day, you will be recognized. And also try to get something only with hard work. And without hard work, you do not expect anything. And what I request here in a short duration, I wish you all the best. Try to learn something, try to make India, made India, all the best. Thanks for the association for giving an opportunity to share my knowledge. And we have reached the highest state without any environment, without any help, support, or no technology. But you are having all sort of technology with you, all sort of help from everyone. Make use of the facilities, advices, and think seriously. Don't waste your valuable time. See that this forum, I mean, this association will give you a stepping stone for you to reach greater heights. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, sir. Is it okay, sir? Thank you very much. Hello?
Thank you,
Is it okay?
sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, please.
So it is delayed program. You could make
No,
it
no problem.
uh, because you are busy in some conference, but still
Yeah, yeah.
you could take your time.
No,
Thank you
once
very
I
much again.
committed, I can do what best I can. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
See you.
So without further delay, actually, I will take only 2 minutes to introduce about this conference, Purer Environment Conference, and then we have our the guest for this inaugural function, Sri M. V. Krishna Rao Garu. So after that, the student presentations will continue. So very briefly, see, you are all aware because most of you are postgraduates or graduates here sitting here, and we have been observing conferences, workshops, seminars, national level, international level, conducted by universities and government, international, private organizations. So many things are happening around. If you check every day worldwide, there may be, you can't tell the exact number of conferences. But from my education, since my post-graduation in MSc Physics and then MTech Remote Sensing and GIS with JNTU, when I joined JNTU, within the first month, the students who just joined, not even a month old, we have to take the responsibility of organizing a national conference on behalf of our department. And we are all running here and there, taking care of the guests, not all arrangements, everything. And the entire conference was handled by the professionals, academicians, and the bureaucrats, something like that, nationally, internationally. Ultimately, students end up with only audience and only supporters. So that conference itself, I got something in mind. Then when student will get an opportunity to present his whatever talent, whatever he has, what he observed, what he found, an issue or a problem. Unfortunately, few years later, I got an opportunity to organize the Telangana Environment Congress in 2018, where I personally requested my management, sir, shall we include one session for the students and we call some good papers from the students who can be graduates, postgraduates, or even any research scholars. Then my management appreciated that, sure. Then I got wonderful response from various engineering colleges, universities. And within one session, how many I can do? It's only around an 8 paper, around another 10 papers was allowed to poster presentation. That much only. Then how many colleges, how many students? After all, your own college has more than 3,000 students. Imagine how many colleges. Hyderabad is a hub of education. Lakhs of people are here, only students. So that continued in the next year, 2019, same Telangana Environment Congress. So during this period only, the Pure Earth Foundation formed. I am very proud to be part of that organization as a co-founder, and our founder president is our M. V. Krishna Rao Garu. When we proposed this, we must do something in the environment and earth-related scientific activities. And several All India service officers came forward. We have more than 50 live members. Among them, more than a dozen of All India service officers are there. from IFS, IAS, and IPS like this, and many scientists from the space technology and physicists like that, and some IT related people, technocrats. So this is the composition of the Pure Earth Foundation. And one of our prime objective, we decided in the very first meeting of our founder meeting, we decided we are going to organize a national level conference every year by inviting students to present. They can be audience and they are only the presenters. The professionals, the all experts, whoever may be, they are all only participants, advisors, and well-wishers to us. So this is the thought, and every one of our Pure Earth Foundation society unanimously agreed. And along such wonderful activity, we have many other things. So I am not going to talk all those things. So that is where it started in 2019. A conference, first conference, Pure Earth Environment Conference, we started and conducted in the NI MSME campus physically. And then from 2000 year onwards, you are all aware, the COVID has stopped all the gatherings, all the functions like that, conferences and all. So again, of course, we continued from 2000, 2020, 2021 in virtual mode, every year 2 conferences. And this time, now, God grace, we are all free, totally free from this COVID pandemic. So again, it's a kind of restart of the physical conference. So I thank the college management, particularly our principal madam. And when we proposed, they immediately, sir, we must do, because our students, they should get an opportunity here. So because the presenters are only students, so then a student can inspire from a student. So that is the reason she agreed, and we are here today. So again, I'm mentioning, I'm continuously observing in or around the country or any other place exclusively for students. If you see, maybe it is only ours. Maybe for till date, it is only ours. It's a purely students conference. So this is what a brief thing, and this is because practically we have seen the capability of students, and we should encourage. Last thing I want to mention here, because after our chief guest address, the presentation will start. I request all the audience here, the faculties, the students, all the students who are going to present today, they're all just graduates, first years, second years, like that, or very few just completed post-graduation, like that, 1 or 2. So don't expect them a great work. If they read out, please encourage them. This is my humble request. Don't compare with your faculty who may have a wonderful experience, wonderful knowledge, who can handle the things, who knows how to deliver lecture. So we will take that student. He may just, because it is their first conference in their life, presenting in presence of audience and in platform like this. So keep your expectations. I hope all the participants, the speakers of the today, the students who are going to present their papers, they do their job. I wish them all the best. So with this, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, students. Thank you.
It's a pleasure listening to you, sir. It's That was Dr. Jayachandra, convener of today's conference, briefing the gathering about the theme and today's conference. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Mrs. Swati from Department of Botany to introduce today's special speaker, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce today's chief guest for today's program, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS, former Director General of Police, AP, and also President of Pure Health Foundation. He has done his bachelor's in sciences and post-graduation in English literature from Usmania University. He served in various cadres as SP of Adilabad, Prakasham, Srikakulam districts, DIG, Visakhapatnam Range, Commissioner of Police, Visakhapatnam City, Director, AP Police Academy, Director General of Prisons and also Fire Services, Commissioner of Police of Hyderabad City, Director General Road Safety Authority, AP, and Managing Director, APS Office. He also served in the central government as Additional Director General, CRPF, Director General, Sahasra Singh. After retirement, Sir delivered lectures at IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Mount Abu, ASCI, Andhra University, and also Usmania University, and also Sir is eminent panel speaker in many TV channels. It's my honor to welcome you, sir. Thank you.
రెండు పెట్టుకోవాలో ఒకటే పెట్టుకోవాలి కాదు అయితే స్పీకర్ మైక్రోఫోన్ ఇందులో ఉండవచ్చు
సార్ మీరు
రెండు పెట్టుకోవాలి. ఓకే, సభకు నమస్కారం. ఇప్పటికే కాలాతీతం అయింది. So I would not like to waste the time that has been allocated for the participants by a lengthy speech from my side. This day is dedicated to listen to what young citizens of India have to offer by way of thoughts on our environment. More specifically, today's theme being environment and water. Water is something that can be produced only by nature. Even the greatest dictators of this world, whether Hitler or present day Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin or anybody else, cannot produce one drop of water. Therefore, the water that is available to us in this world, being limited and by an act of nature gets recycled in the form of evaporation, clouds, rains, then the human beings make use of whatever they can collect through rivers and then back to the oceans. So this is a cycle that nature has gifted us. If we disturb this cycle, if you misuse water or overuse water, then there will be deleterious effect, damaging effect, harmful effect on all of us, not only the human beings, but also on the flora and fauna. Therefore, realizing that we are not the sole proprietaries of this Earth, the only planet that has life, we have to coexist with fellow living creatures. And our awareness about the need to take good care of the resources that nature has gifted us, especially water, is the main theme today. We have a large number of speakers, youngsters, and since the basic aim of the Indians and make them become aware of the need to take corrective steps to prevent global warming, to ensure that the various harmful effects of the greenhouse gases do not further damage the environment. We have to ensure that we act with care, we act with caution, and not with abandon. The per capita production of USA, which has 1/3 of the population of India, is almost 10 times that of an Indian. That shows how highly developed countries like USA are still ignorant and indifferent to the need to take care of our environment. Be that as it may, I am sure the youngsters who are going to present various papers on different aspects of environment and water will enlighten us and also educate us. I wish all the participants excellent. Thank you.
It's such a delight listening to you. Thank you. Now it's time to start our technical sessions. Technical session 1, the theme being environment and water management. Now I invite Sri MVN Nagavendra Rao Garu to preside the session. Welcome you, sir. We welcome you, sir. Honored to have you with us today. And I also invite Siddiqui, sir, to chair the session. A very warm welcome, sir. Now, I invite Mrs. Ruhia Sultana from Department of Botany to introduce today's presiders. First, she'll be introducing Sri MVN Nagavendra Rao Garu.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Sri MV Nagavendra Rao. He studied BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Regional Engineering College, Warangal, and from Osmania University. And he also secured a gold medal in MBA. He joined APS RTC as management trainee in 1971, served as depot manager, divisional manager, works manager, and he was also an executive director in APS RTC, and he retired in 2005. He received many performance awards in APS RTC, and he also received national awards from Government of India for individual contribution in fuel conservation in APS RTC. He also received Distinguished Alumni Award from NIT Warangal in 2015 in recognition of individual contributions. He is the founder president of Vriksha Mitra, an environment concern society promoting environment protection and community development. Vriksha is a concept wherein every citizen of the world makes it a habit to plant samplings on friendly deeds and establishment of memorial parks, etc. He is also the president of TSRTC Retired Officers Welfare Association, vice president of Senior Citizens Welfare Forum, Anand Nagar, and culture, literature, and music, etc. He has been actively involved in educating the citizens and particularly school children on the importance of earth and environment. Thank you. I would like to introduce Dr. S.Z. Siddiqui sir, former scientist and in charge of Zoological Survey of India, Freshwater Biology, Regional Center, Attapur, Hyderabad. He is a domain expert of freshwater ecology, wetland biodiversity, and conservation of ecology, restoration of river ecology, etc. He also served as scientific consultant to Institute of Forest Diversity, that is IFB, and working on the preparation of DPR on rejuvenation of river Godavari through forestry interventions using riverscape or landscape ecology in tandem with GPS or RS technologies. He has a great inclination in academic research in ecology, environment, pollution, and biology, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruhi. And today's chairpersons, Sri M.V. Nagavendra Rao Garu and Dr. S.C. Siddiqui will be presiding the first technical session. Now we'll start our presentations. The first participant being M. Bhavani from Sarojini Naidu Vanta Mahavidyalaya, and her theme will be floods and water related disasters and management. I welcome Bhavani.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhavani. I am pursuing my master's in Vanita Mahavidyalaya. I thank everyone here for giving me such a wonderful platform to share my thoughts. I'm presenting a paper on the floods and water-related disasters and their management. So, disaster is an event or series of an event which gives rise to casualties and damage or loss of properties, environment, essential services, or means of livelihood, such as scale which is beyond the normal capacity of affected community to cope with. Disasters may be natural or human-made, which are normally occurrence. So first we shall discuss about the vulnerability profile of India. India faces high exposure to climate-related disasters and is one of the vulnerable countries in the world to extreme weather events in the world, and a land of such diverse topography and microclimates. It is exposed to wide spectrum of climate risk. India's vulnerability is in high part due to its sensitivity to a wide range of climate impacts, including drought, floods, and extreme temperatures. Here we focus on understanding the vulnerability of India of two prominent climate extremes that India is affected by repeatedly droughts and floods. Droughts and floods are a common occurrence and their coexistence a potent threat to human and environment which cannot be eliminated but need to be managed. So, what are floods? Floods refer to the invasion of large parts of land otherwise remain dry by water of some duration of time. Floods are one of the most common natural disasters occurring in many parts of the world every year. About floods in India, India being a peninsular country and surrounded by the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean is quite prone to floods. Every year, the flood causes immense loss of the nation's infrastructure, agriculture and activities and lives. The major flood-prone regions in India are Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Rajasthan, Assam, West Bengal, Haryana, and Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, and Kerala. Recent floods in India. Recent floods in India. India-Bangladesh floods are major floods in 2022. Beginning in May 2022, deadly floods hit northern eastern India and Bangladesh. Over 9 million people were affected and around 300 people were died. Causes of the crisis due to the unusual rainfall during the monsoon season. Causes of flood, massive rainfall, overflowing of the rivers, collapse of dams, snow melt, deforestation, and climate change. These are the major causes of the floods. So we discuss about other water-related disasters. Most of the disasters are water-related: floods, landslides, storms, heat waves, cyclones, tsunamis, extreme cold, droughts, and waterborne diseases. Outbreak, all the becoming more frequent and more intense, mainly due to the climate change. The impacts of disasters are exacerbated by urbanization and degradation of natural environments. Let's see about the drought. Drought is a condition of abnormally dry weather within a geographic region. Drought refers to the lack of insufficiency of rain an extended period of time in a specific region. During drought, rainfall is very less and than normal, causing a water imbalance and results in a water shortage. Causes of drought. Droughts occur when atmospheric currents fail to carry moisture to an area. Cold currents hitting the western coast of most continents usually causes droughts because of the hot, dry air. Lack of rainfall is the source of all kinds of droughts. Cyclone is an area of low atmospheric pressure surrounded by wind system blowing in anti-clockwise direction formed in a northern hemisphere. Cyclones generate in the seas and oceans with a high speed towards land. Cyclone forms when moisture evaporates from warm oceans during the hot seasons. This is a table which is shown most recent cyclones in the 2022. Taukte, Yas, and Gulab are the most recent cyclones which hit in India. Let's see, disaster management. Disaster management is a continuous and integrated process of planning, organizing, coordinating, and implementing measures which are necessary or expended for prevention of danger or threat of any disaster, reduction of risk of any disaster or its severity, preparedness to deal with any disaster, evacuation, rescue and relief, rehabilitation and reconstruction. These are various instructions set up in India like National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA. Disaster management cycle. Phases of the disaster management cycle are disaster preparedness, disaster response, disaster recovery, and disaster mitigation. So I conclude that the flood in India has become one of the biggest disasters, which has killed thousands of the people in last few years. Use of science, technologies, telecommunications, and media for alarming and pre-disaster measures can be effective to reduce the devastation. So disasters are common occurrence and their coexistence presents a potent threat to human and environment which cannot be eliminated but need to be managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavani. And now I invite our second participant, A. Mamata from SPW College, her theme being role of water resources in environment balance. A. Mamata.
Mamata, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Mamata, here or
online?
Online.
Mamata is trying to share it.
Yes, sir. Hello, good morning to all. Myself, A. Mamata, second BSc ZPC. Second BSc ZPC. I will discuss the topic is role of water resource in environmental balance. Water resource is a natural resource. For example, drinking water, and water is 97% of earth and 97% of earth in salt water and 3% of fresh water in polar ice caps. Polar ice cap fresh water includes surface water, under river flows, groundwater, and artificial source of fresh water includes agriculture, industry, households, and environment. environment activities and water
Mamata, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Are you there, Mamata?
Yes, sir.
Please respond.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, she is not there. You can go to the next participant.
Sir, hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Myself, Mamata, sir.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir.
మీరు మమత స్టార్ట్ చేయండి ఫ్రమ్ ఉమాదేవి సిస్టమ్. అది మమత is not there. Next speaker also you can start.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
On your video.
సార్ మీరు ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ పెట్టుకొని మాట్లాడండి, వాళ్ళకి వినిపిస్తుంది.
From Umadevi system. Yeah. Okay. Please start.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Myself, A. Mamata, SPW Degree College in Tirupati. I will discuss about role of water resource in environmental balance. Water resource is a natural resources of. Hello, sir.
Yes, she started. Yeah, ma. You continue.
Today my topic is role of water resources in environmental balance.
She's audible here. She's audible.
Yes, sir.
One moment, Amma. One moment. Just wait. 1 moment.
Hello, sir.
Are you audible, sir?
Wait a minute. Just wait. No, you are audible, Amma, because there is small correction. Just wait.
Okay,
1
sir.
minute you wait.
These slides will send signal.
No, they are talking, but we are not getting it.
ఇప్పుడు నేను చూస్తాను.
మనం అన్ని మమత మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hello, good morning to all. Myself, A. Mamata, second BSc ZPC. Today I will discuss about role of water resource in environmental balance. Water resource is a natural resource of water. For example, drinking water. Water is a 97% of earth in salt water and 3% of fresh water in polar ice. It is artificial source of fresh water includes agriculture, industries, households, and environmental activities. Environmental activities and water pollution is mostly used to Asia, South America, and North America. And then management of water abstract is management of water resource in India is a paramount of billion impulse for population. Water management is composite areas with linkages like various sectors of Indian economy, including the agricultural and industrial, domestic and household, environment, fisheries and transportation sectors. Objectives: source of water and water budgets, utility water, the process of relocation also takes place from surface water and large amount of water on the earth's surface. Another one is rainwater harvesting. The storage of rainwater harvesting differs from the stormwater harvesting. Groundwater recharge. It is a natural groundwater supplies is man-made components such as in fertilization, drains and trenches, dams and wells. Artificial groundwater. Groundwater levels decreasing across withdrawals expressed by groundwater receivers, natural resources and natural resource water tables are required in artificial groundwater recharge. Next one is drip irrigation. Microorganism systems that has potential to save water and nutrition. Another one is grey water. Grey water is used by bathrooms, showers, sinks and tubes and washing machines. Sewage water treatment. The process of municipal wastewater is mainly hold sewage. Next one is aquifer storage and recovery. Aquifer storage is recovery. This water is direct to supply in water supplies, direct to supply in tanks and other ones. Conclusion. Fresh water is finds or limited source of earth and increasingly much of it is polluted by
both pathogenic microbes and chemical contaminants. Human-human freshwater is increasing in particular areas. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mamata.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I call upon K. Anita from SPW College. Her theme being water scarcity and its effect on environment. Over to you, Anita.
Yeah.
హైబ్రిడ్ చాలా కష్టమే, కొత్త ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ లేదా ఫిజికల్ మా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తావా అనిత?
Sir, wait 1 minute, sir.
ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే. దూరం కాదని
Good morning to one and all. My name is Kiran.
ఇబ్బందికరమే అయింది. ఈ పైకి వచ్చేయాలి, వాళ్ళని పైన పెడితేనే వాళ్ళకి మర్యాద. ఈ ప్రొజెక్టర్ పైకి వస్తే
వాళ్ళకి ఎలా కనిపిస్తుంది సార్? ఆడియన్స్
ఇదిగోండి, నేను కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేసాను. ఇది ఇలా అయిపోతే ఇట్లా పెడతాం, ఇదే డైరెక్ట్ ఇస్తాం, ఇట్లా కూర్చుంటారు, అక్కడ ఉంటుంది సార్ స్క్రీన్. వాళ్ళకి స్ట్రైట్ గా సెంటర్ లో స్క్రీన్, సెంటర్ లో అక్కడ స్క్రీన్ సార్ కూర్చుంటారు. మేము ఇప్పుడు పైన ఉంటుంది కదా చేసాం. మీరు అక్కడ నో ప్రాబ్లం, మనకు అందరూ ప్రాబ్లం ఉండేది ఇబ్బంది లేదు.
Is my screen visible, sir? Sir?
స్టార్ట్ చేయమ్మా. మేడం నాదే స్టార్ట్ అమ్మా.
Is my screen visible, sir? Hello? Hello, sir?
కంటిన్యూ అమ్మా, స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
My name is Kiran. Good morning to one and all. My name is Kiranita. I am studying second BSc BJC in SPW degree and PG college in Tirupati. First of all, I have to tell about my topic is water scarcity and its effect on environment.
Wait. Tension put. Tension put.
Water. Introduction. Water scarcity is a problem that is experienced all over the world. It is estimated that over 1 billion people are annually hit by water scarcity. The increased demand for water resources as a result of its unavailability. Water is a valuable resource to humans and world as a whole. Water scarcity is a lack of water resources to meet the standard water demand. The amount of water that can be physically accessed varies as supply and demand changes. Objectives of water scarcity. Water scarcity. The amount of water that can be physically accessed varies as supply and demand changes. The increased demand for physical increased demand for water as a result of its unavailability. Water is a valuable resource to humans and works as a whole. If water resources to continue to diminish, the environment will continue to experience the struggle of surviving. As the environment and forest particularly depend on water resources. Water scarcity is lack of freshwater resources to meet the standard water demand. Water scarcity is divided into two types: economically water scarcity and physical water scarcity. Industry is responsible for water scarcity. Many There are many industries responsible for water scarcity. That is pulp and paper industry, tannery industry, textile industry, paint industry, electroplating industry, distillery industry. Water is a very valuable resource. It uses everyone in their life. So we have to save water. World Water Day celebrated 22nd March. Save water, don't waste water. Water scarcity. Water scarcity is two types: economic water scarcity, physical water scarcity. In major countries faces both economic and physical water scarcities. It will affect on our societies a lot. So we have to protect water in our future generations. We have to give water to our future generations. Conclusion. Drinking water is very important to our body's health. It is a vital substance which plays a crucial role in the existence of life on the surface. Please treasure water and preserve life. Pure Earth is the world's first and foremost medicine. I record this information in old books, room, library, nearby village with my friends, with my lecturers. Thank you to Vonadal. I am so excited I'm so pleasure to participate in Pure Earth Foundation conference. Thank you to Vonadal. Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Hello. Sir, are you hear my voice, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite and Priya from SPW College. Her theme is impact of weather and climate on water cycle. Over to you, Sri Priya.
ఆడియో తగ్గించడం
Sri
స్టార్ట్ చేయమ్మా.
Priya.
Sri Priya.
Good morning, sir. Hello. Let's start.
Have to wait this.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Myself, N. Sri
Good morning,
Priya.
Amma. Carry on.
Myself, N. Sri Priya, second year BSc ZPC group in SPW Degree College. And today my topic is impact on weather and climate on water cycle. Firstly, we know about what is water cycle. The process by which water circulates between the earth's oceans and atmosphere and land is known as a water cycle. These are mainly three processes are formation of water cycle. Firstly, evaporation, condensation, and precipitation. Water is evaporated into the atmosphere. Water condenses into tiny water droplets. Water is precipitated down to earth in the form of rain, snow, sleet, and hail. Next, water runoff into rivers and lakes. Water is considered into the ground. Next, climate and weather conditions on water cycle. Climate changes has been found to have a major increasing impact on the earth water cycle. Carbon emissions, agriculture and industry have led to an overall increasing in the average temperature on earth. Climate change. Climate change is one of the biggest factor concern facing the modern golden days. Increasing of earth temperature, which leads to global warming. Due to this effect, the water on the land undergoing evaporation rapidly. Due to evaporation of water, some areas becomes dry and leads to droughts and etc. As well, melting of ice takes place. This is causing for loss of classical land and scraps and habitats for polar animals. This also increases in ocean water. Then increasing precipitation causes flooding. Flooding is the largest side effect of climate change. Next, effects. 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 Climate change is likely causing parts of the water cycle to speed up as warming, global temperature increases, and greenhouse effects. Acid rains is very harmful to agriculture, plants, and animals. When atmospheric pollutions like oxides of nitrogen and sulfuric react with rainwater and comes down with the rain. This react in acid rains, in which lead can more intense rain storms causing major problems like extreme flooding host communities in around the world. Examples acid rains and flooding is more effective on water climate changes in water cycle. Preventions. Reducing pollution, prefer public transport to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Stop using toxic chemicals in agriculture and manufacturing. Avoid deforestation and give more plantation. Stop using much plastic and stop wasting water. Use renewable energy sources, reducing using fossil fuel. Then recycling helps our planet's biodiversity. Then conclusion. Availability of clean water is grandly treated by various human activities and of interest and pollution in which is turn the ecosystem and causes various climate change. This leads to a lot of changes to our future generation. So it's our duty to protect our environment for next generation. So make the climate great again. Thank you. Hello, thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Disha, start.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
ఎన్నది రాది ఈ అమ్మాయి దీక్ష తర్వాత మీరిద్దరా పార్టీస్ ఏ పేరు నీ పేరు సుభాషిణి ఉమాశ్రీ నీ అలేఖ్యాను ఇంకొక అమ్మాయి ఏమైంది పార్ట్నర్ దాని అమ్మాయి పేరు ఏంటి అమూల్య
Hi, sir. Good morning.
మంచిగా పెట్టాను కాబట్టి కొద్దిగా కొంతమంది ఇక్కడ చెప్పాలని మిమ్మల్ని ఇన్సిస్ట్ చేశారు అందరూ ఆన్లైన్ అయితే మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు చేయడం ఈ కాలేజ్ దండకు
Hello, sir.
Please start.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Diksha.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Is my voice visible, sir? Audible, sir. My screen is visible. Hello, sir.
Screen is visible, but audio is not.
Now audible, sir? Sir.
Wait, Amma.
అది పెడితే ఈ వాయిస్ వినపడదు
Wait, Amma, wait.
మామూలుగా వినిపిస్తుంది టెన్షన్ పడదు टेंशन करो
స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
Good morning, sir. Sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్, కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
Good morning, sir. I am Deeksha. I am studying BSc JPC in SPW Degree and PG College. Today, my presentation about water studies in space and terrestrial planets. Now, we'll see the introduction, sir. Water is precious on Earth to survival of life, but even more so in space. Astronauts were all drinkable water, mostly transport from home. And
సార్ మేడం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. ఇది వైఫై, ఇది బ్లూటూత్ ఆఫ్ చేస్తారా? డైరెక్ట్ స్పీకర్ పెడదాం, ఎందుకంటే అది మళ్ళీ ఆగిపోయింది. అది
స్లోగా మాట్లాడు.
Sir,
కంటిన్యూ చేయమ్మా, కంటిన్యూ చేయండి, కంటిన్యూ చేయమ్మా, కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
Introduction, sir. Water is precious on Earth to survival of life, even more so in space. Astronauts were all drinkable water, mostly transport from home, and recycle their wastages for clean water. The presence of water on terrestrial planets of solar system varies with each planetary body. Next, water reservoirs in space. Scientists have found an enormous cloud of water vapor floating in space, located 13 million miles away in Aquisa, a massive, powerful cosmetic body. The water cloud is estimated to contain at least 140 billion times of input of water in all the oceans and seas in her Earth. Where we know for a long time that there is water in space, but an international team of scientists has found a cloud of water vapor 12 billion light year ago, and it's bigger than possible image. Next, water inventories. In our solar system, there are five terrestrial planets, which are Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, and Moon. Now we see the Mercury, sir. Due to its proximity to the sun and lack of visible water on its surface, the planet Mercury, non-visible planet. Scientists conclude that Mercury has volatile rich. Mercury is rich in K also, which has been suggested to be a possible long volatile depletion on planetary body. This leads to assumptions that Mercury could have accreted water on its surface. Now we see the Earth planet. Earth is only the planet in our planetary system endowed with water. Earth hydrosphere contain 1.46 into 10 to the power of 21 kilogram of water, and sedimentary rock contain 0.21 into 10 to the power of 21 kilogram. kilogram of water. Mantle inventor range 0.5 into 10 to the power of 21 kilogram, and bulk inventor as 0.04% of water. Now we see the Venus planets. The observation of Venus, its atmosphere has only 250 gram per kilogram water in vapor form, and the pressure and temperature required makes water unstable in its surface. Venus geologically ancient water get difficult. They form water in land is very difficult. Now we see the moon, sir. Recently observed water in moon planet by number of spacecrafts confirmed sufficient amount of luminal water. And also IFS also found the luminal water in like how Apollo astronauts rock samples returned to the Earth. These rock samples were tested into 3 different waves, and all are come to conclude that moon contain luminal water. Now we see the Mars planets. Astronauts suggested to estimate the water in Mars, but water is unstable on its surface because of carbon dioxide. The water only freeze ice. That we see the methods, sir. There are few methods to determine the water in terrestrial planets. Water in terrestrial planets, which are spectroscopy, magnetic field, alchemical observation, gravitational evidence, ground penetrating ratio, and habitated zone. These methods are used to detect the water in planets, but one is not detecting water in terrestrial planets. That is spectroscopy. Because of the spectroscopy is work on current technology. So that's why it's undetectable in terrestrial planets water. And this important method to use water detecting is habitated. This method is more popular to detect the water in terrestrial planets. Now conclusion, sir. Just like on Earth, recycling, reuse, and just like on Earth, recycling, reuse, and reproduce mantra for off-world exploration and space agencies use it. It is now universal accepted that the terrestrial planets formed by slow creation of small solid bodies and the major volatile in the atmosphere. Second point, that the composition of the test and volatile compounds of comments may be essential to understanding the details of the volatile element invectives on terrestrial planets. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, Amma.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Diksha. Our next participant from G. Narayanama Institute of Technology and Science, her theme being floods and water-related disasters and management. Welcome you, Meghna Reddy.
ఇది రన్ చేస్తాను. చేసేయండి ఇలా.
చైతన్య గారు ఇది మరీ హైగా ఉండడం వీళ్ళు కనపడదు. అదైతే బెటర్.
లెటర్ ఇది
లంచ్ తర్వాత నా షిఫ్ట్
చేద్దాం. ఏదో ఒక సెషన్ అని అడగండి.
ఏం కనపడదు అసలు. ఇది కనపడుతుంది
చాలా
రైట్.
కొంచెం డిస్టెన్స్ ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. ట్రై చేయవచ్చు.
అది మీ ఇమేజ్ ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది?
స్క్రోల్ చేసుకో.
ఇమేజ్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది?
సార్ ఈ విండో మొత్తం
అయితే నువ్వు కూడా కనపడాలి. హాఫ్ ఇక్కడ ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది సార్. పిక్చర్ అండ్ పిక్చర్ ఏదో అంటారా?
డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోయి ఓపెన్ చేసేసి నేను షేర్ చేస్తాను.
So we also have animation plans to show travel flights.
ఇప్పుడు పిఐపి పిక్చర్ పిక్చర్
share your screen.
ఇప్పుడు you will have to adjust yourself so that you are in the center. అది కరెక్ట్. ఎక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఇది? You are somewhere here కదా?
Yes.
అది సో ఈ మధ్యలో రావాలి.
Yes.
ఇందులో మాట్లాడాలి.
Sir, yes, sir.
ఇక్కడ మీదే రెండు ఒకటే ఉంది.
ఒకసారి మెయిల్ రిఫ్రెష్ చేయండి.
గుర్తుంది ఏదన్నా?
Yes, sir.
ఏదో సినిమా
Yes.
పెట్టారు.
Yes.
వీడియో
ఆఫ్ చేయండి.
మీరు షేర్కి వెళ్ళి
ఎంటైర్ స్క్రీన్ పెట్టండి సార్.
ప్రెజెంటేషన్ వీడియో కావాలనుకున్నప్పుడు వీడియో ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఇప్పుడు
ఇక్కడ ఉంది.
ఇక్కడ ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు మీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ తీసుకోండి.
A very good morning to everybody present here. I'm S. Meghna Reddy, and this is Naini Umasri from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Sciences for Women. We are currently pursuing our BTech in ECE second year. Our paper is titled Floods and Water-Related Disasters and Management. So we know that water is necessary both for sustainable human development and for the healthy functioning of our planet's ecosystem. Availability of global fresh water, however, is limited. Our nation, India, supports 18% of the world's population with just 4% of the planet's water resources. This shows that our water resources are stretched thin and is highly uneven in both space and time. Our rivers and oceans are a great boon to our country. Often worshipped as goddesses, there are millions of livelihoods dependent on our river basins. But, however, large river systems and our oceans sometimes become a double-edged sword. The nation sees cycles of drought years and flood years, with large parts of the West and South experiencing deficits and larger variations. According to the United Nations, most of the disasters are water-related. Floods, landslides, droughts, cyclones, they are all water-related and are becoming more frequent in nature to attribute of climate change. The two major problems faced by a country are floods and droughts, which will be discussed by me and Umashi in the following. So you may get cyclones must be a part of water-related disasters too. Yes, you are true. But let us take for an example, cyclones created in the Bay of Bengal. They bring with them turbulent weather conditions and heavy rain. What does that lead to? Floods. Hence, I've told that the two major problems are floods and droughts. Continuing, floods are recurrent phenomena in India. Flooding is caused by the inadequate capacity of the banks of the river to contain the heavy inflow from the upper catchments of the river during heavy rainfall. There has been a tendency of the public to encroach over the river banks. Since 2003, there has been a 5-fold increase in riverbank encroachment. Obviously, this will lead to huger damages during floods. In 1980, Rashtriya Bharat Ayog, or also called the National Commission on Floods, assessed that nearly 40 million hectares in India is susceptible to floods and has labeled it flood-prone zones. Now, this is a huge thing because it constitutes 1/8 of our country's geographical area. Later on, the Niti Ayog got the number up to 45 million hectares. Let us have a look at the 2013 Uttarakhand floods. Between June 13 and 17, the state received an unusual amount of rainfall, which led to the overflowing of the Mandakini River. The destruction and carnage caused was unseen before. The rescue operations became risky due to the dangerous terrain, unpredictable weather conditions. The floods brought the death toll up to 5,000 people. Let me show you a fascinating video that I found in YouTube. I hope everybody is able to see the YouTube page.
మన దాంట్లో ఉప్పు ఉందో లేదో కారం ఉందో లేదు ఏమి టేస్ట్ కూడా చూడాల
అనిల్ తాగు బాగుంటుంది
So here you can see the landslide that happened in Uttarakhand. It's not visible, sir. I hope it is visible now.
fine, but
This is the landslide that happened in Uttarakhand.
karma. Lupa karma baga dintu. Adi kar baga. Hah? La karma. Nah. Dintu ko lupa karma.
Now we can see how the extreme rains brought such a overflow of the river. The force of the water can sweep anything away in the path. Humans and cattle would not stand a chance.
పెడతారు నాయన రోజు పులిహోరే రోజు పసుపు తిని తిని కడుపు మొత్తం పసుపు చేరుతుంది రోజు అదే మా పులిహోరం రోజు పులిహోర చాలా తిండి మార్చింది.
And the water has entered the city premises. A few clips of the actual flood is being shown. So even though heavy rainfall and cloudbursts are a natural cause of flood and landslides, environmentalists believe that this was partly man-made due to the haphazard construction, unplanned construction, mismanagement of tourism, and extensive mining in such a delicate ecosystem. So please give me a chance to reminiscence about my experience of the Chennai floods. I was there in Chennai during the historic floods. I remember Kendra Vidyalaya granting us a leave of nearly 1 month. Our KV island grounds literally became an island. My father served the Indian Navy, and I remember him coming very late at nights and phone calls from very concerned relatives calling him up and asking for updates. Very patiently, the Indian Navy, the NDRF, the Indian Army, and other rescue forces handled the situation. I also remember Jayalalitha's government getting back to our students after classes resumed, asking particularly every student if their books have been lost, if any important commodities of their family has been lost, and to submit a record so that the government can replace all of them. So such care that the state government has shown to its people made me believe that governments can indeed bring a huge change with their mentality or the way they handle disasters. So getting back to disaster management, what can the government do better so that the Uttarakhand 2013 type of floods, the Chennai floods type, do not again repeat? So first, capacity for disaster preparedness and response must be increased. The NDMA, National Disaster Management Agency, NDRF, National Disaster Response Force, the BRO, Border Roads Organization, needs more resources, more capacity, and a larger mandate for risk-informed programming. Second, the data for risk prediction and risk prevention must be updated and must be monitored very closely so that even slight changes can be alerted to the response forces. Third, community-based disaster preparedness is a key. The central or state government could locate people in the flood-prone areas, give them drills, make them knowledgeable about what to do during flood timing so that people can evacuate quickly without much panic. Fourth, greater vulnerability, uncertainty, and glacier melts are here to stay. That's a sad reality. The climate change is becoming more severe and severe. Thus, for the long run, internationally, there needs to be more pressure over countries more developed and developing to achieve their net zero economic goals. Presently, they have very ambitious goals, which is not concurrent with the ground reality. This is not good. It needs to stop. Countries need to revise and revisit their net zero economic plans. Fifth, strengthen and make progress on the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, which sets the rules on billion per year by 2030. The government has managed to achieve few of these factors from the Uttarakhand 2013 floods, but a lot more is yet to be achieved. I am now handing over the mic to Umasri, who will be handling the droughts part of the presentation. So,
Good morning, everyone. Drought is a recurrent natural phenomenon which results from lack of precipitation over an extended period of time. It might be a season or a month or several years. But why does it lack? Due to the climatic conditions like ocean temperature changes and land temperature changes. It's a temporary deviation of rainfall and moisture conditions from the mean that's different from aridity and seasonal aridities. Droughts do not only depend on the climatic conditions, but it also depends upon the soil consumption and water consumption of the people. So droughts also affect all the climatic conditions, and it is affected more than one of the half of the earth in every year. But why does a drought occur? Mostly, the droughts occur due to the climatic conditions of land and ocean changes and low rainfall and low lack of precipitation. But why does a lack of precipitation occurs? Because of growing crops continuously. See, suppose if a crop is planted, there's a season for a crop. We call it as Rabi and Kharif. Rabi crops are for winter, where they are sown in winter and they're harvested in the mid of March or April. And whereas Kharif, they are grown in the monsoon, onset of the monsoon, and they are harvested in the month of October or November. But continuously growing one crop and making a sell for a farmer, it is easy. But it may affect the climate as well as the water consumption, and the groundwater level decreases. Example, in 2013, Maharashtra was affected with severe drought because they have harvested sugarcane over a year because it was a best selling and it is consuming more water. But why does they need to do? Because they are using for their benefit. But farmers, yes, they are doing for our benefit also, because in this wide population, they have to make what is best for us and what are the needs of the people and have to be grown. Whereas there are different types of crops. What are the different types of droughts? What are the different types of droughts? They are meteorological, hydrological, agricultural, social, economic, and ecological droughts. Why does these droughts occur? These are the droughts which, first of all, meteorological. Meteorological occurs due to lack of precipitation. Means the annual rainfall of those monsoon seasons are less than the required one. Whereas in hydrological, it is due to low runoff or stream flow or groundwater levels. And social economical, where it is due to infrastructure development. But we have seen, as Meghna has said, Uttarakhand response, but there is Kerala, which is affected with most of the floods. Why? Because of the infrastructure. Even in the sea places, ocean places or urban zones or anywhere, they have constructed their buildings, which affected there's no space for water to get in. Whereas, speaking of droughts in India, we have experienced 22 major droughts. Mainly, India has experienced 16 hydrological droughts and 18 meteorological droughts. Whereas in year 2002, India has experienced a severe drought after 14 good monsoon cycles, where it is a hydrological and meteorological drought. And in 1917 and 1918, Jhelum River in Kashmir has affected it has directly completed the river where there's no water in it. And I'm going to share an experience of the major drought in 2013 in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is place where most of the agricultural lands are dependent on, and it is very good at groundwater level. So why does it have experienced a drought? Because of the lowest rainfall in the season, June to September, and most of the crops was grown, and it was most sugarcane. Sugarcane is the crop where it consumes more amount of water. So where the water consumption was more, the groundwater level decreased. Where no bore wells nor reservoirs, no water was left. Where it experienced. As it was more about Maharashtra was good at groundwater level, it lacked groundwater level too. So 60% of the livelihood was affected and 20% of human cattle were also affected. Thank you. So, yeah.
In conclusion, we believe that students can also bring a major change in disaster management. We as individuals can spread awareness among our community on what to do when an earthquake or flood or drought hits. We can give our resources whenever a donation drive is being conducted. Most probably, because we are the future resources of India, we can come up with new devices or technology which will help future generations and our generations during time of need. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Meghna and Umashri from G. Narayanama College. And the next participant is from SPW College, U. Lokeshwari, and her theme being environmental and social issues associated with water. U. Lokeshwari.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Konandar. Myself, U. Lokeshwari.
Are you audible, sir?
Are you audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Morning to one and all. Myself, U. Lokeshwari, second BSc ZPC. Today, I am studying SPW degree and PG college. Today, my topic environmental, social issues and associated with water. Introduction, sir. Global environmental changes such as pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, and freshwater decline affect people worldwide. It implies that are not just physical but also social and economic. Sir, my screen changes, sir.
Sir, screen is visible, sir?
Visible.
Sir,
Okay.
economic, this changes affect family and community stability, social relationships, health, and sometimes survival. Objectives, developing and modernizing and the technologies without losing our second traditional values and practice is essential to improve the integral growth of human being, national integration, community development, and environment. To know about various living organisms and their interaction with the environment. Greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect developing in increased awareness about our national history, our cultural heritage, constitutional rights, national integration, community development, and environment. Waste and contamination water. Water, air, noise are all typical examples for overruling the environmental ethics. Acid rain. Sir, my
slide changes.
Sir, my slide changes, sir.
Slide move కావట్లేదమ్మా.
సార్ మేము ఫస్ట్ నుండి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం సార్, ఏదో టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూ సార్.
సార్
ఓకే ఓకే
ఫస్ట్ నుంచి ఎలా చేయాలి?
Sir, I'm starting from you, sir.
ఓకే అమ్మా ఓకే అమ్మా ఓకే.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, U. Lokeshwari, second BSc ZPC in SPW Degree and Teaching College at Tirupati. Introduction, sir. Global environmental changes. My topic, environmental and social issues associated with water. Global environmental changes such as pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, and freshwater decline affect people worldwide with impacts that are not just physical but also social and economic. These changes affect family and community stability, social relationships, health, and sometimes survival. Objectives: developing and modernizing technology without losing sound traditional values and practices to improve the integral growth of human being, national integration, community development, and environment. To know about various living organisms and their interaction with the environment. Greenhouse effect. A greenhouse effect, common effects are food and water insecurity, respiratory blindness and disease, mental disease and emotional health problems, family separation, social networks loss, house damage, unemployment, increase restriction and asset depletion, water reclamation, waste and land reclamation. Fresh water availability will decrease by 2050, so that all may share the earth's pressure of resource. Reduce our dependency on heavy metals and fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. Acid rains.
నెట్ కూడా ప్రాబ్లం.
Acid rain, making environmental education the center of all learning process will greatly helping changing the thinking and attitude of people towards pure and the environment. Methods. There are two methods. One, water conservation, two, rainwater harvesting. First, water conservation, decreasing of loss. Second, reducing evaporation loss, reducing irrigation loss, reuse of water, preventing wastage water, water harvesting, to avoid flooding roads, to meet the increasing demands of water, to raise the water by recharging groundwater. Human health will be affected. Environment and human health. Environmental issues are effects of human activity on the biophysical environment, most often of which are harmful effects that cause environmental degradation. Environmental protection is the practice of protecting the natural environment on the individual, organizational, or governmental levels for the benefit of the both environment and humans. Environmentalism is a social and environmental movement that address environmental issues through advocacy, legislation, education, and activism. Environmental, a global ongoing problem. Water pollution also causes problems to marine life. Types: physical hazards, radioactive and UV radiations, global warming, chloroform carbons, noise, etc. Chemical hazards, combustion of fossil fuels, industrial effluents, pesticides, heavy metals. Biological hazards, bacteria, virus, parasites. Conclusion: you should keep each day scared to each earth and celebrate changing of its seasons. You should consume the materials in modern amounts, some that all may share the earth's precious treasure of resource. Climate is the average weather of an area. It is general weather conditions, seasonal variations, and extents of weather in a region. Such conditions, which average over a long period, at least 30 years, is called climate. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published the best available evidence about fast climate change, the greenhouse effect on recent changes in global temperature. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, my presentation is end, sir.
ఓకే అమ్మా, ఓకే అమ్మా.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lokeshwari.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
our next participant, Vishnu Priya. Theme will be impact on weather and climate on water cycle. Vishnu Priya.
అది పోవట్లేదు సార్, మళ్ళీ బాగిపోయింది.
Vishnu Priya.
లేదు, వాళ్ళది కనిపిస్తుంది, మనది షేర్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఇక్కడ వస్తుంది. ఆన్లైన్ విష్ణుప్రియ. స్టార్ట్ అమ్మా.
Please wait, sir.
Sir, please wait, sir.
గట్టిగా చెప్పు. Okay, let's start.
Sir, my screen is visible to you, sir.
Visible amma, visible.
My voice, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Start.
A warm good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Vishnu Priya. I am from second BSc MPC and I am studying in Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG. Introduction. Myself, Vishnu Priya. Second BSc MPC Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College, Tirupati. And today's my topic is impact of weather and climate on water cycle. Now, contents. And now, yes, brief introduction.
Water is always on the move. Rainfall is today may have been water distant ocean today's before. Climate, automatically climate is likely causing efforts of water cycle.
Sir, my slides changes.
Sir, my slide is changing, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Emma.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah, correct. Continue.
Now a brief introduction about the climate and water cycle. Water is always on the move. Rainfall in today may have been water distant oceans before. And climate is likely changing, causing parts of water cycle today sped up as warming global temperature increase the rate of evaporation worldwide. Higher evaporation and precipitation rates are noted evenly distributed around the world. The warmer temperatures associated with climate and increased carbon dioxide levels may speed plant growth regions with ample moisture and nutrients. And this is the picture of how the climate is changing day to day and what pollution is causing today. A small abstract of it. The strength of water cycle changes over a time of considerable interest, especially as the climate changes. The overall hydrological cycle is the evaporation of the moisture in one place and the precipitation in another place. The water cycle is a key part of energy cycle also. Through the evaporative cooling at the surface and latent heating of the atmosphere, as atmospheric systems play a primary role in moving upward. And this is the picture. And this is the picture on which hydrological cycle and weather changes automatically from day to day. And these are the pictures, this going from upward and water coming downward. And there are some methods in that. And first method is floods and stream flow. What is meant by floods and stream flow? The changes observed in water system for all by rising frequencies of floods and stream flow. And coming to next second one. Drought, extreme temperature and storm. Drought may be simply water relative need. It is insufficient water supply and that causing resulting generally from low pressure. And drought burn. It is based on social and alteration of human, and that is caused by humans. In addition, the following contains. In addition, as runoff dumps sediment, it could cause harm to fishes and other worldwide fertilizers. It can cause harm to fertilizers in land and algae that are skinny and sticky in the mess. And fourth one, policies to face the climate change impact on water. There are some policies and associations that are involved in water cycle. The southwest, southern Great Plains and southeast and predicted to see more intense according to National Climate Assessment. Every year, the National Climate Assessment collects information on water cycle and hydrological cycle, which is in our environment. And our earth is changing from this and this nowadays due to pollution which are causing by humans on the earth. And this is the bar graph which is related on weather and climate extremes. This first, the factors affect from low to, and again water cycle changes from less to high and low to high, and some pressure is caused on our atmosphere which changes water into cycle and it converts into acid rains. Due to acid rains, we are causing harmful skin diseases and it is affecting wildlife and aquatic life too. So this we are facing more crisis in our life, and we are facing droughts also, and we are not having enough food to eat and water, and so many of them are going and getting water from different wells and suffering due to drought because of diseases. This is because of our human. And some conclusion about it. River discharge refers to water flow into a river, and these are various possible outputs, approaches to characterizing the hydrological extremes. High and low flows are commonly distinguished as events is determined statistically by the counting number of events. As I told in the paragraph, the events are coming from upward and going to downward as weather changes, and our climate also changes rapidly over years on atmosphere. And these are climatic connections. First, it is connected more precipitation in some area and less precipitation in another areas. And it is coming like this and it is changing into evaporation, and it is coming like this and going into droughts and other situations. And we are meeting some droughts every year, and we are having droughts every year, not a single year. It is not invisible. Then we are getting it, and this is the climate and weather, which depends on water cycle on the atmosphere, and this shows half is drought and half is environment is green, and half is it is drought. And nowadays we are facing more drought situations, and the humans are the great responsible for this by using smoke and creating industries like smoke and more greenhouse effect. We are all the causing this greenhouse effects, and we should reduce it by planting some trees and doing a plantation everywhere without any disturbances. And the human shouldn't create any disturbance to the earth. We are living on the earth, so we shouldn't create any disturbance. Still, we should encourage and we should plant the trees without causing any drought. So then only we can overcome from the drought, and we the humans can repeat water cycle. And nowadays the rains are also not coming in some seasons. It is coming rain is causing in summer season, and it is causing in different seasons. Rainfall is not coming in winter season because of this all pollution, everything. We are causing this drought situations, and drought is the main reason, and it is causing only in many rural areas. We are seeing the drought situations in many rural areas because we the humans are not planting trees and we are the humans cutting. Rather than we are planting trees, we are cutting the trees, and we are cutting the trees and using for other works. Due to this cutting trees, we may not have regular rainfall, and still we are going to face many problems. Now we are somewhat okay, but our future generations will not be having anything. If we destroy in this, then how our future generations will get the plants, and how they should drink some water, and how they will get. Now only we are getting water from kilometers, then where they should get. So please don't create any disturbance for earth. So please try to plant trees. And thank you. This is the impact of weather and climate on the water cycle. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity for this, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you. My next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Sir, next speaker start చేయండి sir.
Yeah. Please.
Please,
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, continue, Amma. Please make it to 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
కొద్ది క్విక్ గా మనం చాలా లేట్ వెళ్తున్నాం ఇవాళ.
Sir, good
So
morning,
5
sir.
minutes లో 5 minutes తీసుకోండి. Okay.
Slowగా గట్టిగా చెప్పు.
Good morning, sir. My name is T. Maheshwari. I am studying second BSc BJC in SPW Degree and PG College at Tirupati. Today my topic is floods, water related disaster and management. First of all, introduction. Water renewable resource which is essential for sustainable of life. Of the total water is present in hydrosphere, 97% is present. Next, water is indispensable for every organisms, every living organisms. Objectives to supply essential commodities.
Sir, slides
కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
స్లైడ్స్ చేంజెస్ కావడం లేదు సార్. సో
లేదు మీరు ఒక్కొక్క స్లైడ్ మీద క్లిక్ చేయాలి కదా, నెక్స్ట్ స్లైడ్ మీద.
నేను ఇక్కడ చేంజ్ చేస్తున్నాను సార్, బట్ అక్కడ ప్రివ్యూలో కనిపించడం లేదు సార్.
అవునవును కనిపించట్లేదు, మాకు కూడా చేంజ్ కావట్లేదు. క్లిక్ చేసి చూడండి, మీరు స్క్రోల్ చేయండి. నెట్వర్క్ ప్రాబ్లం కూడా ఉండొచ్చు, స్లో ఉండొచ్చు. పర్లేదు, మీరు మాకు ప్రజెంటేషన్ మిస్ అయితే కంటిన్యూ చేయమ్మా. కంటిన్యూ చేయి, మీరు చూస్తే మీకు మీరు చేంజ్ చేసుకున్నా పర్లేదు.
Today my topic is floods, water related disaster and management. First of all, introduction. Water renewable resource which is essential for sustainable of life. Of the total water is present in hydrosphere, 97% is present in water is indispensable for every living organisms. Objectives. Next of all, objectives. Supply to essential commodities, rehabilitations of disaster victims, protective measures to reduce the intensity of future disaster. Next of all, abstract. Floods and droughts are expected to increase with climate change and global warming. Many places across the globe, these are already taking places. The world is ill prepared to respond to such disaster. Water related disaster. First of all, floods. First of all, floods. Floods occurs commonly when water is form of surface runoff, the carrying capacity to channels and streams flow into neighboring low-lying floodplain. Next one, droughts. Droughts are caused by precipitation over an extended period of time. This results in water shortage. Droughts often extends unsustainable impact on the ecosystem agriculture to affect regions, causes harm economy. Next one, storms. A storm is an acute disturbance of atmosphere that is coupled with the mild A cloud waves is weather phenomenon that is distinguished by a cooling of the air. Next one, cyclone. Cyclone is a larger air mass. They rotate round strong center low atmospheric pressure, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Atmospheric instability, low vertical wind shears, sufficiently warm sea surface temperature. Next one, waterborne. Waterborne disease or conditions caused by a pathogenic microorganisms that are transmitted in water. These are diseases spread while bathing, washing, and drinking water, or eating food exposed by contaminated water. Next, landslides. Landslides, it is also known as landslides, are several forms of mass wasting that may include a fine range of ground movement, such as a rock falls, deep-seated slope failures, mud flow, debris flow. The landslide is triggered by specific events such as a heavy rainfalls and earthquake, a slope cut to build, a reed, and many others. Next one, water disaster management. Water supplies and sanitizers in a particular often becomes the most crucial needs of disaster affect population, especially women and children. The natural disasters may lead to outbreak of epidemics like cholera, diarrhea, dengue, typhoid, etc. Arrangement of temporary water supply, water quality monitoring, repairing the damaged water tube walls, and conducting awareness campaigning, disinfections of water, large groundwater tube vessel. Next one, conclusion. Conclusion. Water play an important role in our daily life. Water related hazards or effects severe economic loss and health problems. Reference. The information collected was newspapers, library, and Google Internet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving this golden opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay,
sir.
ma. Thank you, Amma. Thank you. మీరు నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్ రెడీగా ఉండండి, కొద్దిగా క్విక్ గా కంప్లీట్ చేయండి. బికాజ్ మనం క్విక్ గా అమ్మా. నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్ ఎవరు?
Thank you, Maheshwari. And the next participant, M. Divya from SPW College.
Yes, sir.
Water participant on sustainable use of water. And the next participant, Soumya Krishnamurthy, please be ready. Now we have M. Divya from SPW College.
Can I start?
Can I start, ma'am?
Study with
Yeah. Continue, Amma. Start.
Good morning to one and all. Good morning to one and all. This is Divya from 2nd BSc CBCN in SPW Degree College. My topic is water management and sustainable development of water. Introduction. Water management is the control and movement of water resources to minimize the damage to life and maximize the beneficial efficiency of water. The sustainable water management means using a way that meets current ecological, social, and economic needs without compromising the ability to meet those needs, the future sustainable development. Water management, all in water resources management, building efficient water systems, optimizing current water resources, infrastructure replanning of water structure, comprehensive distribution networks. Then sustainable management of water. Water is very valuable resources sustaining human life. China is now facing a serious water crisis, including water shortages, flooding, and water pollution due to both natural and artificial causes. Water pollution is caused by the main reason is human activities. The main pillars of sustainable management of water, the human and environment, ecosystem, and social. Water management. It is example for the water management picture. It is sustainable management of water example. The objectives, water management. The main points are 5 is there: monitor, evaluate, and adapt. Identify the problem and then understand co-benefits. First, take adaptations and identify the problem. Then understand co-benefits. Identify appropriate tools. Develop a stakeholder-centric strategy. Then, on sustainable water management, turn off the tap when it is not used. So, soak your dishes in warm water. Run your dishwasher and laundry only when it is full. Cut those long showers is short. Use energy efficient water saving devices. Nowadays, so many people are facing the water crisis. It is water is a God gift to us. Please save water and save current. Current is also from water. So when you are save current, then easily water save. Okay, water utilizing in various ways. First point, to survive as it is essential for drinking, in industrial process, energy production, manufacturing of goods, etc. Households uses, looking, cleaning, bathing, sanitation, agriculture. So many members are not using taps. When it uses, it is not off the tap. So it would communicate and collaborate to water management. First, monitor and adapt. And the second point is identify the problem. Then do the understand co-benefits. Then identify appropriate tools and implement strategy. There are reasons, 5 reasons are there by the key of sustainable development. How do you get the sustainable water management? First step is initial steps. Initial steps means understand where you are strategizing from. And second point is moderate progress. Moderate progress means set your sights on sustainability. The third point is advanced progress. Hold yourself accountable to the desired outcome. And fourth point is leading practice. Demonstrated that you are making progress and have the means to keep moving forward. Then finally, you will be success in the sustainable development of water. Result. Water resources management is the process of planning, developing, and managing water resources in terms of both water quantity and quality across all water use. It includes institutions, infrastructure, incentives, and information systems that support and guide water management. Conclusion. Water management and policies and horticulture. Practices have dealt only with problems of water distribution to meet rather than better management of existing resources, reclaimed water or reuse. Pillars of sustainability. These are the main pillars of sustainability. We are the main reason of pillars of sustainability. That human, social, economic, environment. Please save water and save current also. Thank you for giving golden opportunity to me, sir.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you. My next speaker, చెప్పారు కదా మేడం ఆల్రెడీ అనౌన్స్ చేశారు. ప్లీజ్ కమ్. Please, next speaker.
సౌమ్య
అవును సార్.
ఆవిడతో ఒక సెషన్
ఫస్ట్ సెషన్ 2 సెషన్ టైం అవుతుంది. Hello. Hello. The next speaker. Hello.
సార్ నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్ సౌమ్య కృష్ణమూర్తి సార్.
అవునండి, కొంచెం క్విక్ గా చేయించాలి సార్ ఇప్పుడు.
మన వల్ల కాదు సార్, పద్మావతి కాలేజ్ నుండి కాదు సార్, వేరే కాలేజ్ అనుకుంటా.
ఓకే 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 ఓకే
చూడండి సార్. సార్ సారీ ఫర్ ఇన్కన్వీనియన్స్, మా కాలేజ్ అంట. ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్, వస్తున్నారు.
క్విక్ గా చేయాలి.
వాళ్ళు మన కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు కదని చెప్పేసి పక్క రూమ్కి వెళ్ళారు సార్. సారీ ఫర్ ఇన్కన్వీనియన్స్.
ఒకటే ఎంతసేపు పడితే సెషన్.
ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళండి? మన కాలేజ్ సార్. సౌమ్య is absent సార్.
ఓకే సార్, we will conclude here this session. సార్ నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ పిల్లలు ఉన్నారా సార్ అక్కడ?
ఉన్నారు సార్.
ఓకే, అది ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాము.
ఓకే సార్.
నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ వాళ్ళు మీరు అక్కడ ఉంచండి.
ఓకే సార్.
దీనికి ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఉంది కదా, సో ఓకే మీరు కంక్లూడ్ చేసేసేయండి. సో ది ఫస్ట్ సెషన్.
Dr. Nagavendra Rao garu and Dr. S. Siddiqui garu for chairing the session and being so patient with us, sir. Thank you so much. And I now invite Sri Krishna Rao garu to hand over mementos to Dr. beside us. Dr. Sri Nagavendra Rao garu and to Dr. S. Siddiqui garu.
Sir, you want to give some sum up, no? You will, because it's too late.
Sir, please.
Yeah. Both of you just speak few words, sir.
Sir, we will continue from here.
No, wait అండి. The next 2 minutes చేయండి. Next session. The judges of this first session will conclude.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, 2 sir, please. Just your comments. Yes, sir. Very mimmally.
There were about 11 presentations. I think last one did not come. Doing degree or post-graduation, doing this job on environment and water management subject is wonderful. I have gone through a very rare and unique opportunity to listen to all of you. I congratulate all the participants, including those who are from Tirupati SPW College. And I don't want to take more time. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to be present here. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. It's like your blessings. See, we just say encouraging words.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just presenting very brief perspectives of the morning session. A healthy part has been there have been all heroes, no heroes here. I don't know.
Maybe it's
But
conference for women.
Do keep actually,
No, it's not like.
do keep it up. On the whole, there were 10 presentations, one abstention or whatever it is. And mostly the students have made good efforts to stick to the subject matter, present them well, and draw their own conclusion. While we are not here for comparison, but I do commend the presentation by Meghna Reddy and Umashri, who made a good effort at highlighting the subject and making their conclusions clear. I also thank the organizations for giving me this opportunity to be part of this endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those encouraging words. Now I request Krishna Rao Garu to hand over mementos to Nagavendra Rao Garu and Dr. Siddiqui.
He wants to make it small.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
I have a small interest to make. I want to make it activity and activate. To come out of the class, to receive the surprise of my and come out of me. Because I really first. There are us and this is very unique. Everybody people be for the books and all. This come. This is mentioned
Speak with us. Thank you so much.
Sir, please, sir. We'll have. That's please, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let's start our second session. Yeah, theme being water conservation and management. And I request all the participants to confine yourselves to time management so that we'll be taking only 3 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. So I take the opportunity to invite Sri N. Ravinder Garu to chair the session. And I also take the pleasure of inviting Dr. S. Ivani, Head Department of Zoology, Sarojini Nagavendra Mahavidyalaya, to the dais and to chair the session. Welcome, ma'am.
Sarval system.
Now, I invite Dr. Vijay Lalita from Department of Botany to introduce today's presiders, and Ravi Garu and Dr. S. Srivani. It's my pleasure to introduce today's experts for decision. Dr. S. Srivani, Department of Botany from Sarojini Naidu Vidya Mahavidyalaya. She has 30 years of teaching experience, and she did PG in zoology from Muslim University, and she has awarded PhD from Usman University under the guidance of Udama Devi. She published several papers in national and international. Completed MBA in marketing from IGNO
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shalini. I am an MSc Botany student from Sarojini Naidu Mahavidyalaya. Today, I am going to give a presentation about the topic water conservation methods and technologies. So, there is a famous saying that the water needs no introduction because the importance of the water is known to one and all. Water is an essential part of our life. Without water, there is no life. That's why we call water as life. So that's why we call water as life. On the earth, the 71% of our earth is covered with water. From that, only 3% of the water is used by the humans for the different activities. And despite being the basic need, this natural resource is misused, it's wasted, polluted, and by which the groundwater levels are decreasing day by day. So what we have to do, we need to conserve the water. So now let us know what is meant by water conservation. Water conservation is referred to the practice of using water efficiently so that we can reduce the unnecessary usage of the water by different type of practices such as controlling the usage of the water by the careful planning and by the water management systems and by developing different type of techniques. These are the practices we need to follow to conserve the water, not only to meet our current demands, but also for the future generations. And in a survey, it is estimated that in India, the groundwater level is depleting at a rate of 122 to 199 billion meter per cubes. And the main causes of the depletion of groundwater levels is due to the deforestation and the overpumping of the groundwater. So what we have to do, we need to conserve the water. So and now let us know some of the precautions, that we need to take in our to conserve the water. So they are like first one, we can conserve the water by reducing the usage and the usage of the water, and we can also help the plants, animals, and the aquatic life by in the drought conditions or during the dry seasons by the conserving the water, and we can also maintain the balance in the ecosystem and preserve the biodiversity. And we can also conserve energy by conserving the water. That's why we call water conservation as energy conservation. And present, the water is inexpensive. There is no cost for water because it is a natural resource. But in the future, what will happen is the demand for water becomes so much higher that we need to buy cans and cans of water for all our domestic uses, and we need to pay taxes on the water bills. That's why we need to preserve the water. So now let us see some of the techniques that we can implement in our lives. So to conserve the water, these are the 9 techniques which we can use for the conservation of the water. So let's see one picture and discuss about it. First one, that is rainwater harvestment. So we need to collect the rainwater, and we need to store them in the tanks and the tubs. And these stored water can be used for the various purposes such as washing our clothes, cars, and gardening, and for the irrigation, etc. And this water can be also purified and used for drinking too. This is the way we can recycle the water. And the next one, the grey water recycle. This method can be only implemented in the new apartments and buildings, the constructions. Here, the used water from the sinks and the washing machines are collected in one place, and the water is used again for the non-potable uses such as flushing of the toilets. In this way, the grey water recycling is used. Next one, pressure reducing valve. These valves are mostly used when to control the pressure and the flow of water and the equal distribution of water to all the houses with low pressure. In this way, the valves are used. Next, the insulated pipes. The insulated pipes are most in the domestic purposes in our homes for the hot water supply. If in the apartments and the building, if these insulated pipes are properly arranged, then the user need not to wait for a long time to get the hot water. And if these pipes are insulated correctly, then what will happen means the hot water supply is continuous, and you can consume large amount of water from this. And the next one, that is the sensor taps. These sensor taps are very expensive. They can be only seen in the airports, theaters, and the mall, etc. These taps are mostly used. They work in the either ways, like they reduce the flow of water, and also stop the pressure. Also reduce the flow of water, and also they will immediately off when there is not in use. In this, how these effective taps are used. And the toilets. This next one, effective toilets. These toilets are designed in such a way that they use very less amount of water while flushing. And next one, effective irrigation techniques. This is the most important thing here. And the consumption of effective things. Here, the consumption of water is very much important in the agricultural sector. For the growth of the plants and animals, they consume large amount of water. And the farmers also use the flood irrigation method. Means they release the water in a large amount into the fields, by which some parts of the land get more than sufficient amount of water, and some parts does not even get sufficient amount of water. And these problem can be changed by using different type of irrigation methods, such as drip irrigation, surface irrigation, sprinkle irrigation, and the basin irrigation, etc. By using all these measures, we can conserve the water in a very effective way. And now let us know some of the precautions that we can take in our daily life to conserve the water, such as we can take quick showers, and we can turn off the taps when they are not in use, and watering the plants during the early hours, like in the mornings, and using the brooms instead of the hose, and using the effective toilets. These are some of the methods, tips we need to use for the consumption of water. And we need to also bring people, we need to make people aware about how to control this usage of water, and we need to tell them how the water is important for us. And these can be done by holding the campaigns in the levels of our societies, by making to the social media, by making posters, and by the effective slogans. We can make the people aware about the depletion of the groundwater levels, and how to improve how to improve the water levels in the ground. And education is a very keen thing by which we can change the people's attitude and behavior, and we can let them know the importance of the water. And at last, the conclusion, I want to say that water is life. We need to understand the importance of water, because this is not a city or a country problem. It is a global issue, and these problems have to be solved globally. So it's all our responsibility to conserve the water. So let us join our hands together and to solve this problem with positive changes. I just want to say a quotation that every drop counts. So help save water for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. Now, next participant, Malika, Prasanna, and Lakshmi from G. Narayana Institute of Technology and Science. Take here. And kindly be prepared. Deekshita and Mohammad Malik and Sanjana in line. Now I invite Malika, Prasanna, and Lakshmi. If they're not here, I invite Deekshita. Deekshita. If Mohammad Rashid Malik is here, yes, please. The next participant, Mohammad Rashid Malik from Geetham University, and his topic is on study on the threat of coastal submergence due to cyclones in the Bapatra district of Andhra Pradesh using geospatial technology.
We download this. Don't make lengthy. Okay.
Don't make it a lengthy. So don't take no need. There is no audience while we are listening. So I will share this. Yes. Wait. Yeah, you introduce yourself. This is visible. Start.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dikshita.
You are there, but just wait for 5-6 minutes. There is only 1 or 2 participants here physically. Then continuously from your college we will take you up. Just wait. Give me 5-7 minutes. Okay. Just wait. So we will now call Arshid Malik here. So he is physically presenting his paper from this auditorium. So we'll take all the SPW college students continuously. So we'll request now Arshid to take over this. Arshid, continue.
So we'll request now Arshid to take over this. Arshid, online or offline.
5-6 minutes.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I want to express my sincere thanks to Pure Earth Foundation and the members associated with it for setting up such a huge platform for the students and giving us the opportunity to be the part of it. Myself, Arshid Malik. I am a research scholar at Geetam University, Hyderabad, under the guidance of Dr. Madhu Ma'am from the Department of Environmental Sciences. I am going to present my topic with the title, A Geospatial Approach for the Assessment of Coastal Submergence Vulnerability due to the severe cyclone storms at the Bapatla district of Andhra Pradesh.
Next slide.
Yeah. So,
आप जो है you have to look at yourself in some उसका बीच में आना चाहिए, ठीक है? Then the whole world will see you. चलो, ज़्यादा left में, ज़्यादा right में.
Look at this picture, see that you will fit inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
ठीक है?
Yeah. First of all, I want to give you an overview what cyclones actually are. In meteorology, cyclones are large masses of air that rotates around a strong low pressure belt, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. These cyclones are characterized by inward spiraling winds that rotates around a low pressure belt. You are seeing this figure. There is a black spot black spot in the center of this image. That is actually called the eye of the cyclone. And that is actually the center of low pressure. The formation of cyclones or the processes or the setups that are involved in the formation of cyclones are called as cyclogenesis. So we should know and we must know what are the driving forces behind the occurrence of these cyclones. There is only thing that is climate change. You know, because of this climate change, the whole world is suffering. So these cyclones, devastating cyclones, are actually the product of this climate change. We know because of rising temperatures, there comes the pressure difference between the land and water bodies. And due to this increasing temperature, the water bodies keep on evaporating, making the large masses of air in the form of clouds. As the pressure difference increases, these cyclones or clouds or large masses of air tend to move towards the land and making the landfall over there. When these cyclones or large masses of clouds make the landfall, they result in the rainfall, which ultimately result in the floods. And because of these floods, the coastal areas are in the verge of submergence or inundation. So based on the speed or intensity of these cyclones, the Indian Meteorological Department has categorized these cyclones into 7 different types. Like the first type is low pressure with the speed of less than 31 kilometers. The second is depression, the speed between 31 to 49 kilometers per hour. Then deep depression, the speed is 50 to 61 kilometers per hour. Then cyclonic storm, that is the speed with 62 to 88 kilometers. Then there is severe cyclonic storms, very severe cyclonic storm, and ultimately super cyclonic storms. These are more catastrophic with the speed greater than 220 kilometers per hour. These cyclones are, based on the location or the area they generate. These cyclones have different names. In the South Pacific, they are called hurricanes. In the North Atlantic and Caribbean Sea, they are called typhoons. And in our Indian Ocean, they are called as cyclones. So there are, why we need to study these cyclones. Actually, these are the disasters that are responsible for the coastal submergence. Let me give an overview what coastal areas are. The coastal areas are the interface between land and oceans, or we can say these are the transition zones between aquatic and terrestrial ecosystem. Throughout the world, we have about 40% of the population that lives in those coastal areas. They are accounting about 20% of the total area of Earth. If we can see in Indian scenario, we have the coastline of 7,500 kilometers. And 15 to 16% of Indian population lives in these coastal areas. The coastal areas are very significant from the economic as well as ecological point of view. From the economic point of view, we have the ports over there. We are getting the electricity by installing the wind turbines over there. And these coastal areas are the basis for the fish industry. We have the fish nurseries over there. We have the fish farms over there. We have the major mega cities that create the employment for our people. And from the ecological point of view, we have the most productive ecosystems in those coastal areas. We have the wetlands, we have the mangroves, we have the seagrasses, we have the lagoons over there. So it is very important to monitor and conserve these coastal areas. Like in front of you, we have some reports. According to the IPCC 4th assessment report, the impact of climate-induced changes will be more damaging in the coasts of developing countries like India. because we have heavy population and we have low adaptive capacity. So according to this report, these cyclones and these climate-induced disasters will affect the developing countries more, like India. And also, according to the Council of Environment, Energy and Water, the southern zone of India is more vulnerable to these disasters. And particularly the Andhra Pradesh is the second vulnerable after Assam. And according to the State Disaster Management Department of Andhra Pradesh, about 44% of the state is vulnerable to the tropical cyclones and related disasters. So, what are the tools that are necessary for the protection and monitoring of these coastal areas? It is fine to have a check on the climate change, but at the same time, we need to have the techniques, we need to have the scientific tools by virtue of which we can have a watch on the monitoring and conservation of these coastal areas. And the two important tools that are important, that are significant for the conservation and monitoring of these coastal areas is remote sensing and GIS. The remote sensing is the process of detecting and monitoring the physical characteristics of an area by measuring its reflected and emitted radiation at a distance. In simpler terms, I want to explain what remote sensing is. Remote sensing is actually a process or a tool or a system of data acquisition from any object or any geographical area with the help of satellites and with the help of sensors. There are different kinds of satellites that are totally dedicated for the monitoring of coastal areas and for the monitoring of planet Earth. Like we have the Landsat, we have the Resourcesat, we have the SAREL, we have the JSON, we have Sentinel-B, etc. They are totally dedicated for the monitoring of coastal areas and for the monitoring of planet Earth. The remote sensors are broadly classified into two types. Actually, the sensors are scanning the Earth in the form of imagery, and then by the means of that imagery, we are detecting the changes. So broadly classified, these sensors are broadly classified into two. One is active sensors, another one is passive sensors. Active sensors are those sensors that use their own signal or radiation for the detection of objects. You may have heard about the radar, radio and detection ranging, LIDAR, light and detection ranging. These are actually the active sensors. Then we have the passive sensors. Passive sensors are those type of sensors that depend on the sun radiation for getting an information or data from a particular object. Then, yeah. So we use these two tools for our study area. So our objectives of the study, we have opted the study area from the Andhra Pradesh district, the Bapatla district of Andhra Pradesh. So for our study, we have the objectives like preparation of scientific inputs for the study area, such as drainage pattern, elevation, and administrative units. And the major objective is identification of areas that are vulnerable to the submergence due to sea level rise and cyclones. So, based on the methodology, we simply follow the methodology of digital elevation model. This is a model by virtue of which we can get the maps of coast, areas that are inundated or submerged due to cyclones. So, coming to the results, like these are the maps that we prepared for our study area. And results, after the analysis of our methodology, we got the results like there were 170 settlements in the Bapatla district that are having the threat of inundation due to sea level rise and coastal, and these cyclones. And the total settlements accounts 25 square kilometers. So this is the map that is showing the affected areas. These are the mandalas of the Bapatla district that were majorly affected, like Bapatla, Karlapalam, Chinnagajam, Betapalam, Nagaram, Chirala, Nizampatnam, Repalle. And these are the mandalas that were mostly affected based on the sea level rise and cyclone occurrence. Then we prepare the map. What are the safe zones? Or we can say what are the zones that can be designated as rehabilitation zones after the cyclone occurrence. So we prepare the map on the base of that. We got some areas that may be designated as the rehabilitation zones after the occurrence of cyclones. And these are the zones that may be designated as rehabilitation zones. So my conclusion is that we have followed the methodology of digital elevation model. It is the best methodology for the mapping of inundated areas. This is the methodology by which virtue of which we can create the topographic maps of any area, and we can have monitor the changes in that particular area. So this methodology can be used by the administration, by the policy makers, by the planners, in order to have a check on the changes in the coastal areas. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my guide. She's more than a mentor for me. For his enthusiasm, for her enthusiasm and immense knowledge. I am very grateful to the Pure Earth Foundation, and particularly to the Dr. Jay Chandra sir, who is the convener of Pure and Earth and Environment Conference. Lastly, but I would express my gratitude to the Geetham University, who gave me the opportunity to have the research over there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Check that any offline are available.
Thank you, Mr. Arshad. And now I call upon S. Sanjana from G. Narayanama Institute of Technology and Science. Sanjana, are you here? S. Sanjana.
Yeah, any other Narayanama units? No, no.
All the others are from
SPW. Okay.
Should we start with you?
Yeah, you can.
Now we'll start with the other participants. Bhavani from SPWC, rainwater harvesting and recharge of water source. Her theme is.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Rainwater harvesting and recharge of water source. Bhavani.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my audio is visible, audible to you, sir. Sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Continue, Amma.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible to you, sir.
Start చేయమ్మా. Unmute చేయండి.
Sir, my PPT is visible to you, sir.
Unmute చేయలే మీరు.
Yes, sir.
మీ మాట వినిపించట్లేదు.
Sir, now, sir. Sir, few minutes, sir.
అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలి భవాని, మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసి మాట్లాడండి.
Sir, now, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
క్లోజ్ చేస్తాను.
అన్మ్యూట్ చేసి మాట్లాడదాం. చేయమ్మా.
Sir, unmute చేసినాను, sir.
ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుంది.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. This is M. Bhavani, studying third BSc MPCS in SPW Degree and PG College. Sir, I am giving a topic named rainwater and harvesting and research of water. We are dividing a rainwater harvesting and research of water. Before we discuss about the importance of water. Sir, my audio is audible to you, sir? Sir.
Yeah. Continue.
Yes, sir. Before our life starts from a glass of water and ends with a cold shower. Water it is a renewable resources. Nowadays, it is going to be a non-renewable resources when compared to the past few years. We should harvest the water for the future generation and sustain the water. And coming to the main topic, rainwater harvesting and recharge of water. It is an old method, and it is a collection of storage of water, rain, and used for the livelihood and the households. It is mainly used commonly in the South Asia and other countries. And this rainwater, it is collected from the roof-like structure and collected into the tank. This rainwater is used for the households like washing clothes and brushing toilet, car washing, and for irrigation also. And recharge of water. It is a depletion of the groundwater resources. This process would regularly happen naturally through the rain and snow melt. It can increase the groundwater level also. The main calculus is recharges has happened at greater rate than water is pumped out of the aquifer. And it is considering watershed has a unit, surface spreading techniques are common since space for such statements is available in a plenty and quantity of recharge water is very large. This recharge of water increases the groundwater level. When we seeing in the PPT, an artificial recharge well is constructed and increases the groundwater level. The water is precipitated and run off into the sand and increases the groundwater level. By this, it can use it for the future generation. Rainwater harvesting is used to sustain the water for present usage. And this water can be stored like tanks and pits like Inkudugunta, etc. It can be used for the households for the after few days or years. It can be used for the and transport to the schools, hospitals, and other public facilities. And methods of the rainwater harvesting. There are two major techniques of rainwater harvesting. One is surface runoff harvesting and another one is groundwater harvesting. And this surface runoff harvesting, it is an artificial method also. This water can be collected into groundwater and used for the irrigation purpose. Water flowing along the ground during the rains and will be collected in a tank below the surface of the ground. It can be constructed in the ground. And another one, groundwater recharge. Groundwater recharge is an hydraulic process where water moves down from the surface water and groundwater. When we see in the PPT, the precipitation of the water can be run off into the surface and increases the groundwater. It is another method of the harvesting. Next. Methods and the techniques are for rainwater harvesting and recharge of water. These can be used as areas, as urban areas and the rural areas in a different ways. In urban areas, the harvesting water can be harvested by the recharge pit and recharge trench, tub well and recharge well. And the harvesting of the water in rural areas like gully plugs, a contour pond. It is an old method and percolation tanks, check dams for the irrigation and deck level, recharge and groundwater dams like check dams. And another one, rainwater harvesting has implemented in the state as well as in a central government policy. More or less all states in India, through various legislative decisions, have made in rainwater harvesting is mandatory, is compulsory to implement in the state as well as in a central. So it can be conserve the water and prevention for the future use, and Central Ministry of the Drinking Water and Sanitation in association with a Central Groundwater Board, and the state also it has a state groundwater board. It has also prepared a conceptual document called Master Plan for Artificial Recharge to Groundwater in India. The master plan related to the rainwater harvesting and use construction of the 23 lakh rainwater harvesting structures in rural areas as well as in 88 lakh rainwater harvesting in urban centers. Advantages of rainwater harvesting. It reduces the water bills, ecological benefit, and reduces the groundwater demand, and it adequate means in irrigation purpose, and it has also disadvantages. Regular maintenance is required. It has some technical skills for the installation and construction. Limited no rainfall can limit the supply of rainwater. If not installed correctly, it attacks the mosquitoes and gets health hazards, damages, and get diseases. From the waste because it helps in increasing the groundwater level. Rainwater harvesting improves water supply throughout the year without fluctuating climate change and the elimination of the groundwater storage. Rainwater harvesting helps them mitigate those effects. So, and thank you for this giving golden opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Bhavani. We call upon next speaker.
Yeah, next participant, M. Roshnavi from SPW College, Water Management and STPs.
Yeah, Roshnavi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please continue, Amma.
Yes, sir. Slideshow. Sir, is it my PPT visible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. Continue.
Yes. Good afternoon to one and all. I'm M. Roshnavi from second year BSc Biotechnology. I'm from SW Degree and PG College. Here, what is wastewater management? The purification of cultivated water and wastewater into a pure water with special technique used. This pure water also used for drinking and agriculture activities, etc. The wastewater generation in India, it's almost 78% of water was wasted in our country, and also it affects to the groundwater and lakes and rivers. Due to the industries are releasing the wastage into the rivers, as shown in the slide picture. After effects of increasing wastewater, lack of drinking water, overabundance of certain harmful chemical in source of water, some which are chronic. Adverse effect on groundwater, also it pollute soil pollution. Here are some best practices in wastewater management. The Avadi Sewage Treatment Plant, Sewage Feed Aquaculture System of Kolkata, and also Zero Liquid Discharge in Textile Industry in Tirupur. Here are some type of wastewater management. Here, the wastewater is entered into the container and it pumps into the bar screen. Here, the large particles of the waste particles are break down and it enters it through the sedimentary tank. Here, all the waste particles are settled down and it transfers into other containers and it purifies the water and again it releases into the rivers. Hereafter, some pros and cons of the wastewater management. The merits are improves efficiency and also it minimizes the waste. The demerits are installation cost and smelly and bacteria accumulation. Here are the STPs. STP stands for Sewage Treatment Plants. The STP works, it treatment the water of wastewater and it purifies the water and it also uses it for the drinking purpose. It was done in the treatment 3 levels, primary, secondary and tertiary. It was used for the drinking and also other resources. The uses of STP plants are it used in our technology and also we can reuse and recycle the wastewater in our daily lives. Here are some sewage treatment plants of top 5 states and also here are the data of that. Here I conclude that by the process of this wastewater management, there are 3R principles. It is recycle, reuse and reduce. We can also reuse and recycle the wastewater as we daily are wasting of our water in daily wastage and also we are not using water properly. So we can recycle and reuse also the water and reduce. Reduce comes for we should not misuse the water and it should not be thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to conclude my wastewater management PT. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Roshnavi.
Thank you, sir.
So I request even others also make it very brief. So because many topics are similar topics.
Yes, sir.
So somebody covered already certain things.
Yes, sir.
You should check your work and then something that you want to add upon to that similar topic and same thing, you should focus on that. So the remaining things you can just skip. Okay, it's good. You confined your presentation to very short, very good. So we'll call next speaker. Madam will call the name. Okay.
Now I invite the next participant from SPW College, K. Nirupama. Her theme is Water Conservation Methods and Technology. K. Nirupama.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Deepika.
Yeah, please continue. Deepika, share your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Keep all your PPTs open and then minimize.
Video. Good afternoon, sir. I'm D. Deepika, studying second BSc Biotechnology in SPW Degree College. Firstly, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views about my topic. Today, I'm here to present about rainwater harvesting and recharge of water sources. Slide. Firstly, water is a prime life-sustaining natural resource that cannot be created like other commodities. There are many water-related problems like soil salinization, water scarcity, acid rains, frequent floods, etc. To overcome all these water-related problems, we have to give priority to the conservation of water. Conservation of water is very necessary for everyone. Almost all the natural resources, whether replenishable or non-replenishable, have to be conserved for sustainable development. Water is important replenishable natural resource which we have to conserve for sure. Coming to rainwater harvesting, it is a technique of collection and storage of rainwater at surface and subsurface water bearing zones before it is lost. We can see in the picture about the rainwater harvesting from the rooftop. The water is collected in a pipe and sent into a purifier, later to the tank. From the storage tank, it is pumped to use for the various purposes. So it's very simple process. Coming to the merits of rainwater harvesting, it helps in reducing the floods. Also, rainwater is the pure form of the water which is free from organic matter. It is soft in nature and bacteriological free. Also, the structures required for the harvesting of rainwater are very simple, economical, and eco-friendly. Coming to the sources of water for recharge, the three sources are rainwater, rooftop, and runoff. Among these three, rooftop and runoff play a huge role in the resources for water recharge. Rainwater harvesting in different areas like rural and urban areas adopt different techniques like recharge pit, recharge trench, shaft, injection well, bore wells, etc. Let's see some of them. Recharge well. It is the one which admits the water from the surface to the aquifer as shown in the figure. The water is sent through the perforated slab into the container. The purest form is collected below. Next, recharge trench. It is suitable for the river beds, drain beds, or around a building using harvested rainwater. It can be J-shaped, L-shaped, or any U-shaped. We can build it very easily. Next, recharge shaft. It is like an open well, but it is filled with the filter media like gravel, clay soil, etc. When water is passed in these layers, water is purified and mineralized. Coming to the recharge pit, it is constructed in areas where sandy formations occur within 1 to 2 meters in depth. It can be circular, square, or rectangular in shape. Not only these, we can use the abandoned bore wells for utilization for rainwater harvesting. I hereby conclude that rainwater harvesting reduces the water demands of people and it lessens the energy consumption. Also, recharge of rainwater to the ground prevents seawater immersion into the freshwater bodies near the coastal areas. As it is purest form with neutral pH and zero hardness, it can be used in homes, industries, and for other commercial purposes. Also, it helps in controlling of urban flooding. So I would like to end this presentation by telling that even a small drop of water can bring a life. So save rainwater today and live happily tomorrow. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Excuse me, sir.
Thank you, Amma.
I've completed my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Madam, next speaker.
Next participant is Nagashan from SPW College. Her team of water conservation methods and technology. Nagashan.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, ma. Start changing.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning,
I
sir.
can hear you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I am from.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Start this, Amma.
I am from SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati. I am K. Nagavishastri from 2nd BSc BTZC. I am telling about water conservation methods and technologies.
Continue చేయమ్మా.
Okay, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, sir. I am K. Nagavishastri, 2nd BSc BTZC. I am telling about water conservation methods and technologies. I am telling about water. Water is a colorless, inorganic, colorless, tasteless, odorless, and nearly colorless chemical substance, which is the main constituent of Earth's hydrosphere and fluids of all non-living organisms. 70% of Earth's surface water is made of water. There are many methods. In olden days, the water can be conserved by methods like Jalara, Talab, Bavari, Tanka, Johats, and modern methods such as rooftop air water harvesting, ferro cement tanks, water wheel, etc. Johats, it is the olden method, it is the olden method water conservation. It is also called pokar or percolating tanks. It is a smallest check water dams. It is mainly used in Alwar district of Rajasthan. More than 650 villages are using this type of water harvesting to conserve water. And during August and during July and August they can conserve water. Next, Bavari, it is also a oldest method. It is also called step well water harvesting. In this Jodhpur village of Rajasthan used this water conservative. It is it can be the water can be used for agriculture and domestic purposes also. Tanka it is also called Kund. It is a traditional water harvesting which is common to Thar desert of Rajasthan. And in this, the covers can be ventilated to prevent bad odor from water. It can be used for dry. Water can be used in dry season. Underground water can be recharged, and it keeps the room cool. Next, ferro cement tank. It is the modern method to conserve water. It can be constructed with wire mesh and steel bars. The minimum thickness is as low as 10 to 15 millimeter. It is also called ferro concrete tanks. Advantages is it is low of cost. The raw material is readily available. It can be fabricated into different shapes. I concluded that more than 40% of the world's population live in a region where the demand for water exceeds its supply. The imbalance between supply and demand, along with persisting issues such as climate changes and population growth, made reuse a necessary method for conserving water. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ushashree. So you got good collection. So next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
A theme, water management and sustainable use of water. Deekshita.
ఎలాగో మాకు పని చేయట్లేదు అది పని చేయట్లేదు కదా దీక్షిత స్టార్ట్ చేయము
ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్ అది స్ట్రీమింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం స్ట్రీమింగ్ వస్తా ఉందో చూడండి స్ట్రీమింగ్ వస్తా ఉందో చూడండి
దీక్షిత కంటిన్యూ
ఓకే కంటిన్యూ
Good afternoon, sir.
say loudly
Good afternoon, sir. My topic is water. An important issue in the world communities. Sustainable water means a nation that can be self-sufficient, ensuring there is enough water to meet multiple needs like agriculture, industrial, and municipal, etc. Water sustainability. Water sustainability is
slide change in the slide change in the
it's a slight change in this.
yes continue change it
okay sir thank you
Water management means the ability to meet the multiple needs of the present without compromising any ability for the future needs for the generations to do the same. Next. Sustainable water solutions means distribution of its water. Its water will be distributed into two types, ocean water and fresh water. Fresh water again divides into two types, glacials and ice caps, and then groundwater and surface water. Surface water can be divided into many types like snow, ice, lakes, and others. Surface water is limited as in unequally distributed around the world. Desalination.
నెట్వర్క్ ఇష్యూ కంటిన్యూ చేయమ్మా. అది నెట్వర్క్ ఏమైనా కొంచెం నెట్వర్క్ అప్పుడప్పుడు బ్రేక్ అవుతుందండి, కొద్దిగా వైర్స్ చూడండి, కొంచెం ఇంటర్నెట్ కేబుల్ కొద్దిగా కరెక్ట్ ప్రెస్ చేసి పెట్టుకోండి.
Desalination has provided adequate water supply for many years. Solar power desalination. Solar power desalination has been by times for many years ago, like Greece's 6,000 islands. Reclaimed water. Reclaimed water or water reuse are also known as water reuse. As it's known, can also be a sustainable source for water supply and can alleviate stress on primary water resources such as surface and groundwater. And then merits and demerits. Merits will be the reduced water and severe costs. And next one is reduced energy usage. And the demerits will be global water crisis and health crisis. In that, I concluded that water is very essential to our daily lives. It is important to remember that care in our water use habits should not be only taken in times of water shortage. So I conclude in the last is water is very essential to our lives, so we cannot waste it. Thank you, sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Next participant, P. Varalakshmi from SPW College. Watershed management and its advantages. P. Varalakshmi.
ఇది లాస్ట్ కదా, ఇది ఆల్రెడీ అయిపోయింది, తీసేసి.
Good afternoon, sir.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ అమ్మా. ఇది తొందరగా చేస్తే తొందరగా లంచ్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం.
Hello, sir.
స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
Good afternoon, sir.
ఎస్.
Myself, Lakshmi. I am second BSc MPC in SPW degree at PG College. My topic is
స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయండి.
yes, sir. Sir.
Yes, continue. You can also on your video, you will also be, yes.
Sir, my audio is visible?
Yes. You are visible. Your audio is audible.
Today my topic is water management and its advantages. Hello, sir.
మరి ఇది క్లోజ్ చేయాలమ్మా, మీరు విండో సిస్టమ్ వాడితే. ఇట్స్ వర్కింగ్ ప్రాపర్లీ. మేడం షీఈ్ లాస్ట్ వన్, దెన్ లాస్ట్ నేమ్ ఏంటి ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ అడుగుదాం. సో సంజన ఈస్ దేర్ ఫ్రమ్ జీనిట్స్, G. Narayanamma Institute. So mostly this is the last paper. If Sanjana is not there, So the 2 sessions of the day will be over. ఇక్కడ నుంచే చేయమ్మా, ఈ సిస్టమ్ ఈజ్ వర్కింగ్ కదా, చేయండి క్విక్గా. మీరే లాస్ట్ పేపర్.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Hello, sir.
Okay, amma.
Sir, today my topic is watershed management and its advantages. So topics: introduction, major components, main functions, components and programs.
ఈ సార్ చెప్పండి, అవతల సిస్టమ్ ఆఫ్ చేయమనండి. ఒక రూమ్ లో 2 సిస్టమ్స్ చేస్తే ఇలా రీసౌండ్ వస్తుంది.
Introduction. A watershed is an area of land that drainsheds water into a specific water body. It is the independent drainage unit for surface water runoff. One watershed is separated from another by a natural boundary known as the water divide, other ridge line. Major components: management of water resources, management of soil resources, management of human resources. Watershed management involved 3 types: environment, agriculture, power, forestry. Third one is society: drinking water, flood risk, water management, land use.
నెట్వర్క్ ఇష్యూ వస్తుంది.
Main functions of watersheds: collect rainfall water, store water in various amounts and for different periods. Release water as runoff under burning. Land leveling, land smoothing. Waterways, diversion drains, percolation ponds, farm ponds. Components of water management program: agronomical practices, livestock management, renewable energy, institutional development, soil and water conservation, plantation. Main functions of watersheds. Advantages: water quality is strictly maintained, distribution of water is equal and sustainable, protection from good condition by controlling rainwater flow, reduces pollution. Disadvantages: watershed building involves huge costs. Watersheds requires regular maintenance. So, conclusion: conserving water reduces wear and tear on major resources such as water and wastewater treatment plants and the distribution system that deliver water to the public. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we conclude here the 2 technical sessions of the day. I think Madam will call upon the judges of this session to take their brief comments and a quick sum up.
Sir, please, other one student also waiting here, sir.
Who is that? Her name? Who is her name? What is her name?
Her name is Nirupama, sir.
Huh?
Her name is Nirupama, sir.
Okay, no problem. We don't discourage her, sir. Yeah, no problem. You please come here. No.
Respected sir. Hello.
Okay, ma. Continue.
Wait.
2 minutes, sir. Sir, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm also one
Not
of
at
the.
all. You continue. No. You continue. No problem. We don't discourage. Go ahead with your presentation.
అది ఏం ఫార్మాట్ లో పెట్టావు అక్కడ నువ్వు ఏం ఫార్మాట్ లో చేసుకొచ్చావు చూడాలి
ఫస్ట్ ఓపెన్ యువర్ ఫైల్ క్లిక్ చేయాలి.
సార్ ప్లీజ్ వెయిట్ సార్.
నో ప్రాబ్లం.
Respected sir, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm one of the participant, like 38 number from the PDF. I'm not done with my presentation.
You conclude. No problem. You just speak about your topic and introduce and quickly conclude.
Yes, sir. After this presentation, can I proceed, sir?
Yeah, you now continue, Amma.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Sir, even my presentation is also not had done, sir.
What is your name?
Madhavi, sir.
Madhavi, your presentation is in the next session, no?
Okay, sir.
You are from Sarojini, this college.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Next session, I think.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Next session, you will present it. Huh?
My name is
We will.
Nirupama, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Nirupama, we will take, and then we will conclude this session.
I'm studying BSc ZPC, sir.
మీరు తెలుస్తుందమ్మా మీరు ఎవరు మీ కాలేజీ
sir.
just start your subject directly. Yeah.
I'm studying ZPC BSc second year. Today my topic is water conservation methods and technologies. Content. Nowadays, the conservation of water is necessary for the human life and future generations. Water plays important role in human life. Water is important to survival of human plants and animals. Life's Earth is only the planet is one of the planet system bound by water sources. Methods: rainwater resources, rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting is an effective method to conserve the natural water. In this method of conservation of water, the rainwater is collected and allowed to percolate into a deep pit or a reservoir. So that is squeeze down, improve and groundwater.
మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయండి, అక్కడ నెట్వర్క్ బ్రేక్ వస్తుంది, మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేసేయమ్మా.
In the mean of water conservation, the agriculture is also one of the part. In the agriculture session, with the help of the drip irrigation, using well water resources, we can make our work easy. Groundwater resources. And groundwater is water present beneath its surface in rock and soil, space and in the futures of rocks formations. About 30% of all ready available fresh water in the world is groundwater. Jackwell. This is one of the oldest water conservation practice in India. Jackwell or small pit used for harvesting. Rainwater is time people in the low laying of the water. Sorry for the interruption. Wastage prevention. Sprinkler irrigation system also apply water under pressure with the help of the pumping. The releasing water similarly to the rainfall through a small diameter nozzle placed in the pipe. The water is distributed through a system of pipe spread into the air, and irrigation is most of the soil types due to the wide range of
discharges capacities. Pumping jacks. Pumping jacks is advising used to the industries to extract bird oil from an oil well where there is nothing enough pressure in
Don't worry.
source of
See,
oil to
you
the
have done your job.
wells.
Nirupama,
Sir,
you have done your job. You have done. You just go through quickly. ఇప్పుడు మీరు note చేసినంత read చేయక్కర్లేదు. See, people are able to see what you have mentioned. That will be sufficient. So just conclude. Conclude చేసేయండి. See, it is already 2 o'clock. Beyond 2. Show your next slides. Network కూడా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది.
yes, sir.
Weak అయిపోయింది network. Go to next slide. Yes.
Conclusion. The water helps
Yeah.
to hello, sir.
Yeah. Conclude. Good.
Conclusion. The water helps to maintain the soil conditions. The running water influences the geomorphology of the earth. Without water, the human lives cannot be survived. So we save the water for future generations. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. So, sir, please. Now we will hurry up. your turn now. So, please. I think if you can keep one of this one, the onliners also can hear. No. Here, okay. Right, sir.
I thank organizers for calling me to this conference sections, technical sessions. I am very, very happy to see the relevant programs for planned water conservation management, which is actually present burning issue. And all the students successfully prepared their presentations, which is very, very useful also. I am also found they have actually pointed very important topics, selected topics, and deliberated on the presentation in short time actually, especially water conservation methods. The various methods given by Shalini is very good, and the historical review of wells by another person is also good.
Sir,
Especially the rainwater harvesting is very important by Dikshita and Vani also. That's the present important issue. Rainwater harvesting is very, very important in the present context, because the water scarcity will come in future, and the necessity of rainwater harvesting is very important. The use of wastewater management by STP also is important, because in future not only we have there will be water shortage, and we have to go for STP and reuse of water, especially reuse of water. That presentation also good, and especially the geospatial technology given by Arshad is very good actually. We have not given much time, but he has given good inputs actually. When cyclones are there, what to do, and other things, especially in coastal area, which is also very satisfactory. And then watershed management, especially one water management, desalination in future, wherever we are in the coastal area in Tamil Nadu and this area, water scarcity is going. In future also, in very desert countries already water desalination is one of the new concept. So all the very concepts are very, very important. So excellent. Now we have already most of you are maybe seeing also recently there is a one film on water scarcity. Even Sardar, I think Sardar recently 2 or 3 days back it came in the OTT platform, which clearly showing the Karti is participating. What will be the water wars and how to control the water wars? Actually, that all the what will be the dangers of that? Not only actually a picture on the social theme, not commercial purpose. Actually, that is very wonderfully taken. So there is urgently need of water conservation management. I thank all the organizers and for organizing this excellent program. Thank you.
Formality, madam. You have to.
Good
Good afternoon, one and all. I don't have much to say because sir has spoken exhaustively. One thing is, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to judge such very good presentations by the students. And I think a word of appreciation must go to the mentor from SPWC College, who has motivated the students and made them present such good papers. I think we should appreciate the mentor who has motivated the students very well. Thank you.
Now I take this opportunity to thank our PCIs, Sri N. Ravinder Garu and Dr. S. Rivani. Now I request Dr. Jayachandra Garu to hand over the mementos to Ravinder sir and also to Rivani.
Sir. Once we'll confirm, sir.
Madam, I checked them after.
Next is next.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir, once again for being with us today and being patient with us also. Thank you. Now it's time for lunch break and we'll gather again by maximum 2:30 here again in the auditorium. We request, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's already working. So I request all the participants as well as the students to be back into the auditorium by maximum 2:30. Now we'll start with the third session. Thank you.
అసలు మీరు ఎంకరేజ్ రియల్లీ అప్రిషియేట్ ది వర్డ్ అంటే వాళ్ళకి ఎన్ని మైనస్లు ఉన్నా వాళ్ళు అంత సీరియస్ ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు రైట్లీ పాయింటెడ్
Yeah, I think something like that. Nice. Positive one. अच्छा ना
Coming. Is it coming? आंटी वो भी देखना है, देखो इधर ये
मैं इधर से बैठ जाऊँ तो मैं बैठ जाऊँ
हाँ
ముట్టినా అండి అసలు రాండం గది పెట్టలేదు నేను తీస్తాను
అరే ఏమున్నది అది
ఒక
సార్ ఓ థ్యాంక్స్ అంతే 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 ఎస్ 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 ఓకే ఓకే అవును మేడం చేసేయాలి నేను ఇక్కడ ఇది కొత్త లేటెస్ట్ కొత్తది ప్రింట్ తీలా ప్రోగ్రామ్ షెడ్యూల్ 44 ఉండేది వచ్చిందా గుడ్ అది వచ్చింటే బాగుంటుంది అందుకే నేను చూస్తున్నాను ఒక అమ్మాయి మెసేజ్ పెట్టింది సార్ నేను నా పేరు పిలవలేదు సార్ నాకు లేదంటే డోంట్ వరీ అమ్మా పిలిపిద్దాం ఏం కాదు మానస అని ఉంది మేడం సిహెచ్ మానస అని ఏదో ఉంది నేను అదే ఎత్తుతున్నా ఎక్కడుంది ఆంధ్రాజ్యో ఓకే మానస ఓకే ఎక్కడుంది థర్డ్లో ఉందా థర్డ్లో ఉంటే ఇప్పుడు చేసుకుంటుంది
ఏది మిస్ చేయలేదు సార్ ఇక్కడ.
అది మీరు 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 అన్ని సిన్సియర్గా సీరియస్గా చేస్తున్నారు ఎక్కడ మిస్ ఎందుకు అవుతుంది ఏడుంది మేడం ఇందులో లాస్ట్ ఉంది అబ్బో ఆ అమ్మాయికి ఏంటి తొందర ఉంది కదా అమ్మాయి లిస్ట్లోనే ఇది ఇప్పుడు 2 to 3:45 సరే ఇది 3 పేర్లు ఉన్నారేమో అడుగుతాం ఆఫ్లైన్ కాల్ చేసి పిలిపించేసి మా ఇక్కడ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ లో శీతల్ శ్రీ ఈషిదే గుడ్ అండ్ దెన్ అదీనా మహవేష్ షీ ఈస్ దేర్ ఎస్ అండ్ చేతన లహరి వాగ్దేవి ఓ గుడ్ దెన్ శ్రీజ వెరీ గుడ్ సో you all be ready including Madhavi Reddy. Madhavi Reddy is there? Madhavi Reddy want to present online.
Yes, sir.
Only student. Sir. Sir, one second, sir.
and all, with great pride and honor.
ఇది ఒకసారి ఇయర్ ఫోన్ ఆన్లైన్ కూడా వినిపిస్తుంది ఏదో ఒక ఇయర్ దే థింక్ సంథింగ్ ఇస్
Okay, right.
yes please.
Good afternoon, one and all. With great pride and honor, I am here to introduce to you the guest of honor, Dr. V. N. Raidu sir and Dr. N. Appanna Reddy ma'am. Dr. V. N. Raidu sir was former Deputy Director Labs and Director ETI TNPC Board. Sir has done PhD in zoology and has 35 years of experience in the field of coastal zone management, water and air pollution control, environmental management and training. Professional trainer on water and air pollution control, pedagogy and andragogy, safety, health and environment, environmental laboratory management and risk assessment. Sir was an editor for environmental testing labs and worked as resource associate in Zoological Survey of India, Marine Biological Station, Madras, and served at different levels in the TNPCB labs and retired as Deputy Director. He has published about 50 scientific papers in national and international journals and conferences. Member in Indian Ichthyologist Society, Indian Association of Air Pollution Control, Indian Water and Environmental Association, Board of Studies in Environmental Studies at PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, India. Honorary National Secretary to Indian Institute of Plant Engineers, India. Sir was awarded by Leading Scientist of the World Award in 2009 by IBC, Cambridge, UK. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. M. Appanna Reddy ma'am. Dr. M. Appanna Reddy ma'am is working as an associate professor at G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. She is a passionate lecturer and researcher with 20 plus years of experience in the field of mathematics. Experienced in teaching intermediate and BTech students, she has completed her PhD from JNTU, Hyderabad. She has published 14 research papers in various national and international journals and also authored 6 chapters in different books. Ma'am took part and presented several research papers in various national and international conferences and workshops and also acted as a resource person for a few conferences. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Siraj. And now I call upon our first participant for the third session, Sheetal Sri from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. Theme being contamination of water and health hazards.
See, these 2 sessions, the best papers will be decided, not that you speak how many minutes. It should be brief, should confine to your time, because we are starting too late, whatever reason in the morning. So don't take more than 6 minutes, 5-6 minutes, because certain things are there already discussed by many people. So something what you thought to share a different thing among the all, that such points you stress upon. and then try to finish it so that, we have to close by 5:30. We are going to have a chief guest here. We try to close all the papers. So we should, so please remember this. Onliners also, maybe they're also, I will request them. So that way you try to prove yourself. Okay, thank you. Sheetal, so take this and use this one. Keep it here, and your presentation is there. You have sent you?
Yes.
Mailed you, okay. Okay.
One save is found.
Sent to మనం ఇదే కదా మీది?
Yes.
ఇది
స్టూల్ పెట్టాలమ్మా, నువ్వు మాకు కనబడట్లేదు.
I'll just move it.
Oh, then camera won't catch.
ఇలా తిప్పుతాం సార్, మీకు కనిపిస్తాం సార్.
అయ్యో కనబడాలి.
మీరు అలాగంటే ఎలాగా? షీస్ కంఫర్ట్ హియర్.
ఇక్కడ ఒక చిన్న స్టూల్ ఇది మామూలే, ఇందిరాగాంధీ లాంటి వాళ్ళకి వేసాం. ఇందిరాగాంధీ is not tall. Yeah, I accompanied her 37 times as Prime Minister.
Great. This is great. ఇది పెట్టాము, ఇయర్ ఫోన్ పెట్టావా? ఓకే, కంటిన్యూ. అది పెట్టు. You do it in ordinary mode. Sometimes it may not be. So just click on this.
I missed the translation, so that's the reason I was paying.
Okay. Try. They can see it's good. Presentation mode we can go. Oops.
Present.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sheetal Sri from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science, pursuing my second year of my BTech in Electronics, Communications and Engineering. I am here to present you on the topic contamination of water and health hazards. The contents of my presentation are how water gets contaminated, water and health, waterborne diseases, what is the situation of water crisis in India, steps are being taken to address the water crisis. So, let's introduce the water contamination. Safe and readily available water is important for public health, whether it is used for drinking purpose or domestic purpose, food production or recreational purposes. Improved water supply and sanitation and better management of water resources helps countries' economic growth and also the poverty reduction. Everyone has the right to get sufficient, safe and pure water. Let me all show you a video. This video reminds us how clean water is available for some of the people and how the clean water is available for some other part of the people. Let's now understand how water gets contaminated. These are the pictures. These are the pictures of contaminated water. So the germs that contaminate the tap water are Cryptosporidium, Campylobacter, E. coli 0157, Enterovirus, Giardia, Hepatitis A virus, Legionella, Norovirus, Rotavirus, Salmonella, Shigella. Chemicals that contaminate tap water are arsenic, copper, nitrate, radon, lead. This is the picture of Musi Nadi. According to my knowledge, my grandparents say that many years ago, Musi Nadi was used for drinking and domestic purpose and also for the personal uses. Now, even we don't want to go beside, don't want to go walk through it. What is urban runoff? Urban runoff is one of the source Urban runoff is one of the source of contamination of water. When land is paved, water is not able to soak into the ground. Water that flows over the hardened landscape that lead directly into the rivers, storm, drain systems that lead directly into rivers and oceans. This untreated water is called urban runoff. This untreated water contains all the pollutants. Sources of contamination: rainwater, surface water, groundwater. Urban runoff is one of the examples for surface water. Rainwater, due to the air pollutants, harmful gases such as nitrates, chlorofluorocarbons, chloramines, even rainwater is getting contaminated. Groundwater, in agriculture, as we are using inorganic pesticides, chemicals, the groundwater absorbs all the chemicals, and when groundwater is getting contaminated. These are the pictures of rainwater, surface water, and groundwater as well. So categories of water contaminants, that is acidic, biological, chemical, dissolved salts. The contaminated water always tastes offensive and always gives a bad odor. Germs, chemicals, parasites, viruses comes under the biological category of water contaminants. Chemicals such as chlorofluorocarbons, chloramines, nitrates, sulfur comes under the chemical categories of water contaminants. And the dissolved salts such as the heavy metals, iron, manganese, cadmium, copper, these are the dissolved salts. So some of the key facts of water and health. Over 2 billion people live in water-stressed countries, which is expected to be exacerbated as a result of climate change and population growth. While the most important chemical risk in drinking water arise from arsenic, fluoride, emerging contaminants such as pharmaceuticals, pesticides, and polyfluorous substances. Microbiologically, contaminated drinking water can transmit diseases such as diarrhea, dysentery, typhoid, and polio. In 2020, 74% of the global population, 5.8 billion people, used a safely managed drinking water, that is, one located on one premises, available when needed, and free from contamination. What are waterborne diseases? Waterborne diseases are illness caused by microorganisms like viruses and bacteria that are ingested through contaminated water by coming in contact with water. So most common waterborne diseases are cholera, botulism, diarrhea, leptospirosis, typhoid fever, and giardia. So what are the symptoms of waterborne diseases? If you are in contact with waterborne diseases, what are the symptoms? Let us know this. Vomiting, nausea, loss of appetite, eye problems, skin issues, severe abdominal pain and cramps, and diarrhea. How to avoid waterborne diseases? Eat properly cooked food, wash hands thoroughly, wash fruits, vegetables, clean water pipes, and also the tanks regularly. So what is the situation of water crisis in India? In the 75 years since independence, annual per capita income availability of water has declined by 75%. Due to encroachment, India is staring at depletion of underground water and pollution of surface water, including vanishing water bodies. Provisional data from the country's first census of water bodies shows that 2% of water bodies have been encroached. 355 number of polluted stretches on 323 rivers across India as identified by CPCB, that is Central Pollution central pollution, findings show that none of the major rivers, including the Ganga, Yamuna, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Sutlej, Beas, Brahmaputra, Narmada, Godavari, Mahanadi, Krishna and Kaveri have been spared the effects of pollution. Assessment of 520 rivers by CPCB was based on the tracking of their biochemical oxygen demand, that is BOD, which is an indicator of organic pollution. So what are the steps being taken to address the water? Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which was started in 2019 as a movement for water conservation, recharge and rainwater harvesting in 256 water stressed districts. The center has decided to build 50,000 water bodies, Amrit Sarovar, across the country by August 15 next year to conserve water. Issues that need to be resolved. Water being a state subject, fragmented policy environment, excessive dependence on groundwater, and indiscriminate use of water for irrigation. How to prevent water pollution? Protect the wetland, use less chemicals, go for organic, minimize runoff from all sources, treat contaminated water. So everyone has the right to sufficient, continuous, safe, acceptable, physically accessible and affordable water for personal and domestic use. I conclude that it is everyone's responsibility to prevent water contamination and saving our future generations from water health hazards. We have to remember that we are a part of Earth, not Earth is a part of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheetal. So you did your job in time. Madam, next offline participant. Sir, it is already 3:10, sir. 5:30, we have to close the entire conference, all 44 papers. Is only one paper over, another 21 are there. So mostly we cannot find any time, sir. If you want to stop few papers, we can take up the question and answers. So mostly they may not agree, the authors may not agree, speakers, to cancel. Is there anybody ready to, give that space? So SPW college, Miru join ayaru. We are calling offline papers now. Maybe another 3 papers are there. Then will take all your papers. So you are ready. I understand because as per your serial number. So we are taking all offline papers. Next speaker.
Our next participant for the session 3 is Adina Mahesh from Telangana Mahila University. Her theme being Mission Kakatiya, a model water conservation method from Telangana.
Call these two also to the
And the following participants, kindly be ready. Chetana Lahari.
Vaddevi, please come. You both
And
also here.
Srija.
You don't waste time.
And Madhavi Reddy.
Yeah, only these two come. One. Yeah. Projector slides are moving.
No.
Okay. Now your presentation is here.
Yeah,
You mailed it. This one?
No, this one.
Where is the attachment?
Sir, this is the link.
You sit here. Come sit here. Quickly you can, because how you will move?
Slideshow, start the slideshow. No, this one.
Wait, you need to share this. What is that screen? Yours? Which screen is that?
No, my screen is the project.
Is this? No, you can see here. Forget about that. You
Yeah.
see, is this one? Okay, I will check it.
Okay.
Take this one. See, start. Go ahead.
I hope the slides are moving.
Darshanji, thank you. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adina Mehvesh, and I'm BSc final year student from Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, formerly known as Women's College, Koti. Today, I'm here to present my paper on Mission Kakatiya, a model water conservation method from Telangana, written under the guidance of Dr. Sushma and Dr. Mehtab Yasmin. As you all know, water is called the blue planet because 71% of its surface is covered with water. But the important thing here is that only 3% is fresh water, and further, only less than 1% is easily available for our use. Human consumption, agricultural and industrial use, growth in population, etc. are leading to water scarcity. Hence, according to the latest reports, 17 countries are suffering from extremely high baseline water stresses, and around 1.1 billion people worldwide lack access to safe water. Therefore, water conservation has become the need of the hour. Water conservation, when put into simple words, means efficiently using, preserving, controlling, and managing water resources. So by 2015, 2/3 of the world's population may face water shortages. This slide shows various methods of water conservation, that is rainwater harvesting pits, etc., in which the collected water could be used for watering plants, washing cars, etc. And then the harvesting pits recharge the groundwater levels. Modern agricultural techniques include drip irrigation, sprinkler method, etc. Here are some of the ways to conserve water at domestic level, which include using water efficient flush toilets, finding and repairing leakages, avoiding wastage of running water, etc. So now I would like to talk about Mission Kakatiya. Mission Kakatiya is a tank restoration and rejuvenation program inaugurated in Telangana on 12th March 2015 by the Honorable Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The main tagline of this mission is Mana Uru Mana Cheru. And the objective here is to enhance the development of agricultural income by enhancing the infrastructure of the minor irrigation structures. It aims to retrieve the lost glory of the minor irrigation structures in the state. The irrigation department had decided to restore around all of the 46,531 tanks in the state. And as of 2018, 27,713 works were completed, spending around 8,700 crores of rupees. The pie chart here is from 2016, which gives the information about the completed tanks under Mission Kakatiya in different districts. Funding pattern. Most of the work under Mission Kakatiya is funded by National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development. And recently, Government of India has agreed to sanction restoration of tanks under RR Phase 2 scheme. This is the year-wise budget allocation and its expenditure from the years 2014 to 2018. Results. The Mission Kakatiya has proved to be an effective initiative, and this can be proved by the fact that there is an increase in the groundwater levels in the state, and there is also an increase in the yield of paddy, cotton, jawar, etc. And just not the farmers. The fishermen community has also been benefited by this mission, since there is increase in the yield of fishes and also an increase in the fish weight. As this slide says, numbers says it all. In the year 2010, when there was heavy rainfall, the number of breached tanks were 4,251. While in the year 2016, after the implementation of Mission Kakatiya, when there was heavy rainfall, the number of breached tanks was only 930. Apart from this, in the month of October 2020, when the state was lashed by heavy rainfalls, which was almost considered to be one of the heaviest in over 150 years, but still The restored and desilted tanks were able to withstand the 25 to 32 centimeter of rain within a short period of time. In conclusion, I would say that the program has been appreciated by the International Water Management Institute, and the University of Chicago has also mentioned in their study about the positive impact of Mission Kakatiya. The government of Telangana was not only successful in implementing the program, but they also involved the local community in it and created awareness among the people. And not just about the groundwater levels, the restoration of tanks also avoided the risk of flooding in the state. Here, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers and each and everyone involved in organizing this and giving us students this opportunity. In the end, I would just say water is a finite source, and we as mankind must save it so the feel and luxury of water can be known and enjoyed by the future generation. As Lauren Elise said, if there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. That was my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Download the want to do it in presentation mode. Save ఇందులో ఉందా రెండిట్లో ఇది ఓకే డౌన్లోడ్ చేశాను వచ్చింది ఇక్కడ ఇదా అందుకే అది అలా ఓపెన్ అయింది సో మీరు ఇలాగే వెళ్ళిపోవాలి అంతే ఇట్లా అది వాడు ఇయర్ ఫోన్ పెట్టుకోండి ఎవరు స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు స్టార్ట్ చేసి పిక్గా చేసేయండి
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chetna Lahari. I'm Bhagdevi. We are from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and pursuing ECE BTech second year. Now we are going to tell about contamination of water and health hazards. As India grows and urbanizes, its water bodies are getting toxic. It's estimated that around 70% of surface water in India is unfit for consumption. Every day, almost 40 million liters of water
ఈ పీపీటీ ఇదే కదమ్మా ఇదే నౌ యా carry on.
Every day, almost 40 million liters of wastewater enters rivers and other water bodies with only a tiny fraction adequately treated. Globally, over 3 billion people are at risk of disease because the water quantity of their rivers, lakes, and groundwater is unknown due to lack of data. Meanwhile, a fifth of the world's river basins are experiencing dramatic fluctuations in the water availability. And 2.3 billion people are living in countries characterized as water stressed, including 721 million in areas where the water situation is critical. Our planet is facing a triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste. These crises are taking a heavy toll on oceans, rivers, seas, and lakes. Now, let's look at the pollutants of water which are contaminated. Eutrophication and water pollution. Eutrophication is when the environment becomes enriched with nutrients. This can be a problem in marine habitats, such as lakes, as it can cause algal blooms. Fertilizers are often used in farming. Sometimes these fertilizers run off into the rivers, causing an increase in the nutrient levels. These bloom of algae disrupts normal ecosystem functioning in algal blooms. The algae may use up all the oxygen in the water, leaving none of the other marine life. This results in the death of many aquatic organisms, such as fish, which need the oxygen in the water to live. Some algae even produce toxins that are harmful to higher forms of life. This can cause problems along the food chain and affect any animal that feeds on them. Underground storage leakages. A tank or a pipe network that has at least 10% of the volume underground is known as underground storage tanks. They often store substances such as petroleum, which is harmful to the surrounding environment. Many underground tanks constructed before 1980s are comprised of steel, which gets corroded over the time and causes leakages, affecting surrounding soil and groundwater. Oil pollution in water. Oil spills make about 12% of the oil that enters the ocean. The rest come from shipping, travel, drains, and dumping. Air oil spills from a tanker is a severe problem because there is such a large quantity of oil being split into only one place. Oil spills cause a very localized problem but can be catastrophic to local marine wildlife such as fish, birds, and sea others. Oil cannot disperse in water and forms a thick sludge in the water. This suffocates fish, gets caught in the feathers of marine birds, stopping them from flying, and blocks light from photosynthetic aquatic plants. Atmospheric water pollution. In the atmosphere, water particles mix with carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. This forms weak acid. Air pollution means that water vapor absorbs more of these gases and even more become acidic. When it rains, the water is polluted with these gases. This is called acid rain. When acid rain pollutes marine habitats such as rivers and lakes, aquatic life is harmed. Industrial waste. Industries are the main source of water pollution. It produces pollutants that are extremely harmful to people and the environment. Many industrial facilities use fresh water, to carry away waste from plant and into rivers, lakes, and oceans. Pollutants from industries are lead, mercury, nitrates. These elements can cause health and environmental problems. It is not a biodegradable substance, so is hard to clean up once the environment is contaminated. Over to Vagdevi.
As we all not got to know what are the causes of water pollution, so let's know what are the effects of water pollution. The water pollution affects on plants, animals, humans, environment. So first, let's start with the humans. Drinking contaminated water is really very dangerous, and it leads to the deadly diseases like cancer, malaria, diarrhea, and many diseases. So it's very important to make sure that the water you drink is very clean and safe. Effects on agriculture. The unsafe use of non-conventional sources of water in agriculture can lead to the accumulation of microbiological and chemical pollutants in the crops. This will make damage to the persons who are growing the crops and the persons who are eating, that is us. So, and it leads to the damage of the soil even. The soil will lose its fertility. Next is effects on plants and animals. Polluted water kills the life of these organisms. Animals are affected more by the solid waste that is thrown into the water bodies. It makes the fishes and the other organism deficient in the ability to regenerate. Effects on environment. Water pollution damages the ecosystem. Rivers, lakes, oceans are used as an open sewers for the industrial waste and as well as the residential waste. During our festival days like Ganesh Chaturthi and Dasara, the idols of Ganesha and Durga Mata are directly dumped into the rivers, which is making a lot of pollution in the water, which imbalances our ecosystem. So how can we prevent water pollution? If there is a problem, then there will be a solution even. Dispose of garbage properly. We have to dispose the garbage properly and should make the awareness on such campaigns to dispose the garbage properly and should collect the garbages from the seas, rivers, oceans. And the next one is wastewater treatment. As we saw that the sewage from the wastewater from the industries and as well as the residential waste is directly dumped into the rivers, but it should not be done. The water from that should be clean and then it should be treated from the wastewater treatments like municipal treatment, sewage water treatment, and then it should be, if necessary, then should be done. There are some suggestions to minimize the water pollution, preventing the groundwater contamination, and greatly reduce the non-point runoff. We have to turn off the tap when the water is not in use. Reuse treated wastewater for irrigation, afforestation, work with nature to treat the sewage, use 4Rs principle, reuse, reduce, refuse, recycle. Thank you. Only 1 hour, let's save it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lahari and Vagdevi. Sija, come. Where is your PPT? Let's start this. There it is.
Srija, I had sent from my email, Srija. Yesterday.
PPT?
Yes.
Is this?
Yes.
Start.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. This is Srija. I am currently pursuing my BTech second year in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. Today, my topic is about drinking water schemes and missions in India and world. First of all, I want I want to tell about the water. What is what we are using water in day-to-day life, either in directly or indirectly. Like indirectly, we are using for day-to-day practice, day-to-day life. Where indirectly, this power is made up of hydroelectricity, which is indirectly on water. So this is the water. This is about water, and water is interlinked with health. How we can see here relationship between water and human health. Our brain functions 75 our brain consumes 75% of water, and our blood, which is made 81% from water, and our kidney main function is also water. And bones, we have many, each and every organ in our body depended upon water. So this is the importance of water in our body. So the people are how I have categorized four different people who are getting water. Some people are getting safe drinking water, other people are getting unsafe drinking water, and some are insufficient, some are getting insufficient of drinking water, and few more are not even getting drinking water at all. And now this is a picture. Okay. Now in 1991, this picture shows that percentages of householding having safe drinking water within their premises. This is our India in 1991. Mostly southern part of India are getting 25% below 25%. Where comes to 2021, it has increased. Mostly southern part of India increased, fallen in the level of 26 to 50. And where come what is the main reason how it is increased? Due to the various schemes and projects implemented in India and all over the world on drinking water schemes. And similarly, in the world, this is a picture of world statistics of safe drinking water. Most of the world by 2008, many countries fallen in the range of 90%. But how the next question arises, how what is the work behind it? We are going to study in this presentation. In our India, Accelerated Rural Water Supply Program was implemented in 1972. This is the first major project in India for supplying the drinking water. Here you can see the picture. Some people are fighting for the regular water, but after this project, many people are got beneficial from this project. Accelerated Rural Water Supply Program was a government program by the government of India to assist the states and union territories to accelerate the piece of coverage of drinking water supply. Here you can see by 2009, 55,000, more than 55,000 covered that people are beneficiated from this. The next scheme was Rajiv Gandhi Drinking Water Scheme. First, the Rajiv Gandhi Drinking Water Scheme named as National Drinking Water Mission, but in 1986. But later on it changed to Rajiv Gandhi Drinking Water Mission in 1991. Here are the statistics of Rajiv Gandhi national drinking water mission. From starting to till 2007, the percentage was increased exponentially, which is happy to see here. And the main drawback of this Rajiv Gandhi drinking water mission scheme is this is majorly covered in Karnataka, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Assam, and West Bengal. So mainly Himachal Pradesh got unsafe drinking water, and West Bengal got safe drinking water. This is not balanced properly. Now comes to Swajal Dhara program. Swajal Dhara, the name itself says that Swajal Dhara, pure. This is a picture. This is started in 1990 under the name of Committee Participation in Planning, Implementation and Management of Drinking Water Scheme, started in 1999, and later on it named as Swajala Dhara in 2002. And this is a picture of Swajala Dhara program. You can see on this slide. Where comes to other scheme is Bharat Nirman. The Bharat Nirman is not only for the drinking water, for the sake of drinking water. Bharat Nirman is to build the Bharat in overall developing the Bharat. This is the logo of Bharat Nirman, and here drinking 74,000 habitations was increased due to this Bharat Nirman program. How Indian households get their water drinking. This is how this is divided into rural area and urban area. Rural area people get in this majorly they will not more depend on public tankers, but where comes to urban area, people morely depends on public tankers. So these are the various water sources they depend. So for the sake of this rural area and urban area, government has planned in two different schemes. So here first for the rural area people, one scheme is National Rural Drinking Water Program. Here you can see the dark blue color indicates that these are the state beneficiated from this National Rural Drinking Water Program, and where only 2 to 3 are moderately beneficiated from this program. And where the budget of this program was drastically increased from 2018 to 2021 due to the various reasons. One of the reason may be the corona and in urban areas, we have various projects. Under the various project, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Amrut scheme was one of the scheme in urban areas. This is also not only for the water supply, this various for the development of India. So under this 72% of underwater coverage, drinking water was covered. And where comes to heritage city development and augmentation yojana, this is only for the majority cities like Dwaraka from Gujarat, Varanasi from Uttar Pradesh, Kanchipuram from Tamil Nadu, Velankani from Tamil Nadu, Ajmer, Rajasthan, Amravati, Andhra Pradesh, Badami from Karnataka, Gaya from Bihar, Mathura from Uttar Pradesh, Puri from Odisha, Warangal from Telangana. This you can see in this slide that these are the water scheme implemented only in these cities, and from particular period of time the cities may change eventually. Okay, sir.
No problem. Anyhow, your paper is there.
This is the statistic about national coverage status covered compared to cumulative expansion and schemes. Here, this bottom bar indicates this by the state, by the national expenditures. This top bar indicates state expenditure. This is the cumulative schemes. From 2010 to 2015, the scheme cumulative schemes were increased linearly. So, which is happy to see. Where comes to work, these are the few project, the water project, water go global water solutions, water aid, charity water. These are the schemes in worldwide to which is monitored under the WHO. Due to these projects, the global freshwater use over long run was increased from 1901 to 2014, sorry. Lastly, thank you, save the water, and you have shown right.
We all save water. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Okay.
So I request the SPW
college
students to be presented online. Be ready. So Madam will call the first speaker.
Now I invite our next participant, Veerakshi from SPW College, and her team is wastewater management and STP. And next, Tulsi Priya, please be ready with your topic.
So మీరందరూ కూడా లైన్ లో రెడీ ఉండండి అండ్ బిగ్ ఇప్పుడు ఎంత లెంతీగా చెప్తే అంత మైనస్ మార్కులు ఎంత బిగ్ గా మీరు చెప్పాలని చెప్పేయాలి ఓకే నౌ స్టార్ట్
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
కంటిన్యూ చేయి
Good afternoon, sir, everyone. My self introduction, sir. I am K. Veerakshi. SPW Degree College and Tirupati. My topic is wastewater management, sir. Introduction. Wastewater management is an important approach to protect water resource, and it is defined as the collection, treatment and reuse of wastewater. Wastewater management systems are used most commonly in semi-urban, rural, remote areas. Water resources are under pressure from continuing population growth and urbanization, rapid industrialization, expanding and intensifying food production, particularly in developing countries and in urban areas. Next, sir. Objectives, sir. Objectives. Objectives. Reduction of biodegradable organic substances in the environment. Reduction of nutrient concentration in the environment. Next, elimination of pathogen and recycling and reuse of water. Methods. Methods. 3 types. Types of wastewater, sir. There are 3 types, sir. Physical, chemical and biological. Physical. First, electrical conductivity indicates the salt content. Second, total dissolved soil comprises inorganic salts and small amount of organic matter dissolved in water. Chemical. Next, chemical. Dissolved oxygen indicates the amount of oxygen in water oxygen in water required by aerobic microorganism to decompose the organic matter in a sample of water in a defined the period. Next, total organic compound. Next, biological, sir. Biological total coliform encompassing facial coliform, fecal coliforms, contamination with fecal matter, helmets analysis. Look for warm eggs of the water. Yes, sir. Lawn aeration. Lawn aeration. Lawn aeration. Air is pumped into the aeration tank. Basic in encourage conversion NH3 to NO3 and provide oxygen for bacteria to continue to propagate and grow. Once converted to NO3, the bacteria remove strip oxygen molecules from the nitrate molecules and the nitrogen is given off as into the natural process of bacteria breaking down organic material. Importance of role of education. The problem of wastewater management is the one of the essential issue of the modern civilization emerging from the contemporary lifestyle. So wastewater problem overcome through the educational system. Uses of water. Domestic water consumption makes up 80% of total global warming. Advantages of wastewater help to reduce greenhouse effect and minimizing wastewater, safeguard public health and safety, prevent water from born diseases. Disadvantages of wastewater management. It requires a large space for the setup. Second, the installation cost, the power supply are very much high. Next, bacterial imbalance. Conclusion. Wastewater management conservation activity, hence it should be properly conducted and bring about sustainable development in cities and towns. Yeah, as more people migrate into urban areas and as urbanization increases, there is an urgent need to develop better wastewater management policies. Reference. I collected this information from library, newspaper, and Google network, also etc. Thank you for giving for this golden opportunity. Thank you for all. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Amma. Thank you. Next, Tulsi Priya. మీరు ఒక స్మాల్ అడ్వైస్, డోంట్ సే అబ్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ అవి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయక్కర్లా. యూ హ్యావ్ మెన్షన్ ఇన్ ది పేపర్. సో యూ ట్రై టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ యువర్ కంటెంట్స్ and the references also don't mention while you present. Okay, it will be it will be read by the people who look into your paper. So continue. Open your presentation.
Yes.
సార్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఎప్పుడు మీరు చెప్పమ్మా. యూ ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్.
Good afternoon, sir. Today my topic, my self introduction, sir. R. Tulsi Priya. I am studying second BSc BJC in SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati. My today topic is contaminated water and health hazards. Introduction. Water is an inorganic and transparent, tasteless, odorless, and nearly colorless chemical substance which is the main continuity of the earth.
hydrosphere, and the fluid of all living organisms. Objectives: fertilizers, pesticides, of other chemical that have been applied to land near the water. Manufacturing operations. Next one, concentration feeding operation, wildlife saver overflows. Next one, types of contaminations. First one, inorganic contaminants. Next, second one, organic contaminants. Third one, biological contaminants. Fourth, radiological contaminants. Next, cholera, a bacteria disease causing severe diarrhea and dehydration, usually spread in water. Symptoms: diarrhea and vomiting, dehydration. This is picture. Next, diarrhea. Diarrhea is usually caused by a virus or sometimes contaminated food. Less frequently, it can be another disaster such as inflammatory bowel disease or irritable bowel syndrome. Symptoms: vomiting, fever, headache, weakness. Typhoid. The typhoid fever is an infection that spread through contaminated food and water. Symptoms: high fever, stomach pain, and headache. Next one, polio, a virus that may cause paralysis and is easily preventable by a polio vaccine. Polio is transmitted through contaminated water, food contact with an infected person. Symptoms: muscles weakness. Water management. Next. Water management of quality, water quality and pollution types and source of pollution, water quality modeling, environmental guidelines for water quality. Conclusion: drinking water is a very important thing to our body's health. Not only humans but also all of the organisms need water to survive. Save water, save life.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Hemalata.
Yes.
I invite the Hemalata from SPW College. Team contamination of water and health hazards, followed by Tejashri and Salima and Madhvi Reddy. We kindly be ready.
నడుస్తున్నారు ఏమైనా చేసుకో.
Good afternoon, sir.
మా అందరూ మేడమ్సే ఇక్కడ.
Sorry, sir. Good afternoon, madam.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ అంతే అప్పుడు అందరికి సరిపోతుంది.
It's really pleasure to participate in this Pure Earth Foundation competition. Welcome to SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati. This is V. Hemalata from 2nd BSc MPCS. Coming to introduction, water pollution is a major global environmental problem because it can result in the degradation of all aquatic ecosystems, fresh, coastal, and ocean water. The specific contaminants leading to pollution in water include a wide spectrum of chemicals, pathogens, and physical changes such as elevated temperature. So, what is water pollution? Water pollution is the contamination of water bodies, usually as a result of human activities, so that negatively affects its uses. Surface water pollution, either freshwater pollution or marine water pollution. For example, releasing inadequately treated wastewater into normal waters can lead to degradation of this aquatic ecosystem. Health effects of water pollution. Water not only quenches our thirst, but also plays a critical role in keeping us healthy. But with sources of water getting polluted, contaminants are finding their way into the water we use for our daily needs. As a result of using unsafe water more and more,
individuals are being to suffer from ill health. Here are some of the diseases caused by the use of contaminated unsafe water. And the diseases are cholera, typhoid, respiratory infections, disorders of the endocrine and reproductive systems. And what is the main theme of water pollution? So here we have PowerPoint templates tells us how we exploit our natural and the most important reserve which helps in sustaining life, that is water. This template argues with the narrow thinking of people to dump their waste in the water, which results in the accumulation of waste inside and beneath the surfaces of water, resulting in the death of fishes. So what are the preventions of water pollution? Encourage smart agriculture practices, reduce urban and suburban runoff lawn fertilizers and pesticides, prevent further destructions wetlands and re-establish them wherever possible. Dry place, do not pour cooking oil or fuel downstream water drains. Do not throw garbage in or around water bodies. Try to use as many recyclable, reusable products as many possible. And coming to finally, water pollution stems from many sources and causes, only a few of which are discussed here. Rivers and streams demonstrate some capacity to recover from the effects of certain pollutants, but lakes, bays, ponds, rivers, and oceans have little resistance to the effects of water pollution. Thank you for giving this opportunity. It's really a great experience to participate in PEF Foundation. Thank you.
Very good. So we should thank you for your time management. The next, madam already called the other people. Next speaker. By the time SAR opens, you introduce yourself.
Mom, good afternoon to all. Welcome to Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College, Tirupati. Self-introduction. My name is Sri Manasa, second BA HE in Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College. Introduction. Water is extremely crucial for the proper functioning of the human body. In fact, about 60% of the human body is made up of water, while blood consists of 90% water. Water lubricates the joints, forms an integral part of saliva, mucus, and most importantly carries oxygen to different parts of the body. Only 2.7% of available water on earth is fresh. Water can be used from rivers, lakes, and groundwater. Content. Ensure availability and sustainable management of water sanitation for all. The government must increase several types of schemes in India and the world. The first, the National Rural Drinking Water Program. This scheme was implemented in 1999. This scheme was Jal Jeevan Mission added to this scheme, and they provided various purposes of drinking water and well effective adequate water to the people, domestic and other purpose of water, because the water is main important for the human bodies and human resources. They face a lot of problems. That's why government has to take in the decision for implementing these schemes and missions in our country. As well as the next scheme is Nirmal Bharat Mission Abhiyan. These schemes are also implemented by the government. These schemes are also, the main aim is to provide drinking water for the rural people, for the households and some other reasons. Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan main aim is to clean the water in the rivers and something else. Today the rivers is mostly polluted in our country. That's why this scheme is very important. Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan. The next, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Mission. This scheme also implemented by the government because this scheme is to clean the rivers in our country and some other reasons. And Krishi Sanchai Mission, the main aim is to the purpose of agriculture and some important, because the agriculture is very important in our country. They use well water, they can give the good crops and good yield. That's why the health is very important in our country. The next, National River Conservation Program. This scheme also implemented by the government of India to the purpose of river cleaning. The next scheme is Namami Ganga Integrated Ganga Conservation Mission. This also implemented government in 1999 to the purpose of to clean the water in our country. Interlinking of rivers. These also the skill evaluated in the rivers. Next, different types of skills in different levels. The schemes has been implemented in government at different levels at different stages. National Jal Jeevan Mission at central level. State Water Sanitation Mission at state level. District Water Sanitation Mission at district level. Gram Panchayati Lot subcommittees at village level. These are the scheme. National level, state level, district level, Gram Panchayati. This has holded by the government appointed some other officers to look upon these schemes. State Water and Sanitation Mission at state level. The in charges are Director in charge of Strategy and Implementation, Project Manager for Technical, Financial and Monitoring, Coordinate for Implementation, Support Agency. This is the graph for the households across to need tap water supply in rural areas. This is the graph. 54% of India faces high to extremely high water stress. Global objective, universal and equitable access to safe, affordable drinking water, adequate and equitable sanitation for all, improvement of water quality through reduction of water pollution, increase of water efficiency across sectors, reduce number of people suffering from water scarcity, proportion of population using safely managed water services, proportion of population using safely managed sanitation service, change in the extent of water reaction safely, degree of integrated water sources and management implementation, change in amount of water and sanitation related official development. These are the Narendra Modi implemented by the scheme of rural water in tap water connection. These were the blueprint of the schemes to implemented in our country. Conclusion, a 22% increase in school dropouts has been reported in drought affected states. UNICEF working with Ministry of Jal Jeevan and Jal Shakti Abhiyan to supply portable water. The target of population for Swajal in 177 aspirational districts across 28 states is about 0.5 million a year. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. This is the motto of Shri Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji. Thank you for this golden opportunity to me, Pure Earth Foundation.
Okay, thank you, Mansa. Next speaker. Collect చేసుకున్నారు కదా రోజు ఉండండి లాస్ట్ లో పెట్టాలి ట్రై చేయి ఏం కాదు ఒక రోజు మీరు రోజు ఇంటికి వెళ్ళేది 7కి 8 బస్సులు ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయ మనం ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసి సార్ ఓపెన్ చేసి సార్
myself K.Tejasvi. I am from SPW College. I am studying second BSc MScs. Today's my topic is contamination of water and its health hazards. Firstly, globally, nearly 2 billion people use a drinking water sources contamination, which are included with feces. As a result of contamination of water, such as microbial contamination, there is a high risk of drinking safe water. While the most important chemical risk in drinking water starts from add of arsenic, fluoric, etc. How water usually gets contaminated? There are different ways why water is getting contaminated. Mainly the points are the sewages from the houses, chemicals from industrial wastes, pesticides and fertilizers used in the agriculture, oil leaks and spills, radioactive waste, practicing of bathing and washing near ponds. This is the picture. We can see how the drinking water is very sufficient and efficient to our body. Next, water and health. Let us know how water contributes to our good health. The water helps us to prevent constipation, aids digestion, support kidneys health, boost skin health, keeps us energetic, helps you to lose weight, makes you work out better, improves mood. Economic and social effects. In other words, it is toxic water that cannot be drunk for essential purpose like agriculture and which are caused diseases like diarrhea, cholera, dysentery, typhoid and polymythetics that kill more than 5 lakh people worldwide every year.
Some are most likely to get sick from germs and chemicals in water. They are like infants, young children, people who are pregnant, adults, and some are the people who are weakened, who are taking the treatments of transplant meditations and the treatments like kidney, etc. This is the picture. We can see how water helps us to keep our body healthy. The conclusion is we have to use the water very efficiently, and we should not contaminate the water. We should have to make it the water safe and availability to everyone. Thanking you for giving this opportunity.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker. They introduce Neelamma.
Salima, sir.
Salima.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Today, I am going to tell about water management and sustainable use of water. I am studying second BSc MPCS in SPW degree and PG college. Now we shall move water management. Water management is a process of developing, optimizing and planning of water resources. Many practices which are defined by many policies and regulations with the increase of the population, which has been doubled to over 6 billion people from 1900. The use of water have popped to 60 degree. Here let's have a picture of sustainable water management, how we manage our water for future use. Next, water management. Importance of water management. How water management is important to our life. It is important since it helps determine future irrigation expectations. Water management is the management of water resources under set of policies and regulations. Water is one and abundant natural resource. It is becoming a more valuable commodity due to droughts and overuse. There are some reasons why water management is important to our life. Water management is the management of water resources available on earth. Authorities establish systems and regulations that deal with water for a variety of uses, including agriculture and sanitation. Our access to water is limited. Water management addresses complex issues. Water management tackles serious challenges to our life. Water scarcity affects over 40% of the world's population. Now let us move to other reasons which are helps to water management. Water management and food production are linked. More than 2 billion people lack of reliable water services. Poorly managed water resources are deadly. Privating water systems raises prices. Water management is local and regional issues. Good water management benefits everyone. So we save always water. Water conservation. Water conservation. It is a well-planned system. Water is supplied to many places regularly in a city, but many we observe that some amount of water is wasted through leakage of pipes and many other reasons. As we know that proper water management is necessary for the conservation of water to our homes. We use some other conservation methods to protect water. Conclusion. By the water management, we can conserve the water by suitable conservation methods. We can use the water in suitable manner for our daily use. From this, we can conclude that water is very precious. So save every drop of water and save it for the future. Don't waste it. Thank you.
Thank you, Salima. Thank you. Madhavi Reddy, are you there? Please.
No,
Sir,
sir.
yes, sir. I am there, sir. Yeah. Sir, from SPW, please stop your sharing.
Okay, sir.
Madhavi Reddy, you share your screen.
Okay,
and
sir.
You have seen how quick they could finish, and you also follow the same thing.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, is my screen
Visible,
sir?
Yes. You are not visible. Your
Just a
college
minute,
want to see you. You left with your degree.
Just a minute, sir.
మేడం ఇక్కడే ఉన్నాం, వస్తున్నాం. 10 నిమిషాల్లో వస్తున్నాం.
Just on your video. Don't go through your entire thesis book. We are seeing so many pages there.
No,
so
sir.
much content. So how you are going to manage?
Yeah, I'll sir.
Your teachers also waiting here.
5:30 వరకు ఉందా?
Sir, there is a problem. I couldn't start my video. Can I continue with the PPT, sir?
Yeah, continue. SPW, please mute your mic. You can on your video, no problem. Mic, you mute it. Yeah, you continue.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah.
Good evening to all the dignitaries who are present there. So this is L. Madhavi. I have completed my MSc Zoology from Sarojini Naidu Vanita Mahavidyalaya. So my project is on a study on water quality through antibacterial effect of tulsi, that is Osmum sanctum, scientific name. I have completed my project under the guidance of Dr. C. Manjusha ma'am, lecturer of Zoology department. So as everyone of them said that water is much more important and everything, whatever the diseases are causing and bacterial contents causing different diseases and everything, many of them are discussed and I don't want to discuss it again. So water quality that must be maintained for our drinking purpose. So whatever the thing we are taking, that must be free from contaminations, free, and all the ions and present in the water, that must be in the balanced way. So decreasing the, so I got an idea, why don't we use the things whatever we present around surroundings to filter our water without going for a complex treatment, filtrations and all. So I got an idea to use the plant-based techniques for the filtration of our water. So I decided to use tulsi, as tulsi is our main holy plant, that is which is present in many of our houses. So I thought to use the tulsi for the filtration or decontamination of water. So what does tulsi act on? Tulsi act on bacterial content of water. As we know that when water is contaminated with coliform bacteria, which is mostly present in all warm-blooded, in the feces of all warm-blooded animals. So in that coliform bacteria, E. coli is one of the fecal coliform bacteria, which is mostly present in our digestive system. All the strains of E. coli is not contaminant for our human lives. Only one strain, that is E. coli 1.5 H7, is only the positive strain of E. coli, which causes serious hemorrhagic diarrhea and many other diseases like diarrhea, vomitings, fever, irritable bowel movement, all these etc. causes by the E. coli. So I decided to remove the bacterial content in water by using the tulsi extracts. Why I have taken the plant-based technique is, which is simple, which is available in many places, and also fast, convenient, which is present. This tulsi plant is present in many of our houses. So I had decided to take, and it is also eco-friendly, which is can be degradable. So let me explain about the coliforms. This is the total coliforms consisting of fecal coliforms. These fecal coliforms consisting of many other bacteria. One among them is E. coli, which is 0157 is H7 strain of E. coli. So these are some of the papers I have reviewed. So what is my aim? To decrease the bacterial, to assess the effect of tulsi extract on decreasing the bacterial content in 2 different water samples. I have taken 2 different water samples, that is less contaminated water sample, that is bore water, and little more contaminated water sample, that is lake water sample. I have two objectives like to see the effectiveness of tulsi in two different water samples by using what the three types of extracts like tulsi paste, tulsi powder, and tulsi liquid to show the antibacterial activity and also to compare them. So I used to see whether it is working or not. I used multiple tube dilution techniques to test the presence of coliform bacteria and fecal coliform bacteria and E. coli in the given water. So I have taken the tulsi in the form of tulsi paste, tulsi powder, and also tulsi liquid, which I have made treatment period of. I gave the treatment period of 1 hour and 24 hours. The amount of the absorbent I have given for the tulsi, given for the water sample is 1 mg per liter or 1 ml per liter of the sample is given. Like tulsi paste and powder, 1 mg of the amount I given for 1 liter, and 1 ml for like tulsi liquid, I have taken 1 ml for 1 liter of water. After the treatment period, just filter it and take for the, these are the take for the test. These are the two different places where I have collected my water samples. So this is a tulsi liquid which I have taken from commercially available. These are the water samples treated with the extracts like tulsi liquid, tulsi paste, and tulsi powder for 1 hour and 24 hours. And this is a tulsi powder and tulsi paste I have taken. So what is multiple tube dilution technique? I have said it, right? So different types of tubes, like 9 tubes divided into 3 groups, and which is taken with McConkey broth and inoculated different size of the samples like 0.1 ml of sample, 1 ml and 10 ml, and incubated for 24 hours. The inverted tubes is also inserted in that tubes, which indicates the positive and negative, which indicates the which is helpful for the indication of the presence or absence of the E. coli bacteria present in that. And also confirmation test, the same thing, the positive presumptive test is used here.
Madam hint icharu naku chaala time అయిపోతుందని.
Yeah, okay sir, we'll finish sir. 2 minutes.
మీ రీసెర్చ్ అంతా కాదు, brief quick.
Yes
please.
sir, brief itself sir.
Take it in 2 minutes.
Okay sir, I'll wind up sir. So let me say you confirm you that I have tested this. For the left side one indicates the positive one before the treatment, and the right side one indicates the negative one after the treatment. The gas in this indicates the presence of bacteria in this. So this is before the treatment. This is after the treatment. This indicates that I got a positive result that tulsi is acting in decreasing the bacterial content in the given water samples. So I have also drank that water, and I'm saying, so we can also use this water sample, this tulsi extracts for a consumption purpose. So based on these multiple tube dilution, this table, we are going to assess the results. So final discussion is this: all the 3 extracts has maximum antibacterial effect against the E. coli and the coliform bacteria. Interestingly, it is also it's also increasing the pH and also decreasing the alkalinity of water treatment with the extract. The present. So this tulsi is also helpful for decreasing the fluoride contents in water also. So we can also use to decrease, you use this tulsi extracts to decrease the to use it as a defluorinating agent and also as antibacterial agent. Upon all of the herbs, tulsi is known as a queen of the herbs. We can use this for our antibacterial activity. It is an excellent medicinal values, and scientific research is also now confirming its beneficial effects. So the use of tulsi in ritual prove that Ayurvedic wisdom. Examples like the knowledge of offering solutions for many problems. So this significance, it is also antibacterial agent. Tulsi requires less time, low cost. This can be used in rural areas, people where they couldn't afford for all the purification process and like high modern filtration techniques. It is highly used from ancient as a medicinal plant. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you for
Madhavi.
all of them.
Yeah. Thank you. So please go for sum up, madam.
Now I take this opportunity to thank our presiders for the third technical session, Dr. V.N. Raidu Garu and Dr. M. Aparna. Thank you for being with us, ma'am and sir. Thank you for your patience to be with us. And now I request Dr. T. Sudharani, Head Department of Botany, to hand over mementos to Dr. V.N. Raidu Garu and Dr. M. Aparna. Could you please come up onto the stage and share your views, ma'am, and also sir.
Just comment. ఇది మాట్లాడితే ఇక్కడికి, ఇది మాట్లాడితే ఆన్లైన్ కలిపి కదా ఇక్కడ. ఎందుకు ఇంత కష్టపడుతున్నా ఉదయం నుంచి? లేదు, షీ ఈజ్ ఆన్లైన్. ప్రజెంట్ ఆన్లైన్ లేదు, పెట్టేసుకుంటారు. ఎందుకంటే లాస్ట్ స్టేషన్కి 1 hour ఉంది. 1 hour లో ఎలా 12 జరిపించారు?
My dear student, the faculty research presentation. I have a small few points for you to understand. In any presentation, you should be clear in what you are talking. First thing. Second thing, don't get confused on your subject. Be specific on the subject and try to make it as simple as possible. Don't get confused. That is the main issue in these presentation. Presentation should be very clear, to the point. And those research students who are doing research work on Tulasi, madam, your work is wonderful, but you are lacking in telling us what exactly is the concentration that you have applied with this paste of Tulasi. Please make sure that you are doing it in a perfect direction and get your PhD. All the best.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Dr. M. Aparna, Associate Professor of Mathematics at G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. So it's my immense pleasure to be a part of this international conference, not international, but Pureit Foundation conference. So this is the 4th time I'm participating in this conference. So I'm very happy to be a part of this. I met very eminent people here. Every time I met the different types of people. And about the presentations, everyone presented very well. And I got to know many points about these presentations. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we come to the last session, technical session 4, the theme being water uses and its applications. Now I would like to invite Mrs. V. Anuradha, Head Department of Physics, to chair the session. Now
So I request our Krishna Rao sir also to co-chair this session. Sir, that is why we want to keep you active. So please come forward. Please, sir. Physical government session. One first picture.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mrs. Kalyani, Department of Botany, to introduce session 4's chairwoman, Anuradha ma'am.
Good evening, one and all. It's my great pleasure to introduce Anuradha ma'am, working as Associate Professor at Department of Physics and Electronics.
Madam, small. So, Shyamala madam is there. We could not see. So please join, madam, both Krishna Rao sir and Anuradha madam. Please join. So request one more chair there. No, sir. You also be there. No. You also be there. Three judges for this last session. Sir, Krishna Rao sir. మీరిద్దరు డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవడం కాదు సార్, ఇద్దరు కూర్చోండి ప్లీజ్. సార్ యూ ఆల్సో సిట్ సార్, ఇట్స్ కంప్యూటర్ సార్, దట్ చైర్ ప్లీజ్. ఓకే.
Excuse me, sir.
I take this opportunity to invite Dr. K. Shamla Devi, Assistant Professor and also the convener of Pure Earth Foundation from G. Narayanamma Institute of Science and Technology, to occupy the chair. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Mrs. Kalyani to introduce the chairwoman.
So it's my great pleasure to introduce Anuradha ma'am, working as Associate Professor at Department of Physics and Electronics, and also a member Board of Studies, Bhavans Vivekananda Degree College. Ma'am has completed her MSc Physics with specialization in Electronics from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. Ma'am has 28 years of teaching experience and also constantly updating her skills in domain field through reputed online certificated courses. Ma'am has completed NPTEL courses and 4 courses conducted by Professor H.C. Verma under aegis of Center for Continuing Education, IIT Kanpur. She is also a paper setter, examiner, and working as evaluator for various autonomous colleges. It's my honor to welcome you, ma'am.
Now I invite the participants for this session 4. The first one being Sahiti from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science, her theme being water studies on terrestrial planets, and followed by Shivani and Soumya and Manasa from Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. Kindly be prepared.
PPT is there. Okay, come. Where it is? You introduce yourself. I will open.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm K. Sahiti, currently pursuing my second BTech in Computer Science and Engineering Department from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. So today I'm here to present my views on the topic water studies on terrestrial planets.
Hello. Immediately this way. Okay, so make it brief. Time.
So first, water is the second most abundant molecule in our solar system. Every living organism depends on water. So there is no life on Earth without water. But does Earth provide water forever? No, it can't be possible. So the scientists are looking for another option so as to make the life exist on other planets. But due to the different global problems that we face on the Earth is not suitable. So we need to provide essential conditions for life on different planets so that we can live on other planets too. So my topic is on terrestrial planets. But what is a terrestrial planet? A terrestrial planet is a planet composed of silicate rocks or metals. The different terrestrial planets are Mercury, Earth, Venus, and Mars. Of all the terrestrial planets, Earth has the most abundant water than that of the other planets. And whereas we can observe water is in the form of ice on the planet Mercury, and water is in the form of liquid on the planet Venus, but it was about 2 billion years ago, and it was existed as water vapor on Mars and on Earth as a liquid. So first let me describe the water study on Mercury. Mercury, it's the closest planet to the Sun in the solar system. Mercury is also known as the scorched planet. In the Mercury, the temperature can reach up to 4,400 degrees Celsius. See, we can imagine what the temperature on Mercury it would be, because when we reach the temperature 40 on our planet, we feel it's so sweating. But it's 400 degrees Celsius on the planet Mercury. So how can the water be existed on that planet? But the astronomers, they discovered the water in the form of ice on Mercury. But how? How is it possible? So these are the pictures that the astronomers got and discovered from the planet Mercury. The reason that water is existed on the planet Mercury is because of its narrow axis, slow rotation, and lack of heat trapping atmosphere. So for every 2 days on Mercury, we can see that one day lasts for about 176 Earth days. And every day, we can see that 4,000 hours the planet spends on the daytime and 4,000 hours in the dark. So because of this reason, one side of the planet experiences the dark for 4,000 hours and one side of the planet experiences 4,000 hours in the light. So because of the reason, not only we can observe the temperature rises about 4,000 degrees Celsius, but also it degrades to minus 180 degrees Celsius. And the next planet is water study on Venus. Venus is same like the Earth, but the differences between the Earth and Venus are, Venus has a thick carbon monoxide layer. See, we know that carbon monoxide grabs the heat present in the atmosphere. Since it has a thick layer of carbon monoxide, it absorbs a lot of heat from the sun and makes it as the hottest planet in the solar system. But as I told that Venus has had water before 2 million years. So what happened to that water? And how did the water existed before 2 million ago? Generally, the water can be generated because of the comets and asteroids that occur due to the heavy bombardment period. The heavy bombardment period is about 4 billion years. So before 4 billion years ago, the water was generated on the planet Venus. But later on, because of the division of the hydrogen and oxygen, the water was not existed on the planet Venus. The partition of the hydrogen and oxygen took place as if the one of the hydrogen atoms has escaped, then the 2 oxygen atoms were escaped. So in such a way, the water on the Venus got totally eliminated. But unlike Earth, Venus do not have the magnetic field. Earth has the magnetic field, So it can protect the earth from solar winds that are produced from the sun. But in case of Earth, Earth generates a magnetic field to protect the atmosphere from solar winds. But in case of Venus, it does not have the magnetic field. So that the solar winds that are produced from the sun strikes the upper atmosphere of the Venus where the clouds are formed. Because of this reason, the hydrogen molecules and oxygen molecules were escaped from the planet Venus. And the next one is the water study on Earth. Of all the terrestrial planets, Earth has the most abundant water, and Earth is suitable for life because the water is originated from planet stimulus, where planet stimulus are the minute planets that combine together to form a planet, where these planet stimulus can be either comets or asteroids. But the comets cannot be delivered to the Earth from the solar system. So the scientists thought that it might be the asteroids, and they scientifically proved it by considering the ratio of deuterium and hydrogen. Since the hydrogen is present on overall the Earth, they took the hydrogen particles from different places like deep inside the Earth as well as the boundary between the core and the mantle. And they observed that the ratio of the deuterium and the hydrogen is same as the water that is present in the Earth's oceans. But in case of the water present in the boundary between the mantle and the core, it's not the same. It contains of less deuterium. So they thought that it might be from the nebular hydrogen. As a result, they thought that water on the Earth is because of the asteroids. So asteroids are the primary source of Earth's water. The next topic is water study on Mars. Mars, it's a warm and wet world, but it has the less gravity than that of the Earth. It is believed that 4 billion years ago, there were lakes, oceans, and rivers in the Mars, but they do not consist now. It's because the molten core, which is present in the Mars, is same like that of the Earth, but the molten core created a magnetic field around the planet Mars so that it protects the planet from the sun's radiation. Eventually, the molten core which is present in the Mars got cooled, and thereby it did not produce the magnetic field, so that there is no protection for the planet from the sun. So in such a way, the water which is present on the Mars got evaporated after the collapse of the coolness of the molten core. But still they observed the water on the Mars as a slope area, that is nothing but the recurring slope lineae. So the water is present in the form of the hydrated minerals also, but they can be extracted only by heating the hydrated minerals. But the water present on the Mars is not considered for life because it is not a long-lived one. It may be a short-lived and not suitable for life on Mars. So conclusion, there are many planets, but among the traditional planets, only the Earth has the ability to provide essential conditions for life. So life is not possible on different planets like Mercury, Venus, or Mars, but the scientists are still looking an alternate solution so as to make the life possible on other planets too. So everyone please save water because water is very important and there is no other planet at present. So please save water and let's continue to live on Earth. Thank you. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. Mama. Saidi, madam. Madam.
Sir, we are starting from SPW Degree College, sir.
Okay, you see here. Which names it is? Okay. Keep one. You are going to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivani Gopal from GNITS. My teammate Soumya Reddy is going to start the PPT.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soumya and I'm from GNX. So I'm going to talk about water management. So what is water management? Water management is nothing but it is a process of planning, developing and managing the water resources and not only in quantity but also in quality. So why do we all need water management? So we need water management in order to increase the rural incomes and also food production. So as irrigation continues to be the main water user, and agriculture is responsible for 70% of water withdrawal. So we need to manage the water resources in order to prevent any water scarcity in future. We know that in the world, water withdrawal have been increased drastically these days. So in order to control or prevent the water scarcity or shortage of water, we need to actually follow some techniques in order to save the water. So one of the method of managing the water resources are rainwater harvesting. So rainwater harvesting is nothing but it is a process of collection of the rainwater and storing them. So here, as we can see in the picture, the water actually gets percolated into this tank. So whatever water which runs off from the roofs or roads or parks are given a flow through these pipes, and all these pipes are actually connected to this tank. So all the water will get percolated in this tank. So this water actually can be used.
What happened?
The picture is not.
Wait.
Yes. So the water gets percolated in this tank. So this water can actually be used for irrigation and also for our daily chores. I know that it is not useful for drinking, but actually we can at least use this for our daily chores and also for irrigation. And the next method for managing the water resources is groundwater recharge. So groundwater recharge is nothing but the enhancement of the natural groundwater. So groundwater gets naturally recharged through rainfall. So we can actually recharge the groundwater by some artificial means or artificial methods. So one of the method of recharging the groundwater is artificial groundwater recharge. So nowadays we all know that we are using a lot of groundwater for our daily chores. What we do in the morning is first on the bore well, so that we use the groundwater. Even though the municipal corporation is sending us the enough water to actually use it for our daily chores, we again use the groundwater for our requirement. So we can use this method to actually increase the water level in the ground level. So in this method, the water is actually inserted through an artificial recharge well, and this water is inserted into the ground. So by this, we can actually increase the level of the groundwater. So the next method is drip irrigation. So drip irrigation is also called as a micro irrigation. So in drip irrigation, the water is actually allowed slowly to drip, and this is because the water by this process the water that is directly inserted into the roots of the plant. So the water and the nutrients are actually inserted into the roots of the plants, and by this process the evaporation is also minimum.
My Ramalaya University
So
applied.
the water is given a flow through these valves, and and these field pipes are also called as dripper lines. My friend is going to
Let me explain you other methods. The first one I'll be going to explain is grey water. Grey water, it is from sinks, washing wells, bathrooms, toilets, etc. You may think it's dirty, but it does not come into contact with feces. It is stored into a tank and then it is deposited for irrigation or treatment waste. It looks dirty because it has hair, dirt, grease, and all, but it is not. The next is sewage water treatment. It is a process of removing contaminants from the municipal waste water. We use physical, chemical, and biological waste to treat it and send it into the environment so that it's not harmful for the environment. Sometimes it even the byproduct is even produced, that is the sludge. It is also should be treated so that it should be environment. Next is the desalination. It means that the name itself says that we are desalinating the water. It means that we are removing the salts and minerals from the water so that it will be useful for the agriculture. And the next is sustainability. Sustainability, it is very important for us because for the future generations, we don't know if the water will be available or not. It will be available or not. So we have to use sustainable resources such as we have to flush the water with grey water, that the methods we have already discussed, like grey water. We have desalination of water for agriculture, drip irrigation for irrigation facilities.
మనం చిన్నప్పుడు మనకి ఏజ్ లో చెప్పడమే రాదు కదా.
Use groundwater recharge facilities, etc. So this is how we can use.
Right way lo vaduko.
Sustainable design. You can see in the picture. You have to. You can actually save the environment by sustainable use of water. It has three main pillars: economic, environmental, and social.
Observation lo మీ best three కూడా ఇవ్వండి. We will consider అవే similar
When people save the planet, they can actually gain profits. Is you're economically enhancing our whole country. Sustainability is the ability. It's the development that without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I think Manasa Chebolu, if you are there, you be ready to take your presentation next.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Screen visible, sir?
Yeah. So we have next presentation Jebol Mansa from Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. She is presenting online. Manasa, take over.
Yes, sir.
Share your screen. And make it
screen visible.
Like we are seeing how we are managing. It's not managing, we are giving opportunity to everyone without rejecting few things at the end. So kindly make a note of it and speak briefly and what you want to make your content differently with today's topics from morning. So now over to you.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, visible. You can also on your video.
Yes, sir. I on my video as well. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Okay, no
Okay, no
problem.
problem.
Maybe you are presenting from mobile, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all. ఇక్కడ విచ్చేసిన పెద్దలందరికీ నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. Firstly, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate. Thank you, sir. And again, I thank Jayachandra sir.
Wait.
Just wait for a few seconds.
Thank you, sir. And today, my topic is regarding the phytodepredation. Plants are invaluable species, helping sustain life on the planet Earth, a feat which distinguishes it from all other planets. Phytodepredation is a natural development that reproduces the purification process in a controlled environment. Lotus, as all we know, Nelumbo nucifera, we can see that nanoscale crystals and microscale epidermal cells. The presence of nanostructures on their surfaces are coated with hydrophobic, naturally repel water, wax crystals approximately 1 nanometer in the diameter. This makes the rough surface of the nanoscale quite rough. We can see visually that the water droplets are carrying the debris and the material from the surface of the lotus leaf. This phenomena has been called the lotus effect and works best on the rough surfaces, also called magical aquatic plant and floating macrophyte. Water lily, nymphea. We can see here the lily pads are covered with thin mesh of plastic nanomaterials. When light hits the light lily pads, a chemical reaction takes place, nothing but redox reaction.
Your presentation is not visible, Manasa.
So,
presentation is not visible.
Sir, I on it. Sir, now it's visible?
Yes, yeah.
Can I proceed from here?
Yeah. Continue from where you stopped.
Yeah, the lily pad.
Good.
Yes, sir. The lily pads are covered with a thin mesh of plastic nanomaterials. When light hits the lily pads, a chemical reaction takes place, nothing but redox potential. Carbon dioxide will be reduced and the water will be oxidized. So that enables the pollutants to be broken down. Each lily pad can treat 1 cubic meter of contaminated water per day without harming aquatic life. Moss, bryophyta, live filtering material acts as a sponges. The breakdown exposure to substrate are releasing nutrients for the use of more complex plants that succeed them carry out photosynthesis. As all we know, it's a process transforming sunlight into sugars, the most used for food. We can see here the saline water is crossing through the green mass in the presence of sunlight photosynthesis. 6CO2 plus 12H2O gives rise to C6H12O6 plus 6 hydrogen molecules and 6CO2 will get the sweet water. This is how moss bryophyta will give. Pine trees, Pinus conifer tree, cut the branch, peel off the bark, fasten into tube, xylem filter. As we can see here, the drop by drop water is getting purified in such a manner. And water hyacinth, Iconia crapaceus, this is how the plant will be. And the main theme is here is for phytoremediation. They may absorb and digest the pollutants in wastewater, they converting sewage effluents to relatively clean water. Here, the roots, plant remove pollutants from the water with their roots, and rest of all the other pollutants are released into the atmosphere through harmless gases. And these are mobile, they can move from one place to another, they never fix to the soil. Catalyst, typha, they serve the same vital function in treating wastewater. While catalysts may have tremendous potential, they stem, catch, and slow water and help transport sediment and slip. Catalyst roots harbor microorganisms that help break down organic materials. Recently, new research found that the catalysis can also improve polluting materials from the water surrounding their roots. We can see here the domestic wastewater, storm water, pathogens, and many more effluents from the industries. The root will uptake all these things, and also they have an excellent air ventilation process, and they also take the heavy metal ions. Because of this particular reason, and also the wetland plants, we get most of the purified water from this. And water mint, Mentha aquatica, this is how the plant will be. Get the leaves over dried at 85 degrees centigrade, get the powder, fill the plant powder with many effluent loaded with metals like zinc, Pb, cadmium, and Fe3+. This is how the column and chromatography will be. And we fill the powder with Mentha aquatic mint roots, and we process through many metal ions like cadmium, zinc, Fe3+. Now, finally, we got the purified water. And not only that, it also remove the bacteria like Escherichia coli and Salmonella, water poppy, Hydrocles nymphodius. We can see in ponds and lakes. The roots are very sensitive and very perennial. These are aquatic plants, but submerged. They absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen into the water, absorb the nutrients from the water. Because of this particular reason, reduction in nutrients results in clear water and less algae. Sophorus, Juncus effusus, these are naturally excellent filters, filter toxins from the water. These roots have naturally the ability, amounts of beneficial bacteria naturally they have, because of which aids in the develop clean water. Hornwort, spoontail, most popular aquarium plants, they do not have roots, but this allopathic plant killing nature may due to this water around their colonies is usually clear and open. This plant uses the products as food in order to grow, and in the process of oxygenates the water. They naturally consume waste compounds from the water like ammonia, nitrates, and phosphates. And this plant produces naturally allopathic chemicals which can improve water quality. Because of its ability to clean the water, acts as a natural supplement to a man-made filter for an aquarium. When it grows in bright light, we can see the hornwort can turn red. It's a temporary plant. Water shield, dollar bonnet, screwberry, long-stemmed aquatic plant. It is also a phytotoxic plant. This particular reason around their colonies is usually clear and open. We can harvest and process to column. Any kind of plant comes under this kind of category. These are of 5 types: subsurface flow system, catalyst, perennials, and floating macrophyte, soft superficial stream with emerging macrophytes like pine, floating macrophytes like water lily, water hyacinth, and flooded macrophytes like bryophyta and hornwort. In fact, it helps to balance the water cycle by maintaining ground and surface water, and also used for many elements like drinking, household, and industrial applications and irrigation purposes, etc. The main importance of water purification plants is to remove the chemicals, particulates, organic materials, as well as the debris from the other water, or resulting in the clean and potable water that can be used for many purposes. Plants purify water by consuming excessive nutrients and by producing surfaces upon which wide range of other purified organisms that can live. My conclusion, all our Mother Earth was providing us such a wonderful things. Everyone has their own role to take care of motherland. These are my references. I thank Pure Earth Foundation and all the members present here. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa. Thank you for
Yes,
your lengthy but quickly you could finish it. So thank you. Now,
thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Now I think the SPW college speakers, be ready. Madam will read out.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Nagashinisha from SPW College. Her theme is agricultural practices, sustainable living in water, followed by Gayatri, Shusha, and Venkata Siva Josna. Please be ready.
Ma'am, she's not here, ma'am. In Gayatri will continue the presentation, sir.
Entama?
Sir, I am in Gayatri.
Yeah. Share your screen.
Sir, is it visible, sir? Sir, is it visible?
Ma మీరు వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేయండి. Presentation is visible. మీ ల్యాబ్ వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేసుకో.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. 1 minute.
మాధవి మీరు వీడియో ఆఫ్ చేయండి. మేడం ఇది కనిపిస్తుంది కదా?
Sir, it's sir. Sir, is visible, sir?
మాకు స్టార్ట్ కంటిన్యూ చేయండి. అట్లాగే
Good evening, everyone. This is Gayatri from 2nd BSc BTJC. My topic is about hydropower and energy. Hydropower is also known as hydroelectric power and also known as water power. It is one of the cheapest way to generate electricity, and it is used by more than 60 countries in the world, and it converts the gravitational potential or kinetic energy of water source to produce to produce power. How does it work? A power source is used called as turbine. Turbine and generator produces electricity. Just before the water flows over the dam, it gains potential energy, which gets converted into kinetic energy as it flows downhill. There are many types of hydropower facilities, but few types are impoundment and pump storage, which makes use of reservoirs. Run of the river make use of river water. Tidal power make use of sea tides to produce power. Moving on to the next slide, there are many advantages of hydropower. Few advantages are it generates development opportunities for rural communities and assists with our farming techniques and generates a lot of electricity. Despite of all the advantages, it also have disadvantages. The disadvantages are it is very expensive resource to develop, and it leads to drought-like conditions. It can damage rivers too. It have both positive and negative impacts on environment. Positive impacts are it is very clean source of renewable energy, and they do not emit any carbon dioxide and not radioactive. There is no risk of explosions or radioactive spills. The negative impacts are it damages the surrounding ecosystems. It lowers the oxygen in the water, which leads to death of the organisms living there, and dams sometimes makes difficult for fish migration. And with hydropower, we can achieve many things like providing affordable energy for generations, develop renewable energy sustainably, keep the lights on with green energy, decarbonize industries with clean energy. Hereby I conclude that what percentage of world's electricity is supplied by hydropower? According to IEA, 17% of world's electricity is supplied by hydropower, and China is the largest producer of hydropower, and it is the data about the countries producing hydroelectric power according to their production percentage. And hereby conclude that hydropower is one of the cleanest source of energy, and it is also most reliable and cheapest. It can be used in agricultural activities like irrigation and in recreational tourism in the form of water sports, fishing, swimming, and boating. It generates the largest share of renewable energy in the world. It could help us make us more electricity faster, consistently, and sustainably for the future. And I want to conclude my presentation by sentence. Water is the driving force of the nature. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Next one, please.
మా నెక్స్ట్ అమ్మా శుభానా నువ్వు ఏం మైక్రోఫోన్ ఆన్ చేయలేదు మీరు మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నావు మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నావురా
గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్
నువ్వు మ్యూట్ ఉంది నీ మైక్రోఫోన్ మ్యూట్ ఉంది చూడు
తీసారు చూడండి సార్
ఓకే
Good evening to all. I am Shubha, 2nd BSc MPC. I am studying in SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati, sir. Today I am going to explain about the topic agricultural practices, sustainable use of water. Water is the most critical resource for development. The effects of this resource can be felt not only in agriculture, but in areas industrial and economical development, and most critically on a water crisis fueled by unplanned exploitation, use and discard policy. The importance of efficient water management and efficient farming. While the area under cultivation in the world has grown by around 12 to 15% over the last 50 years, India has shown stagnation or even a decline due to changes in land use, weather patterns, and dwindling farm incomes. So here we see the methods sustainable agriculture. First of all, economically viable and resource optimal, adaptable and ecologically sound, socially justifiable, and the last one is nutritionally adequate. So this graph represents the crop rotation, outforms conventional planting. Here, erratic rainfall. India has traditionally depended on rainfall for its agricultural needs. It is estimated that more than half of the cultivatable area is dependent on rainfall. The dependence on groundwater and other source of irrigation is on the rise. So, water conservation. These practices have been neglected in India. The water managements are now facing the consequences of this folly. Groundwater is depleting rapidly. Rivers, once the line of agriculture and surrounding civilization, have dried up. As we come to the result, conservation agriculture plans to preserve, develop and formulate extra proficient utilization of natural resources during integrated administrations of obtainable natural resources pool peripheral contributions. Now, however, water policies addressing cultural water pollution in the future should increase municipal demands to decrease the vigor and ecological expenditures of water contamination from cultivation. Here, I conclude that evaluate the economic and ecological trade-offs means manual dispersal and co-benefits, riparian buffers, and among water contamination and further ecological strategies and methods, impart information, knowledge, and facilitate public contact to this information to emphasize policy making. Thank you, sir. Thank you to giving this golden opportunity to me, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next. So you call your next colleague.
Okay, sir.
Yes, very nice.
Good evening, sir.
Introduce yourself.
Good evening, sir. This is Venkat Sivajoshna from 2nd BSc MScs in SPW degree and PG College, Tirupati. My topic is hydropower and energy. First of all, we will discuss about hydropower. What is hydropower? Hydropower is energy that comes from the force moving water. The fall and movement of water is part of a continuous natural cycle is called water cycle. Hydropower is a major renewable energy source used all over the world. Today, to produce electricity, it utilizes the basic laws of physics. Falling water under high pressure has kinetic energy. In an hydropower station, the falling water turns the turbines through magnetic induction. The generator converts the mechanical energy of the turbines to electricity. Hydropower is an economic source of electrical energy. It is one type of electricity that is immune to rising fuel costs. Hydropower does not discharge pollutants into the environment. However, it is not free from adverse environmental effects. The history of hydropower. For many centuries, hydropower had been used to produce mechanical power to perform a range of activities, including grain milling, textile processing, and other light industrial operations. A great part of this industrial revolution in the 18th century was fueled by access to hydropower. How it is used today, dams are built on rivers where the terrain will produce an artificial lake or reservoir above the dam. Today, there are about 80,000 dams in the United States, but only 3% have power generating hydro plants. Most dams are built for flood control and irrigation, not electric power generation. We will discuss about working principles of hydropower. Movement of water as it flows downstream towards the penstock due to gravitational effects. Water gains kinetic energy that causes the turbine to rotate as it flows out of the river. Electrical energy will then be produced of the generator. Advantages of hydropower. A big advantages of hydroelectric power is the ability to quickly and readily vary the amount of water power generated depending on the load presented at that moment. It utilizes a renewable energy source as fuel. Water generation process is environmentally clean, high reliability. Now, disadvantages of hydropower. It requires large initial investments, long transmission lines, social and environmental impacts for large scale schemes. Now, hydropower plants, dams, penstocks, spillway, turbine, powerhouse, generator, transformer, transmission lines. Research and development of hydropower. Hydropower's research and development today is primarily being conducted in the following areas: fish species, behavior and response, turbine, related projects, monitoring tool development, hydrology, water quality, dam safety, operations and maintenance, water resources management. Existing concepts and approaches of hydropower: operating existing power plants, developing small plants, low head hydropower, peaking with hydropower, pumped storage, tying with hydropower to other forms of energy. Now we will discuss about hydroenergy. What is hydroenergy? Hydroenergy is the form of energy which could be harnessed through movement of water to produce machinery or create electricity. The energy of this whole process is driven by sun, which can be accumulated to produce electricity of other mechanical tasks efficiently. As it is now that water constantly moves under a global cycle of evaporation, that is, it evaporates from rivers, oceans, and seas to the sky in the form of vapors, forms cloud, precipitates to rain or snow, and then again flow back to the surface of the earth. Due to the fact of this water cycle is an endless process of which continuously repeats itself, hydroenergy is considered to be a sustainable energy source. How is hydroenergy created? Hydroenergy is created in a process of that starts when water flows through a dam to varying degrees to control water flow and to produce amount of electricity needed based on the demand. Conclusion: hydropower can increase or decrease the amount of power it is supplying to the system almost instantly to meet shifting demand. In addition, hydroelectric pumped storage facilities are the only significant way currently available to store electricity. Now I will conclude that save the water to produce electricity. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this given golden opportunity, sir. Sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Toshna. Next.
Welcome, sir.
Next speaker. Introduce Amma.
Om Namo Venkateshaya. Hello, sir.
Yeah. Chepamma.
Shall I continue, sir?
Yes, continue. Start.
Om Namo Venkateshaya. A pleasant evening to one and all. Myself, I am P. Neelima from 2nd BSc MPC from Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College. My contents involved in this topic is that introduction, objective, abstract, theme, importance, comparison, result, conclusion, and reference. My topic is about agriculture practices, sustainable use of water. As water is the planet's most important resource, responsible water use essential in this world is very much important. So that keeping mind in that water saving is very most important for us. Major agriculture practices involved in the farming is that ploughing means ploughing the land for the safety of the crop yield, and sowing the seed into the land and adding nutrients as we take the energy. Irrigation means giving water to the plants and protecting plants from the insects or any other climatic changes, and harvesting the crop and storage are the major agriculture practices involved in the farming. Objectives of the agriculture practices are, if we do agriculture, it saves us and it makes exist the human being in this world, because all the organisms are indirectly depend on the agriculture. So that agriculture is very important to make a nation develop and to make the people to be survival on this world. Water sustainability. Water sustainability resources are surface water, groundwater, rainwater harvesting, reclaimed water, desalination, boiled water, potable water, water in industry, water in agriculture, and domestic waters. In this manner, we can use the water and make it to be used in our daily life also. Importance of water sustainability in agriculture. Nowadays, we are using water instantly. For more importantly, we are using water in the agriculture sector, because agriculture sector is the major to be exist in this world. So that we use water, but we should use it in a limited purpose, like taking in the drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. We can save water in the agriculture field. Comparison of modern and traditional farming. In olden days, people are preferred for the traditional farming because they doesn't have the minimum idea about the modern technologies. But nowadays, modern techniques have been introduced, and it makes effective in the agriculture field, and it gives good importance and good inputs also. The comparison between traditional and modern farming are that traditional agriculture takes the long duration, whereas modern agriculture takes the small duration, and as well as modern agriculture gives high input and it reaches to the people very fastly, whereas traditional agriculture is a long term and it takes long duration. So that we prefer modern technologies by using the modern techniques, and it also in timely it provides food for the peoples. Importance of traditional and modern farming methods. Traditional farming is a long duration, so that we prefer for the modern technical methods, so that it gives hybrid and it is a low of cost, whereas the traditional gives the high labor intensity, but it is only depend on the capital income. So that it is very important to go for the modern technical methods. Central thing. The main theme of this topic I choose is that water is the major resource, and it is our responsibility to save water and conserve water. Whereas we use much of water for the only householders or any other agriculture sectors, it will reducible to the future generations. So it is our responsibility to conserve the water in any other sectors. Result. Here bar graph show about the growth rate in global agriculture output was lower over the decade because the rate of productivity growth is slowed. Again, this pie chart show about the residential water use in our household works. What I concluded from this project is that farmers are the backbone of our nation. So it is very important to support them and respect them. If you give their increments, like giving any loans in the banks or anything else, we can support them. They will be showing very much interest on this profession, because nowadays farmer profession has been decreasing day by day. So it is very important to get awareness about the occupation profession, and it is very important to give awareness towards this farming. And water is the major resource, we all know that, because so that we should save water, conserve water, and if we save water for today, it will be protect us from tomorrow. So it is very important to save water, and it will save us tomorrow. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity, and I would like to thank the Purek Foundation for giving me this golden opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amma. So who is next?
Vaishnavi, sir.
Yes, Vaishali.
Vaishnavi.
ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ లంచ్ చేశారు అందరూ? ఎస్పీడబ్ల్యూ
సార్
మధ్యాహ్నం వాళ్ళకి భోజనాలు పెట్టారా?
అందరూ బాగా హ్యాపీగా తిన్నారు సార్.
వెరీ గుడ్.
Om Namo Venkateshaya. Welcome to Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College, Tirupati, sir. Myself, A. Vaishnavi. From 2nd BSc MPC. I am studying in Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College, Tirupati. In this topic, the contents are involved is introduction, abstract, objective, input, review of literature, methods, conclusion, result, and reference. My topic name is hydropower and energy. From this, we discuss some introduction. Hydropower or hydroelectric power is a renewable source of energy that generates power by using a dam or dimension structure to adapt to the natural flow of river or body of a water. Hydropower is a form of energy that harness the power of water in the motion is known as water power. The use of falling or fast running water to produce electricity. Hydropower can provide number of benefits outside of the electricity. Example like flood control, irrigation support, water supply, energy secure, clean and renewable source. This is the first hydroelectric project was constructed in the inland in 1878. In the first hydroelectric power project, simple lamp is generated. Some of the methods which are involved in hydropower and energy. There are runoff river hydropower, storage hydropower, and pumped hydropower. These are the diagrams. These are the diagrams involve types of hydropowers. Example like pumping, storage hydropower. It can generate water from lower reservoir to higher reservoir. Some of the comparison between hydropower and advantages and disadvantages of hydropower. Advantages of hydropower: low cost electricity, cheapest energy source, very low in direct emission. Disadvantages of hydropower: landscape requirement for setup is large, aquatic life is affected, it poses hazard for the dry season. Result from this: source of electricity in India by installed capacity. In this, we can 61% of coal is used and hydro is used 15% and renewable energy is used 13% and natural gas is 9% and nuclear is little amount is used. From this, we can conclude that coal is used more compared to hydropower. From hydropower generation, in this we can observe the parts: power transmission, cables, transformer, powerhouse, generator, downstream outlet, turbine, penstock, dams, etc. So from this, I conclude that save hydropower energy for our future generation. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Amma. So any more is there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Myself, D. Nalakshmi, 2nd BSc MPC, SPW Degree and PG College. This is D. Nalakshmi, 2nd BSc MPC, Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College in Tirupati, sir. Introduction, abstract, objective, inputs, revenue of literatures, conclusion, results, and reference. Welcome to Sri Padmavati Women's Degree College, sir. Today my topic: agriculture practice and sustainable uses of water. Reference. Introduction. Agriculture is one of the most important aspects of everyone's life. Agriculture is derived from two different Latin words, ager and culture, where ager means growing or cultivation. So the literal meaning of agriculture is the cultivation of fields. Sustainable water management means the ability to meet the water needs of the present without the
compromising the ability of future generation to the same. Achieving sustainable water management requires technical, environmental, economic, social, and cultural issues are there regressive. So abstract. Water sustainability also means effective and costly management of water resource. There are now multiplied demands on the water resource which drive the needs for sustainable, integrated, and costly water management. Next, objectives. Water sustainable goals, economic of environmental and agriculture. So the water, next methods. Some of the methods are surface water, groundwater, desalations, and reclaimed water. Surface water. Surface water is limited as is unequally distributed around the world, and population from the various activities means that surface water without treatment is not suitable of drinking. Groundwater. Groundwater accounts for more than 50% of global fresh water and is critical potable water. Groundwater IAW says unsustainable groundwater use results in water levels decline, reduced stream flow, and low quality water, directly impacting of low communities. Desalination. In some nations lacking of fresh water, desalination has provided an adequate water supply many years. Reclaimed water. Reclaimed water or water residues as it's known can also be a sustainable source of water supply and can alleviate stress on primary water resources such as surface and groundwater. Sustainable water resource management, agriculture. Farming is the most important job for a country like India, whose population is more than the 130 crore. Agriculture contributes more than the 50% of India GDP. Every time consumes food, we need to thank a farmers. Managing water for growing population. By 2050, there will be an 80% increase in water demand in cities. So, demands for the food will also increase 50 to 60% due to an increase in a global population. This will be most driven by the people living in cities. Our reference. This project is awarded in gold in 12th IAW Project Innovation Awards to the beginning suitable solutions in the for ecological water residues. This 31-hectare wastewater recycling plant was designed to waste the water treatment present being the expressed in the south of the beginning and to improve the water quantity. Conclusion. They must seek to be the sustainable sound management, balance supply, and demands for the benefits of future generation. The right to safe and cleaning drinking water and sanitation. The full enjoyment of life and all human rights. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody? Sir, two more persons are waiting here, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Nirupama, sir, from
Yes.
PW Degree and PG College. May I audible, sir?
Yeah. Audible, Amma. Continue.
Welcome to SPW Degree and College, sir. A warm good evening to all dignitaries. My name is K. Nirupama. I am studying second ZPC in SPW Degree and PG College. My topic is water sustainability, water conservation methods and development. Introduction. Nowadays, the conservation of water necessary for the human life.
మీ స్క్రీన్ కనిపించట్లేదమ్మా.
Nowadays, the water conservation is necessary for humans' life, future generations. Water plays an important role in humans' life. Water is important to survival of human, plants, and animals' lives. It is only the planet of planetary system donated by water resources. Methods. Rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting is an efficient method to the conserving natural water. In this method of conservation of water, the rainwater is collected. The rainwater is collected and allowed to the percolate into the deep pit or a reservoir. So this is Speech
మీ
done.
స్క్రీన్ కనిపించట్లేదమ్మా. మీరేంటి మొబైల్ నుంచి షేర్ చేశారా?
Sir.
మొబైల్ నుంచి షేర్ చేశారు, కనిపించట్లేదు మీ స్క్రీన్.
ఎస్ సార్, అది మొబైల్ నుండి షేర్ చేస్తున్నారు. సార్ అది స్క్రీన్ కనిపించడం లేదు, ఓన్లీ డెమోన్స్ట్రేషన్ చేస్తుంది సార్.
ఓకే ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు కనిపిస్తుంది.
Methods, sir. Rainwater
Yeah.
harvesting. It is an efficient method of conserving natural water. In this method, the conservation of water, rain is collected and allowed to the percolate into the deep pit or survivors. So that is pitch done. That is piece done and improves the groundwater table. Drip irrigation. In the mean of water conservation, the agriculture is also one of a part. In the agriculture session, with the help of drip irrigation, using well water resources, we can make our work easily. Groundwater is the water present beneath its surface in rock and soil. Space and in the fortunate of rocks information. About the 30% of already available fresh water in the world is water. Jog wells. This is one of the oldest water conservation practice in India. Jog wells are small pits used for harvesting rainwater. In earlier times, peoples in the low-lying regions of the Great Nicobar Islands construct into the structure and using bamboo and long of woods. Wastages prevention. The water wastages prevention by the some of methods: water, sprinkler irrigation, pump jacking, household bathrooms, industrial paper mills, thermoelectric power plants. Conclusion, sir. Water is helped to maintain the soil conditions. The running water is influenced the geomorphology of Earth. Without water, the human life cannot be survived. So we can save our water for future generations. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Okay, ma. Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, next Radhika, sir.
Next, ma. Radhika.
Sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I start, sir?
Yes. Start.
A very cool and pleasant good evening to everyone. Myself, N. Radhika, studying in 2nd BSc MPC in Padmavati Degree and PG College. And today's my topic is water transport, plants and soil. And now I am going to give a brief introduction. First of all, transportation is the process that involves the movement of water and necessary nutrition to all parts of the plant for its survival. Transportation is the vital process in plants. Plants transport all the nutrients and water it needs for survival from its roots to the tips of the leaves. And transportation occurs in 3 levels. In this case, the transportation occurs in 3 levels. First, transportation of substance from one cell to other. And next, long distance transport of sap in phloem and xylem. In this process, the 2 transportation distance will occur. One is phloem and one is xylem, which are very important in plants. And next one, the release and uptake. The release and uptake of solute and water by individual cells. In this process, one release and uptake, in that water is soluble and it goes to the cells. It goes to the cells up to the roots. And transportation takes very easily in the cells of the plants. Next.
And this is the picture in which we can observe water absorption in plants. In this, we can observe that water easily absorbs in plants. By that, the growth of the plant occurs very easily from xylem to phloem. And these involve some methods. Those are the water absorbed in two ways. Those are, one is active absorption. In the case of active absorption, water moves through the symplast and it is absorbed according to the diffusion pressure deflect changes. In this process, we can see some changes in which it is coming from symplast and absorbing the water from diffusion, and some pressure takes place in the plant. And next one, that is passive. One is active and next is passive. In this, the rate of absorption is fast. It occurs in rapidly transpiring plants. The movement of plants is through apoplast and is absorbed due to transpiration. And it involves another two plants. Those are the water and minerals are transported in plants by the tissues. As I told, there is two important tissues in plants which are very useful in growth and absorbing water. Those are, one is xylem and one is phloem. This is the picture where we can see the plants and trees are together and some have fallen down, in which, and I will ask the conclusion. And now I'm concluding myself. The opening and closing of God cells are responsible for the exchange of gases. Here we can observe that cells are responsible for the exchange of gases. These gases are responsible in also cellular spaces of leaves. It provides some pores in leaves, which can get with stomatal pores in every leaf, and we get some oxygen from the leaves. And these are very useful in absorbing gases. And I am thanking you. Thank you, sir, for giving such a wonderful opportunity for me. And it is very wonderful to participate in the Pure Earth Foundation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Radhika.
Thank
you. I hope everyone completed their presentation. Is there anybody left at there?
No, sir, no one.
SPW.
Sir,
Very
please
good,
wait, sir.
very good. Thank you.
Please wait 1 minute, sir.
Radhakrishna garu, yeah, tell me.
Sir, thank
We
you
will
very
give
much
you
for
2
giving
minutes.
this beautiful opportunity to our students, sir.
Sure. So you want to add anything?
No, nothing, sir. Nothing, sir.
Radhakrishna garu, of course, certainly people here will mention about the efforts from your college behind all these presentations. The faculty members and all of you are the key there.
Yes, sir.
So, madam want to speak anything? Your colleague madam is there. Want to speak anything? Madam, speak.
Sir, we are very thankful to you, sir.
Okay.
You are giving this much of opportunity to our students. It's
Sure, madam.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, madam. Thank you. Okay. So thank you. So with this, the all technical sessions,
Sir, మాకు
we
ఇక్కడ
could
టెక్నికల్ గా కూడా
successfully complete.
చాలా హెల్ప్ చేశారు.
Sir.
Yeah, of course, madam. Your students they cooperated very well to complete this conference in time.
Yes,
though we started more than an hour late,
yes,
but we could successfully complete it. This is the spirit. So everybody has taken very positively, the people here and the students, everyone. So now I would request madam to call the judges and sum up this session.
Sorry, can I close it, sir?
Wait. మళ్ళీ చేస్తారు ఆడియో వీడియో చేయాలి.
in the Pure Earth Environment Conference 2022. My sincere congratulations to the Pure Earth Foundation founders. Events like these give good opportunity for students to promote interest in the domain fields of subject, besides honing their skills and enhancing the understanding of one and all as a group. I enjoyed all the presentations. They are really very informative, very appealing. They are all participants, they stick to their topic. Their efforts are visible in their presentations. Really very wonderful. What do I see? Once again, I congratulate all the participants. I hope many of our students also got inspired by these presentations. Would love to see you participate in the next conference. My advice is present more often and you would enjoy your progress. Thank you, one and all.
Good evening, one and all. I, Dr. Shamla Devi, Associate Professor and Additional Controller of Exams from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. First of all, I would like to thank Jayachandra sir and Krishna Rao sir for giving us the opportunity to be as a session chaired for the 5th Pure Earth Environment Conference November 2022. So we are the session, myself and Ma'am Anuradha, chaired the session on technical 4 on water users and applications. So all the presentations went very well, but our sincere suggestion is only while students are presenting their presentations, your content should be legible and also should be clear. Please focus on the presentation, what you are presenting, content and conclusion. That's all. All the very best. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Jayachandra sir to present mementos to Anuradha ma'am and Dr. Shamla Devi. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for being with us and being patient with us. Thank you.
Thank
you,
ma'am. Of course, that all started with genets. అయిపోయిందని ఫీలింగ్
Very good evening to everyone. As we conclude our technical sessions, it's now time for our valedictory. Please be seated in your places. We'll have our chief guest with us in few minutes.
న్యూస్ ఏంటండి ఇది మనం ఎందుకంటే మనం ఫేస్ కరెక్ట్ గా మధ్యలో వస్తుంది ఇది వీడియోకి ఇప్పుడు పక్కన పెడవాలి కింద టేబుల్ నెంబర్ తెస్తాం సో నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ I am giving the opportunity to this college girls to give their their view, what is their feel, something you want to speak. 1 minute I can give you for 3, 4, 5 people. Anybody know about please come to that. What is that you understood? You come up with presentation next year. You know what is your number is numbers. Out of 44 presentations, there are only 3. The 2 people who are serious among students, as you know, they just save. Only one student, which is there, Bona. And this side, come to this side also, and come to front. Yes, so please come. First, fill this front rows. We are going back. Please come. Come front. And anybody want to speak, please come. So till our chief guest comes, so no leaders here. కాదు ఇది ఎందుకు తీసేస్తున్నారు మీరు అంటే అది ఫేస్ కవర్ కోసం వాళ్ళు కూడా చూడాలి కదా ఆన్లైన్ లో చూస్తారు నేను చెప్తాను అచ్చా ఇది కెమెరా ఓకే 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 నాకు అంత ఇప్పుడు ఇలా పెడతాం ఇలా సైడ్ పెడదాం కాదండి యాక్చువల్ గా కంప్లీట్ గా ఫేస్ సరే ఓకే ఓకే రైట్ Ma, please, the last lines, see, don't adjust from middle. Last lines, why you have gone back? You don't want to be any photograph. Come forward. First, last lines, please vacate and come to the front. Last 3-4 lines, come front. So that it will be covered. See, go to that side. Sir. సరే సార్ నో ప్రాబ్లం సార్ మీరు అన్ని చేశారు ఉండగలిగితే ఇప్పుడు తెచ్చారు ఓకే ఓకే దే విల్ హ్యాపీలీ టేక్ ఇట్ అంటే ఆయనకి ఏదో అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఉంది అంటున్నారు కదా మేడం లెట్ హిమ్ గో వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా బుక్స్ తీసుకుంటే యూస్ఫుల్ బుక్స్ లైబ్రరీకి ఉంటాయి మీరు డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో పెట్టుకోండి ఒక స్టూడెంట్ ఉంటే పంపించండి మీ స్టూడెంట్ ఎవరైనా ఉంటే ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు కదా మేడం మొత్తం ఇలాగ అయిపోయింది మీరు ఉండండి మేడం మీరు తను ఒకవేళ ఫోన్ ఏమన్నా అవసరం అయిద్దా ఆన్లైన్ నుంచి ఎవరైనా మాట్లాడాలంటే మళ్ళీ ఫోన్ పెట్టాలి సంబడి వాంట్ టు ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడే ఉన్నారు సో యూ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు యూటిలైజ్ యువర్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఎస్ సార్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఎవరిది సో ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఇది పెట్టుకుంటే సమ్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ దేర్ from consistently.
చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ తర్వాత మీరు కంక్లూడింగ్ వోట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్
లాస్ట్ నాది
కృష్ణారావు సార్
చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ తర్వాత కృష్ణారావు చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ మాట్లాడారు.
ఫస్ట్ కంక్లూడింగ్
రిపోర్ట్ ఆమె సుధా గారు ఇస్తారు. సుధా గారు తర్వాత చీఫ్ గెస్ట్
తర్వాత కృష్ణారావు గారు
కృష్ణారావు గారిని పెట్టారా? ఓకే.
to share his
Remarks.
comments, remarks. Chief guest.
చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ తర్వాత వోట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్. Why this so much light here? You have to testing. Is TV ఏమన్నా ఛానల్ ఏమన్నా వస్తుందా? లేకపోతే లుక్ పోలేదు అంటే సో 6 గంటలు అయిపోయింది సార్ వచ్చారు. మేడం స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం పెట్టుకోండి.
A very warm good evening to everyone. I take pleasure to invite our dignitaries or guests for today's valedictory function. A very good evening, everyone. I take pleasure to invite our co-convener of today's event, Dr. T. Sudharani, Head Department of Botany, to come on to the dais and occupy the chair. I also invite PG Director Sri Subbarao sir, Head Department of Physics and Electronics, to occupy the chair. Come on to the stage, sir. We request you. And it's my honor to invite once again our principal ma'am, Dr. Shobna Deshpande, come on to the dais and occupy the chair, ma'am. I take privilege to invite Dr. Jaychandra, convener, also Sri Krishna. Yeah, I'll invite you. Please come. And it's my honor to invite today's chief guest, Dr. Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu from Indian Forest Service, to come on to the dais and grace the chair, sir. We welcome you. Now, I request our principal ma'am, Dr. Shobna Deshpande, to hand over the saplings to our guests. Now to Sri Krishna Rao sir, sapling to Krishna Rao sir. And to Dr. Jaychandra sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll have our concluding report on the conference by Dr. T. Sudharani, Head Department of Botany, to deliver her concluding remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone, and my greetings to all the dignitaries and the dais. Here I'm just giving a gist of the things because there are many speakers and many topics, so it takes more time. It's just a conclusion remarks like thing. So we immensely happy and impressed about the young heart environment. Want to know the reasons for its deterioration, found some serious problems and showed very good solutions. We congratulate all the participants who presented their papers offline and online. As the focal theme, 4 topics are chosen for the paper presentation. The first one is environment and water management. Second one, water conservation management. Third one, water projects and issues. Fourth one is water uses and applications. In both all the 4 technical sessions, both physical and online presentations have been done. So we have received good response from the students. Our 29 other state as well. From Tirupati, there were many students here. I would like to thank ma'am. One degree college at Tirupati, the faculty motivated so much, like nearly 30 students from the same college participated in our topics. We really appreciate their contribution. Even degree shown a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of information like a scientific paper. More here, participation of girls especially is very much impressive. Being a women's college faculty, I'm very happy with that. Women can make a lot in environmental conference. End of life is the focus of this seminar. So the different presentation papers, they observed disastrous effects due to human activity, majorly the form of plant. There are many questions are also being made for young scientists, which will be very useful for future research in those fields. So I want to say hope and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those remarks. And now I will Krishna Rao.
Okay. ఇది మూసేయచ్చా సరే సార్ కెమెరా ఉందా దేవియం और सज्जनों ఆశ్చర్యమైన అంతేకాకుండా నాలో 1/4 వయస్సున్న యంగ్స్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ సరోజినీ దేవి those of you who attended the morning session have found me Tirupati. We promised that we would be able to complete his speech by 9:30 a.m. and he could not commence it till 10:15 a.m. However, at the end of the day, when I am asked to share my feelings and emotions and thoughts, I'm extremely happy that this particular half-yearly conference on environment, especially on my favorite theme, environment and water, proceeded very well. In the initial first half, we had connectivity problems. Most of the presenters, if they were seen, they could not be heard, and if they were heard, they could not be seen. But in the post-lunch session, notwithstanding a very heavy lunch, thanks to Vanitha Mahavidyalaya and their principal and management, in spite of eating to the brim, I was able to enjoy every presentation. They were all meticulously prepared here, as well as watch their presentations, especially those which are offline. As far as those which are online are concerned, generally they are of good standard. However, on the whole, the very purpose of holding this kind of an off-yearly conference is to sensitize the next generation of Indians about the need to become aware of the damage that we are doing to the environment, the threat of global warming, and the need for us to take steps now in 2022, not 20 years later or 30 years later, so that we will not have the disappearance of islands, we will not have the disappearance of coastal areas, and we will not have acute shortage of oxygen. And most of us will lead a reasonably comfortable life. I congratulate Dr. Jayachandra for his very, very efficient way of conducting, and more importantly, his enthusiasm and energy. Please congratulate Dr. Jayachandra. He's done a very good job. I'm very happy that these youngsters, the students of Vanitha Mahavidyalaya, though their energies disappeared in the lunchtime, by the time their principal was back for the valedictory session, they are in good numbers. That shows the influence of the NSS volunteers and the stern discipline that the principal is. You're all afraid of the consequences that would befall you if you do not obey your teachers. I am once again very fortunate to have associated myself with the Vanitha Mahavidyalaya and their management. They have been very good hosts, excellent facilities have been given to us, and we were able to make full use of them thanks to Dr. Subbarao Garu, and of course, the continuous presence of the entire botany department, solidly behind Dr. Sudha. Without taking much time, we have indeed an environment expert and a defender of the environment. As you know, one of our forest range officers has sacrificed his life in Khammam district. A very tragic incident. All that he did was to do his job enthusiastically and without fear. And in that process, his family became orphans. It's very unfortunate. However, life has to move on. In any case, whether we do anything or not, this earth is capable of taking care of itself. If we don't take care of earth, we will not be there. We were not there 1 billion years ago. We will not be there maybe another 100 years later if the rate of degradation of our biodiversity continues to be what it is. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. for those encouraging and thought-provoking remarks as well as your feelings. Thank you for being with us throughout the day, encouraging us, all of us. Thank you so much for your time. Now, I request Mrs. Kalyani to introduce our chief guest today, Dr. Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu. So thank you for accepting our invitation. I request now Kalyani from Botany Department.
Good evening, one and all. It's my great pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. G. Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Telangana. G. Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu, a 1991 batch Indian Forest Service officer, native of Adilabad district. He is a graduate in BSc Forestry and postgraduate in Life Sciences from JNU, New Delhi. He did his master's in management and public policy from IIM Bangalore and Syracuse University, USA. He also holds a PG diploma in environmental education and management from HCU. He was awarded doctoral degree in environmental sciences from Kakatiya University. He has many publications to his credit. Presently working as Vice Chairman, Managing Director of Telangana State Forest Development Corporation Limited in Telangana State. He has 30 years of rich experience in natural resources management and worked in the areas of forest management, water-based livelihood management, and drought and flood mitigation, water conservation and water use efficiency, forestry and education and training, urban forest parks development, Yadadri model, high density planting, eco-friendly coal mining, biodiesel, environment education, wildlife management, etc. He worked as project director for DFID, JICA, and World Bank aided livelihoods and water sector projects in the state. He served as course coordinator for the 86th and 87th Foundation course for IFS officers and Indian Civil Services officer talents trainees, Dr. MCR HRD, conducted under the aegis of Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Missouri. He is a founder of Dean of Forest College and Research Institute in Telangana and served for 5 years, currently taking up ecotourism and working on eucalyptus alternatives for commercial plantations in state of Telangana. It's my honor to welcome you, sir. Thank you.
It's our immense pleasure and privilege to have Dr. Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu with us. We request you to address the gathering, sir. Is this also? Some of the people are online.
I hope I can listen everyone now. Is it on? Good evening, everyone. Respected Principal, Dr. Shobhana Garu, my senior colleague, Sri Krishna Rao Garu, Jayachandra Garu, I met him in ASCII as a colleague in one of the workshops. Dr. Subbarao Garu, Dr. Sudharani Garu, the coordinator for this today's symposium or workshop. Very good evening to all the guests and invitees who participated in the today's seminar. Yeah, so while traveling, I was trying to recollect my thoughts on H2. When did I start learning the H2O, CO2, and oxygen? You know, when we learned about H2O, we never thought that even today, world over, there will be hundreds of such gatherings will be discussing on H2O. And same is the case with the CO2. And of late, it's oxygen because of COVID. So this H2O, CO2 and O2, they've become now a major global issues and today's topics of discussion. I'm sure the new generation which is talking about these three issues are going to serve the nature in a long way. So the first fundamental thing is, I'll start with the CO2. CO2 is not an issue when we were in the schools. I think it has become an issue in 90s. Probably we didn't know. In India, we may not be knowing it. But in 90s, we comes to know about the climate change. And only solution for it is the tree, chlorophyll. All of you know. Only the chlorophyll has got the capacity to fix the CO2 in the atmosphere and convert into energy form. Nothing else. Maybe the solar panels, but solar panels doesn't take the CO2. So CO2 is only possible, fixation is possible only through chlorophyll. Now coming to the water, where from the water comes? All of us studied the hydrological cycle or water cycle. Cycle means it's constant. It keeps roaming in the same cycle, but it's not available where it's required in terms of quantity or quality. So that's the reason the human intervention is required. So if we look at government allocation with respect to water policy, some of you must have presented. First fundamental, foremost important, uncompromising need is drinking water. So if you have 1 liter of water, how much you allocate for the drinking water? There's no compromise on that because it depends on how much human population we have. Second is the irrigation water. We need the food. So what percentage of it can go to the water? Irrigation purpose. But the third important requirement is the industrial water requirement. But the most important thing which we forgot till recently is the environmental need of the water. Environmental need of the water is a must and should because it sustains the ecosystem. If you build a dam and reservoir and stop the water flow, entire stretch of water stream gets dried up and entire ecosystem gets vanished. So the idea is allocation of water for the environmental need is a must and should, and that's how the policies are getting changed. Not to stop the entire water, let the streams and rivers flow for the ecosystem needs. Not for you, not for the industry, not for the irrigation, but for the ecosystem as such. The flora and fauna which is existing, which requires water. Now this is about the allocation of water. Now second important thing is, let us learn about the livelihood framework where the water is required. How the water can be sustainably supplied. If you look at Hyderabad, with respect to Hyderabad, if you can learn just in 5 minutes, see there are 5 capitals with respect to sustainable management of any resource. One is the natural capital. Now, with respect to Hyderabad, which are the natural resource which can give us the water? So which are giving us water currently? It started with Mosi, EC, yes or no, Himayat Sagar and Gandipet. And then Manjira, then we shifted to Krishna. Now Godavari is coming. Maybe in future, Tungabhadra will also come. Okay. So these are the resources, nature capital, which is required to sustain the water supply in Hyderabad, apart from the groundwater, because we all drill the borewells in our homes and that also supplies the water. In addition, probably some naturally formed tanks are there. So this is what is a natural capital with respect to sustainable supplies for Hyderabad. Now, second important thing is physical capital. Physical capital is the water is available in the nature, but how do we supply? So we need water treatment plants, pipelines, pumping stations, drilling borewells, pumps. All these things are required to put the water availability to the population in Hyderabad. Think about the small village, how it works for you, or if you have seen any village, how these 5 capitals works for you. So we have discussed the nature capital, we have discussed the physical capital. In some villages, desalination plants may be required. So in addition to the water supply, sewerage plants are required. Most important thing is 70% of the water which we use in domestic purposes goes back into the sewage system, which has to be treated and released into the nature again. So all these physical capital is required. What I am trying to say is how much understanding is required about the water supply in Hyderabad or with respect to any small village. Now, third important thing is the social capital. Social capital in the sense, maybe at the village level, it's a panchayat, it could be a watershed association, it could be a water users association, or with respect to Hyderabad, what is it? Hyderabad Water Supply and Sewerage Board, isn't it? So these are the institutions on which the people expect a better supply of water, a trustworthy water, a quality water. So idea is how the people organize themselves into the demand as a source or supply as a source. So this is about the social capital. Now, next is the human capital. Now we have to calculate how much water is to be supplied. In Hyderabad, it requires 140 MLD, that is, liters per day, LPD. A human being requires 140 LPD in Hyderabad. Whereas in villages or municipalities, it's 90 LPD per capita, that is 90 liters. So if the population is there, how much water is required? If urbanization is taking place, next year, how much water? And the lifestyle. If prosperity is increasing, the lifestyle will increase. Lifestyle increases, the water requirement increases. Somebody wants a swimming pool at home. Somebody wants. So these are the things which we need to look at when we are looking at a larger picture of a water supply for a sustainable purpose. Now, coming to the most important thing is the financial capital. The financial capital involves what is the willingness to pay. If Metro Water Works is supplying the water, how much you are willing to pay. If the quality is assured, if the quantity is assured, the time is assured, then the people are ready to pay. But if quality is not there, they'll ignore. They'll drill their own borewells. Now, second important thing is to maintain those physical capitals. A lot of money is required. And maybe in the recent past, in the towns and the villages, people started getting the bubble tops, water cans. So purchasing water. So if you look at all these dimensions at the framework level, all these are to be balanced. So for a sustainable supply of the water. So we know how much Hyderabad Metro Water Works puts in effort here to supply for the almost 110 million population, 70 million population. Sorry, almost 10 million population in Hyderabad, including the migrant population or the satellite towns. So, idea is then what we should do. When the water is a cycle, everything is possible. But why is this happening? And this is going to be much worse in the context of climate change. The climate change, number of rainy days will decrease and the intensity of the rainfall will increase. That means runoff will be more. The percolation will be less. So if we have to look at this aspect, the human intervention is must. Now, the previous theme of your foundation, I've seen the environment and energy. One of the first Pureth Foundation conference topic is that. Now, most of the people are trying to generate the energy at the rooftop level. And many people are putting the solar systems for the hot water as well as for the energy generation wheeling into the existing power lines. Why not water? Every rooftop receives. Every square meter of area in Hyderabad receives 800 mm rainfall. That is 80 centimeters height. Water will be there if it is as it is there. So where that is going? So catch it. That is what is required. Now the energy and water, if we can meet at the home street level, That is going to be the huge achievement because lot of money, what I said, financial capital will be saved for the government for the better purposes, for the better facilities for the citizens. So with these few words, you people are so fortunate. When we studied, maybe in high school or college education, we never heard about the conservation aspects. Maybe that is almost 4 decades now. I don't think we had any conservation aspects those days. But this generation, I think environmental education, in addition to that, probably the media and all that, is creating a tremendous awareness. We require the aware, skilled citizens. And that's what I think Pure Foundation, the concept of organizing today's seminar is to make the human capital who are skillful, who are enriched with the knowledge of the water, and also change your attitude towards water. So that's what a major objective of today's workshop. I'm sure at 6 o'clock, 6:30, if 100 people are sitting in the auditorium, it's a great achievement. We have not seen after 6 o'clock such crowd. Thank you very much for the Pure Foundation and Sarojini Devi Vanita Mahavidyalaya for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for educating all of us on the present scenario of water management, especially with the Hyderabad city from government's perspective, as well as giving us the awareness of the water supply, as well as the sustainability of our natural resources. Thank you for being with us. Now, I also acknowledge the presence of our friendly colleague, Mr. Suman from Telangana State Government Ecotourism Department. Thank you, Mr. Suman. Now, I hand over this time to Dr. K. Jayachandra, convener. Sorry, and excuse. Dr. Shobha ma'am to address the gathering.
Shall I hold it?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening to one and all. Good evening. I know you are all here. Yeah, and I hope that you have enriched your knowledge regarding water conservation and what you need to do if you need to have safe drinking water in future, as well as for drinking purposes, cooking purposes, and all other aspects. So from morning, some of you may have been here, but some of you have been here only for the inaugural and valedictory. But nevertheless, the addresses given by Shri M.V. Krishnarao Garu and the chief guest presenting, Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu, they have definitely enlightened you as to what is required to be done if the future has to be safe with drinking water and water facilities for all other purposes. And as rightly said by Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu, if we elevate our standard of living, the requirement of water also increases. So we need to balance everything and have a Gandhian principle of simple living and high thinking if we need to conserve water resources as well as the environment. And I am extremely grateful and thankful to the Pure Earth Foundation for organizing this national conference in our institution and giving an opportunity for our faculty members as well as the students to present their papers and enlighten themselves about the need for conservation of the environment as well as the water resources. And I'm also thankful to the Department of Botany for organizing this national conference with the support of Pure Earth Foundation, and I congratulate the co-convener Dr. Sudha and the team led by Dr. Sudha, the whole of Botany Department which is here. And I must say to the Pure Earth Foundation that we look forward to many more such events in our institution. And I thank all the invitees who are here since morning, who have been here judging various paper presentations and giving their remarks for those paper presenters, and also thank all those paper presenters who are here physically in the auditorium and those who have been here throughout the day online also. And I also thank all the hostelers who have made it convenient to come for this valedictory session and get enlightened about conservation of water resources. I thank one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for always being with us and encouraging us. Now I hand over the time to Dr. K. Jayachandrashkar for announcing the winners as well as for the vote of thanks.
Respected chief guest of the evening and other respected dignitaries on the dais and respected chairpersons today, they had their great role, who are all here. And, ladies and gentlemen, faculty of this college, and my dear students. So again, I was given a tight time because it's already more than 6:30. So just I was given two jobs, one to announce the awards of this today conference, the 5th Pure Earth Environment Conference. I'm very proud and very happy to announce that it is a successful event with it's an impossible task of conducting 44 papers, both online and offline today. That is all because of the cooperation by the student presenters and you all with a patient presence here and the whole college with the entire facility and all support extended by them. Just 1 minute information I just want to add because I don't get any opportunity to tell a few words about this. Why Earth we have to save, and to save Earth, what we should do? Earth can be saved if we protect our environment, and our environment is different with other planets in solar system. Everybody knows it, and the only reason is there are few planets where the surface surface temperature is more than 200, 300 centigrades. Then imagine nothing can be survival there. There are the remaining planets. The average surface temperature is minus hundreds. So nothing can survive at that hot conditions and this cold conditions. It is the only Mother Earth, a beautiful environment with an average surface temperature of around 14, 15 degrees. That is the reason we have only one Earth. And this Earth, there is a main reason is the ozone layer that present in above the troposphere and below that, that is in between tropo and stratosphere of Earth, which is not very far, just about 10 to 15 kilometers distance from surface of Earth. So which is stopping the harmful radiation, the ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays, and cosmic rays, which are high frequency and very short wavelength that can penetrate through anything. Just example, X-rays, no human can sustain for a minute. Then imagine if such radiation and even shorter wavelength like gamma and cosmic rays reach the surface of Earth. So this all harmful radiation, the only one thing Earth's environment, the ozone is saving. That's what our chief guest mentioned about O3. One important to know about it. So I feel I don't know whether God is there or not. You may, some people say yes, some people say no. But I feel God for us is the ozone layer. If I want to worship, I will worship ozone layer. That is only the reason of having such a beautiful environment. The whole life of millions of creatures, they could survive on this planet Earth. So with this, to protect this earth, we have to protect this environment. I'll just say only few simple things that every individual can do, all of us can do. First, individually, you be clean and hygiene, take care of your own house. And the next third thing that every individual can do is just plant trees how much ever is possible in your lifetime. The entire that is only appeal from my side from this conference today. Now I will straight away go to the announcement of awards of this conference day. See, as Sudha madam submitted the report, we have several factors here before announcing the awards. Number one, there are some good collection, good content, paper contents are there. Fortunately, I have gone through all the papers as convener, though some of my foundation members have extended some support in categorizing and then scrutinizing. I myself has gone all the papers, so I have seen the content. And also today we have seen the presentations. And there is advantage for the people who presented online because they can sit and read also. Whereas the offline, they have to face the audience and present. So slightly there is a difference between these two. So that is where finally, with the cooperation and support of this, our host for this conference, we decided there will be 3 awards: first prize, second prize, and third prize. First prize is 2,000 rupees. Second prize is 1,500. Third prize is 1,000 rupees. And we are not stopping there. All these speakers, whoever presented today, everybody will be given a honorarium of 500 rupees for today's conference. Why? Because we are not selecting, we are not choosing, we are not making any differentiation. We are encouraging. We want to encourage you. The participation and presenting a paper will add a line in your profile. Remember, every one of you get the degrees. BTechs, BScs, MScs, all your PGs, you will get it. And you can only write that degree. I am BSc qualified, I am MSc qualified. But you can write few lines. I presented 4 papers, 2 papers, few papers in a conference like national conference. And tomorrow with this kind of confidence, you can present in international conference. And then same way, a CV, a profile applied for a job, a person with this capability is preferred than a person without this, because he has certain communication skills to speak, to communicate whatever he has, whatever knowledge he has. So these great advantages are there. You want to pursue the higher education and you want to take the jobs in both the lines, you will have a value addition. So please remember this. So now I'll just simply go through these awards. So here, as I told, the first prize is only 2,000, but first prize, second prize, third prize, only 3 people. So the remaining all people, as we are giving 500 rupees. So first prize totally comes for 3 people and the amount will be 3,000. So I'll read the names here. Meghana Reddy and his co-author, first prize, number 1 paper. Number 2, Mr. Arshid Malik, because he's a research scholar and came all the way. He is native of Jammu Kashmir and doing research with Geetham's University. And certainly a worth study. So, and then the third person of the same first prize, CH Manasa. She is from Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. So, and the second prize, again the amount is 3,000. How it is 3,000? Actual price is 1,500. Two people were added, so their 500 also will go to that. So they will share it. That is how it is going to 3,000. So, and the names are Bhuvana from your college. Give her a big applause. Bhavani. Yeah, Bhavani. And Sahiti from G. Narayanam Institute of Technology. And B. Hemalata, Sri Padmavati Mahila University. So these three, the second prize winners, and 4 names for the third prize. And the third prize again, 1,000 rupees prize money and 3 people's money, 1,500 added. It is 2,500 total. They will share, the 4 people. And the names are Venkata Shiva Joshna from SPW College, Mahavesh from Telangana Mahila University, and B. Shalini from Sarojini Naidu Vanita Mahavidyalaya. And the 4th name is Roshnavi from SPW College. So these are the 10 people given the 3 prizes, and all the, as I mentioned, all the people who presented today, they all will be given the award certificate and a 500 rupees consolation prize. And the last item, vote of thanks. So already my president has covered the everything about the support, and because Pure Earth Foundation, as mentioned in the morning, started the first Pure Earth Environment Conference in 2019. Every year with a focal theme, as Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu told, that was environment and clean energy. And then we took environment and health because of COVID in 2020, and environment and education, environment and agriculture, and today environment and water. Certainly, you can easily find out even the next conferences, the remaining either environment and air, environment and forest. See, these are all natural resources. They have their own role in sustaining this environment. So, and I'm telling, every year in the month of April, 4th Saturday, and in the month of November, 4th Saturday, the Pure Earth Foundation will organize these national conferences with a theme on environment tagged with one important natural resource. So next year also, certainly we will announce where it is going to be held. That is the next thing. For this activity, firstly, I have to thank my own organization, Pure Earth Foundation, all the life members who agreed and accepted this activity as one of the prime activity of the Pure Earth Foundation. So that, because the foundation strongly believes awareness and education only can change. Because as morning Krishna Rao sir told, neither President of Russia, President of America, or the Prime Minister of India cannot produce one drop of water, or whatever the leaders tell, they cannot control this environment, they cannot save this, they cannot protect it. It is only every individual on their self-education, then only we can save, we can protect this earth and environment. So that is why we believe strongly the awareness and education. That is why this program, this activity is a lifetime activity of Pure Earth Foundation. Certainly the people in the future also, they will take it forward. That is why I thank again in this occasion my entire 50+ Pure Earth Foundation life members to take up this kind of activity. And secondly, the college today, they came forward. Actually, the last year itself, madam requested to host the previous conference. And of course, that was given a vote to the Narayanamma College. So that is the reason that last year itself promised that the coming November conference will be organized here. And we thank the management, the principal, the faculty, every one of you here. Conference today went on successfully. So I thank on behalf of Pure Earth Foundation. And next important thing I have to thank is the judges today. We called all the senior most people with a lot of experience in their background, all served in several years. Our Raghavendra Rao Garu is here from the morning to evening. So we need people, such personalities. They will motivate us. So when we can't sit whole day, and I think you may not fit into that. And I don't know, even you can't raise the hands. If I ask who are there from the morning to till this time, but Sar was there like this. So such many people and all the judges today who accepted our request and without any honorarium, anything on their own expenditure, own interest, they came forward. So thank you all my judges today who took part in this conference and successfully handled all the sessions. And then I have to thank our management once again to invite Chandrasekhar Reddy Garu as chief guest. So when they informed me, I felt so happy because he is a more than administrator, he is a more academician. So academician certainly has a different value. Sir, 2-3 times he asked, will it be okay by 5:30? So generally, if we expect an administrator, he will be present here after 1 hour or minimum 2 hours, because that seat is that kind of busy or whatever it is. But because his academic nature, that drives always be there in time. So you tell me, I don't mind, I can come by even 5 o'clock. So, sir, so that kind of support he has extended. Very happy for accepting and coming here and blessing you all today. And then lastly, I have to mention the media, particularly the Hindu paper, from the beginning of Pure Earth Foundation, all our conferences, the first announcement, see, so many papers are there today, and you can rank where is Hindu. So they have a strong faith on this foundation. And all my 5 conferences, I had an article on our conference every year. I must thank the media, particularly Hindu newspaper, for a continuous support. And then, of course, everyone here, and lastly, the students. So different colleges, if you see the list, first time out of 5 conferences, we got around 230 plus registrations and 100 plus students willing to write papers. So very wonderful response. And of course, finally, we could present here 44 papers today. So lastly, without you, if you are not there, whom they will present, whom we will speak. So I thank all of you. And especially I have to mention, I think Ruhia madam, from morning till this time, I was on her name because I used her mobile to handle this. This is the first experience making dual mode, virtual and physical. So thank you, madam. So I took her completely like, today our cell phone is off of heart. So I took her mobile. So thank you all the staff and everyone. So which I conclude. So the April last 4th Saturday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Botany Department, we would like to thank each and everyone for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this. As we conclude our event today, I request everyone to raise on your faces for our national anthem.
No, awards. Prizes. we'll
Kindly
call this,
excuse.
whoever is there.
One.
Yeah, whoever is there, please, in this paper, names I announce, please come, all of you come here. Whoever is there. Whoever, see the first prize is Meghana Reddy and co-author, and CH Manasa and Arshit. Anybody is there? The first award, please come to the dance. Arshit, please come. And the second prize winners, P. Hemalata from SPW College. She is online participant. Sahiti, is she there? From GNITS, Jinaranam Institute. Yeah, take it from chief guest. So, Sahiti, is she there? And Bhavana, please come. Where is Bhavana? Yeah, from third prize winners. I think Roshnavi, no, she's second prize winner. I'm talking about third prize. See, Roshnavi and Joshna, SPW College, so they are not here. Mahavesh is there. Please come to the dais. And Shalini, she is also left. So at least we have for each award one person. Sir, they can be given that check also. Rajendra Nair, checks also you give one, then we will inform them how to share that. Arshid, please take your check. You can share your other winners. Yeah. Don't write names.
Give it the stage.
Okay. Yes. Okay, take this. Okay. No. So I request our Nagavendra Rao and Subhash Singh, he is our General Secretary of Pure Earth. Sir, please come on to the dais. We'll have a group photo. Any other judges, jury members are there, please come. We'll have one group photo. And sir, Sir, Suman sir, please come to the sir. Sir, and faculties for SNVM faculties, please come. Yes.
Now I request our principal ma'am, Dr. Shobna Deshpande, to present the mementos to our guests and dignitaries. Memento to Sri Krishna Rao sir. Nagavedya sir. Jai Chandra sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request everyone to join with us for national anthem.
विंध्य हिमाचल वन क्षमागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय
Next lecture.
Please go to the hostel straight away from here.
Madam. Okay.
क्या बताऊंगा
इनको
आपने आज की बात है कि बड़ी किया नेक्स्ट टाइम मिशन भगीरथ आगे Botany department, very well done, very well done.
అలా కాదు మరి ఉదయం నుంచి ఇంకెవరన్నా అయితే విసుక్కుంటారు. నా ఫోన్ తీసేసుకొని ఈయన ఫోన్ లేకుండా.
Part of the team. He did a good job.